elimination bracket. Top 8 teams from the MQ will enter the prestige of the broadcasted monthly finals and a significant boost in leaderboard points, making every win one step closer to the trophy. After the summer split, 16 teams without a World Finals spot will have one more opportunity at the Last Chance Qualifier event. From here, 4 victorious teams will earn their golden ticket to the World Finals. Finally, we arrived at the pinnacle, the World Finals. Here, the 16 best teams in the world, legacy players, fresh talent, and fierce rivals will duke it out in front of a live audience until only one team is left to raise the trophy. Who will emerge as the top champions of their regions, earn spots in the World Finals, and take home the trophy? Join us and find out. It's a new, exciting year at Brawl Stars, with new formats, larger events, rewards, and opportunities for everyone. Let's brawl!
Good afternoon, good morning, and good evening, and welcome to the Chinese Mainland Finals. That's the first time I've said it this year, Spoo. Can you believe it? It's crazy. What an exciting day it will be, Spoo. Today is the first day of many in this region where we get to see what this region has to offer, and the winner of today's competition will make their mark and land themselves into the Brawl Cup later in a few months' time.
Yeah, that sounds super exciting to me, Ark. It is the first time that I'm obviously casting the Mainland China region, but I'm no stranger to the Mainland China because they are kind of next door to me.
Just a little bit, and I'm going to be depending upon your translational abilities here today, Spoo. Just bear that one in mind, because I know that you speak a little bit of Mandarin.
Yeah, just a little bit, but I'm gonna own it today. I'm gonna try my best to carry you through where I can and see if there's some of these little inside Chinese jokes and their names that I can kind of tease through for you and kind of, give you a little bit more of that storyline on some of how these names came about.
It's great to have you here, first and foremost. We've been looking forward to this for quite some time. And this region, as we know in the past, it has a great deal to offer. We're going to break things down along the way and discuss some of the rosters to look out for today. Discussing as well, along that way, some of the scheduling and some of the formats ideas as well. Take a look at that as we speak, in fact, as we've got the rulings for how today's going to go down. As we've had a bit of a sort of long, lengthy process in this region. We've had a qualifying period from February 8th until 15th. We had a maximum number of teams, 4,096, going through those qualifying stages. Then eventually got divided into groups. And yesterday we saw those groups go head-to-head in the elimination phase of the competition. We had 16 teams divided into 4 groups. And now we see the schedule as to how that whole process went down. Yesterday was the elimination round, where we whittled it down to 4 remaining teams, which leads us to today, the grand finals to determine which team will make it to the Brawl Cup. And we've got as well our prize pool. Break it down, Spoo.
Yeah, champion's gonna be taking home a whopping prize of 20,000 renminbi, I believe. Run-up's gonna be taking 10,000, third and fourth place, not too shabby at 7,000 and 3,000 respectively. But of course, as you said, it's not just about the money, Arc, that they are going to be playing for. The team that wins today will directly qualify for the Brawl Cup later this year.
We also have our maps and modes, and of course some translational things going on here as well. Some really quite interesting names. I quite like Grass Thicket Mystery for me. Sandwich Cake as well, look out for that one. But I've got to be honest though, it is fantastic to see the attempts to kind of like translate some of it into sort of English as well. But definitely that's kind of, we'll see a glimpse as to what the actual direct translations in their side of things are. Now we see the bracket for today, and this is where things are really, really quite important. We see the teams that were able to qualify through groups A through D. We've got Toxic Lotus Genesis up there in that top region, as well as Toxic Lotus down in Group C. Those are the 2 teams that I would say are the top ones to watch today. But of course, we'll break it all down along the way so you guys can stay fully informed. No predictions as far as I'm aware to be made on the event site, but nonetheless, a super exciting day, Spoo. Going to be best of 5, best of 3s all the way through for every single match today. And a bit of a sort of losers bracket situation as well in terms of the format.
Yeah, double elimination is a little bit different compared to what we see on the rest of the BSC, where it's usually single elimination. But then again, with only 4 teams on the line and with such, high stakes, I think double elimination is more than fair. So jumping into our first game, these are going to be the mode and maps. And yes, as Ark said, we might be seeing some of these strange looking maps. Green Shade Stadium. Gee, I wonder what that could be. Probably something like Super Stadium. Grass Thicket Mystery. My guess is probably going to be like Snake Prairie or something like that. We're going to be looking at some of these favorite modes and brawlers of all of these players. Now, first match is going to be TL Genesis going up against, I believe this is going to be called Boom. Their Chinese name is 自爆大神, which roughly translates to the master of self-destruction.
Bravo, mate. Bravo. See, this is exactly why I need you for this. What a pronunciation right there. But absolutely so. Yeah, so for me, I'm going to keep saying TL, but it is Toxic Lotus Genesis. For me, I would put these guys down as maybe like the number 2 seed for this competition. I think Toxic Lotus still remain at that number 1 seed. Boom have got a very mysterious roster. I think only one player realistically there with any kind of background. And the last time that he played, his name translates in English to Hugh, H-U. The last time that he played was in 2021, and some mainland monthly, mainland China monthly finals there with TIG. So hasn't played for a while. On the side though of Toxic Lotus Genesis, we got some huge names here. Goodnight, Killua, and Lightstar. Goodnight for me definitely is a staple in this region as a player.
Yeah, his history goes all the way back to 2022, I do believe. Killua as well, nothing to scoff at. He was the stand-in for Toxic Lotus last year. The roster that went all the way to the LCQ. So most certainly, well, this draft is going really fast, Ark. I'm not sure if we even have time to talk about it very quickly. But if you guys are feeling a little bit strange about the pick and, you know, kind of thinking that this seems a bit reminiscent of the previous meta, that is because you're absolutely right. The mainland China region plays on the previous patch, so we are not seeing any gadget stars today.
Well, I've seen a couple of pros discussing the new meta, shall we say, on socials. So, hey, this is what everyone's been asking for. Let's go back in time a little bit, you know. Let's bring back some of the glory days. So, as well, to consider there the fact that we won't have the hypercharge for Bo here either, and various other brawlers along the way, which obviously were in the latest update, will not have those hypercharges. But I'm looking forwards to potentially some really, really cool skins, because as we know, in the mainland China region, we've got some exclusive skins on that front. So look out for some of those. We'll call them out if we see them ourselves. But obviously, you know, you can't get those in any other countries. So we saw them in previous mainland China finals as well. So I see no reason why we shouldn't see some today. Maybe even on that stew pick that Killua has as well. And then there's one of the most extravagant of the mainland China skins on that particular brawler. The backyard bowl then will be the first map in this series. And again, I'm really looking forward to seeing Boom get off the mark. It's going to be a very tough thing because, you know, Toxic Lotus Genesis are a very accomplished team.
Yeah, heading over to Backyard Bowl, as you said, though, this is a map that we don't really see inside the main region. Frank already pushing forward the weekend, getting a nice stun. Doesn't really get it off, though. That could have been a goal-scoring opportunity. And Toxic Lotus Genesis, they managed to consolidate their position just very slightly here.
Well, pushing it away. Some good offense there from the Bow. Keeping everything back and under control, but Lightstar pushing forwards now with a nice gadget there as well. Going to be burning down that Otis very substantially on the left-hand side. Now, a nice cookie popper there as well from the Gus. Keeps the Frank low. As the ball being pushed to the corner though, but if, oh, you can get a super shot on goal, potentially nice body blocking from the Otis. Nice little super idea. Didn't quite pay off on the trick shot. And now back to sort of level of the mid.
Yeah, cheeky play there coming out there from the stew. Just trying to go for sort of a, you know, a hopeful kind of a play here, but that's gonna give Boom the initiative here. The Weeknd now hugging this wall, trying to get that pull in on the stew. He does get that pick off. Otis here with that super threatening here on the Gus, but the ball in a little bit of a precarious position. Lightstar is just staring at it, but Hypercharge from Frank comes out. He's gonna be tearing open the entire map here, and this is looking like an easy goal for Boom.
Who would have thought it? Hypercharge for Stu. Let's see what Toxic Lotus Genesis can bring back to the table here. There's plenty of time, 1 minute on the clock, and a good wall break of that defensive zone. Hypercharge available for the Otis on that left-hand side. The Frank just pushing his way slightly forwards. Another good gadget there from the Gus. Frank now low to 460 taken care of as well. Super shot forwards, not really in the best of places for the pass. And the Hypercharge from Stu didn't pick it up, but there are the scraps taken care of. And that puts Toxic Lotus Genesis on the board, 1 goal apiece.
Yeah, you've got to look out for these supers coming out here from Toxic Lotus Genesis. The power spike coming here from the Stew, the Gus, and the Pearl all online now. I'd say, like, as this game inches closer and closer into overtime, it's going to be very difficult for the side of Boom to hold on. The Frank here is the weakness that Toxic Lotus Genesis are targeting, but Otis there lands a nice hypercharge stun there. Lightstar has to corner the ball to the side just to save the position a little bit, and we are inching closer and closer to that overtime.
And Frank is a great brawler to have the ball for. Now pass the ball over to the left-hand side under a lot of scrutiny. And actually, Toxic Lotus stays standing here as well. Just the Otis available on that left-hand side close to the ball. He's going to go for it. The goal's wide open. A big blunder. A huge mistake there from Toxic Lotus Genesis. A costly one that gives the game over to Boom.
Yeah, slight misstep there from the Stew. A little bit tunnel vision going in for that bow. Didn't really play for the objective there and didn't respect that super coming out from the Otis. And just like that's going to be like one set already. One game going already in the side of Boom. Not something that we expect coming from what we said was going to be the second most favorite team here in the region.
Yeah, definitely some shaky nerves to start things off here. But already a good starting hand for Toxic Lotus Genesis now. In a much more aggressive position early on. But no wall break available from the Stew. Nice takedown the left-hand side by Lightstar. Ball pushed to the left, and now the shielding from the Gus should be enough to walk it through, but the pass straight through to the Bow's feet. A big blunder yet again, the ball cleared. Toxic Lotus Genesis really not looking great at the moment for me.
Yeah, such a forcing play coming out of there. It looks like the pass was a little bit mistimed. It should have been a goal for sure, but they're going to have to leave it behind right now, and 100%, yeah, should have been a goal, but the lane swaps at least are coming out. The Frank is barreling down against Lightstar. That's not a very good matchup from him. He has a stun queued up here, but no real target. They are going to be pinching out the Otis here on the right side. Stew does drop to the bow, though, and a pull connects onto Lightstar. So Boom remain in control here.
I think cancelled the Pearl Super there as well with that Frank connection, so wasted utility now as well for Toxic Lotus Genesis. The hypercharge for Lightstar will remain, but now the Frank pushing forwards. And getting to a good spot to break both the coverage. Oh, the knockback was beautiful. It actually cancelled out the weekend there as well. A good play from Toxic Lotus Genesis, but they are still so far behind, and they really should have already had that goal. Now, pushing the ball forwards. And the saving grace is that Boom do not have a goal. Open goal for Toxic Lotus. And they secure it. Putting one on the board. And now, pressure pushed back over to the side of Boom.
You could play there by VV, recognizing that he had to use the super there. A normal shot there would have probably just been blocked by the bow. The Weeknd now is going to be shredding open that right side, losing crucial cover for him. But at the very least, they managed to push back Toxic Lotus Genesis, and they have control of the ball. Otis right now, open goal, not going to go for a scoring opportunity. I think he felt like he didn't really have the timing. The hypercharge going to be flying out from the Otis. A nice stun onto the Gus. But the ball on that left side, they are waiting for the Frank to come in, and there's the hypercharge coming in to open up all those walls. Pass over to the Frank, tries to go for the goal, should have walked in maybe, not enough. And Toxic Lotus Genesis, they stay alive.
Hypercharge was the Stew going super on the aggressive. And there's no time realistically here for Boom to be able to get back to the ball regardless. So this set is going to be all tied up now. Toxic Lotus Genesis starting to look just a bit better, but still making some big blunders in my opinion. We'll see whether they can sort of iron some of those things out. It looked better, but still mistakes are being shown on both sides. Some good defensive capabilities though. I like the knockbacks, the cancellations there. They were pretty much on point from start to finish on both sides. But it's when it comes to the goal scoring moments that I feel like both sides are just not quite landing.
Yeah, both sides seem to be under quite a lot of pressure when it comes to those high team play moments between them. Now Frank going to be dropping solo, already being pinched out. Bo is going to be the first one to fall here. Stew making an aggressive play, and Toxic Lotus Genesis are in such good control of the ball. They have an opportunity if they want to force here, but they're going to be playing it a little bit more careful this time.
Playing it slow and steady, never a bad thing. As Toxic Lotus Genesis fell behind early on in the series, great value there from that Kooky Popper of the Gus. Connecting with both the Frank and the bow. And now the ball being pushed through the mines will be popped very nicely. So great pass. That was actually really good footwork on the side of Toxic Lotus.
That was an unexpected goal. I don't think the bow expected them to force there. It looked like if he just held position, he would have been able to hold it. But nonetheless, that's in the past. The hypercharge from the Stew is going to be coming out. He's going straight for a beeline on that bow. They just need to pass the ball over. Vivi is wondering, where's my team? He runs back to the mid, gets stunned by a bow. The whole kitchen sink thrown at him. And it looks like a goal scoring opportunity here for the side of Boom. But they've boomed it up.
Again, it's the nerves just getting to both sides here. As realistically there, a pass to the Frank after the break would have been enough to suffice. Hypercharge and a cancellation again from the Pearl. So no value for Boom. The Gus shielding going to delay things a little bit here. Oh, that takedown was crucial there from Vivi. And the ball defended by Toxic Lotus Genesis, who have the lead. Time is still ticking down. 45 seconds on the clock. And Boom have still yet to break the defense.
It's looking honestly harder and harder for me to visualize how they might break through this one. The ball's already cornered a little bit on that right side. They just need to get Lightstar in that position to hold off the Frank, but strangely they are going to be letting VV be the one to hold on to the weekend tries just to rescue the ball. I think a super pass back might have been the best play he did there, but the ball's going to be cornered further and further up. That's just going to make it so easy for Toxic Lotus Genesis to just hold on to this ball control.
Ball's in a very tough spot for Boom to really get any access to it. There's a super available for the Otis, but again, with this amount of scrutiny from Toxic Lotus Genesis, nothing realistically that Boom can do about it. A good turnaround, let's be honest, because I was really quite worried there for Toxic Lotus Genesis. It was not going according to plan. And then they started to really knuckle down and get it done and make some opportunities for themselves. But yeah, that first game, no, not going their way was quite a surprising thing. But then these teams that have got the most experience are those that can really start to pull in the results when they are needed. And a good turnaround of that series. So one set ahead then for the favorites, Toxic Lotus Genesis.
Yeah, a bit of a shaky start, and even in game number 3 where it looked a little bit cleaner, it looks like there was some, miscommunications that happened. But after all, this is their first game of the day. Maybe they're just getting a little bit warmed up, and as you said, the nerves are always gonna be a thing. And yeah, this is just absolutely painful to watch. Just fumbling the ball up and down, and this is another one of those things whereby if he didn't super there, that wouldn't have been a goal. And this is on the opposite, right? Whereby he basically just spammed the button as soon as the ball came into the bowl. Was completely caught off guard there. So lots of scrappy plays coming out, and I think that might just be something that we're not used to seeing, because mainland China as a region is of course one of the more, I'd say, inexperienced regions when it comes to competitive. So these kinds of plays are things that we see probably like 2-3 years ago in every other region when we were still developing. But mainland China, though, this is where they're at the moment.
Yeah, it's like that sort of stage where there's still some nerves. I mean, I was super impressed with watching mainland China performing at recent lands. Last year the LCQ and the year prior to that the World Finals. I think that they are a region which are on the up. They are making progress, and they are starting to really give some of the regions across the world a bigger run for their money when it comes down to those LAN events. It's kind of interesting that they actually seem to me, at least, to perform better almost at LAN than they do maybe in like the kind of more online space. But certainly in this competition as well, I'm still waiting for Toxic Lotus later on. This is like their secondary team at the moment that we're seeing. In my opinion, like the number 2 seed, I would say, for today. But as we've already seen from Boom in that first set, the unexpected teams are still putting up a decent fight. And that is something to consider here.
Yeah, I think something that we mentioned off stream is that practically if today goes in any other direction, like if basically Toxic Lotus don't go out in an extremely dominant fashion, anything is considered an upset, because we've literally only seen Toxic Lotus and maybe to some degree some members of TL Genesis play on the world stage. So none of all these other players, like on Boom and later we'll see on the other team, if they're able to take games or sets, this could be the start of their story here in the BSC.
Yeah, Good Night is the most accomplished player on this team. I always want to say Team Liquid. Toxic Lotus. TL is obviously what comes straight to mind, right? On this Toxic Lotus roster, I know 2 World Finals in his pockets, going back to 2021, really, when he was, on the side of Sugar China. So he's like the team member for me that the others are looking towards. His experience and his ability to remain calm under a lot of pressure as well. Was on the iconic Esports roster as well back in the 2022 World Finals, but I mean, that on the world stage, however, was just white performing. If you remember when they faced up against SK Gaming, I mean, a really tough scenario where they obviously got swept, and some great sportsmanship shown on the side of SK Gaming in that regard, because it was just the sole player of white who's now on the main Toxic Lotus roster, who was able to compete on the stage. His teammates obviously were not at that locality at the time, but it's one of those things in mainland China where they've never really had their breakout moment. They've always been a bit suppressed in that regard through just an inability to realistically scrim across regions. That's been the main kind of thorn in the side of this region for a while. But that kind of all changed a bit for me when we saw in the 2023 World Finals just how incredible it was to watch BC Gaming and to watch the BC Gaming, of course, now is the main Toxic Lotus roster that we've yet to see today. But watching how they fared at the World Finals, giving Revenant Esports and Luminosity a real run for their money. I mean, double match point with Luminosity Gaming, which at that point were a serious top contender in the North American region. And we're just literally one game away from both of their group games from going to that next stage of the competition. I mean, that was really the breakout moment for this region, and they've continued to have some good success. We saw last year the LCQ as well. So from what I've seen, we are gaining a lot of progression, and I wouldn't be surprised at all if this year is that year that we see a win for this region at LAN.
Yeah, I mean, excellent way to sum it up. I mean, last year, Toxic Lotus coming into that group up against Totem and Na'Vi, I don't think anybody expected China to make it out of day one. And they did it in a fashion, they kind of embarrassed Na'Vi almost. Like, I was being in that front seat, casting that game as a East Asia fanboy made me just absolutely so excited to see China's growth here. They just completely destroyed them in the draft and in gameplay as well. So every single year, Mainland China, at least one of their teams seem to be coming out of that country and seem to be bringing in better and better results. But we're going to be heading into the second map of the day. It's going to be a heist map. Now, I don't think we got a chance to see the map, so I'm not too sure what direction this might be. But looking at the bands, though, I think it's pretty obvious. It's probably something like Kaboom Canyon, if I had to guess.
Yeah, from memory, there's like a pool of maps which they select. So it's going to be definitely heist, and it's going to be either Safe Zone, Kaboom Canyon, or Hot Potato. Juju's left open, so a very straightforward pick. I mean, you've kind of got to go for it, haven't you? And Lily as well. We saw some great success with Lily across multiple regions, actually. In fact, pretty much every region really utilizing the Lily approach, but the Carl is equally as effective, in my opinion. Edgar, I guess, is probably a good deterrent of the Juju, but not the best. I mean, the Gree, if she has it available in that super side, is a pretty big tank counter and also a pretty decent Edgar counter. So it's going to work well into the Draco as well. I think it could even be Hot Potato, to be honest, on this map. We'll have to wait and see. But Spike being considered here, maybe, on the side of Boom. I like the draft so far for Toxic Lotus Genesis, but leaving the Juju open definitely can be problematic, to say the least. But if the Carl is left on the safe, that's what really, for me, where this comp can really shine. It's just so devastating. You've got the heat eject, the gadget, laying down those like burning embers onto the safe. It can just shred through it, and if you're able to get a second gadget off in time, as again the meta that we're seeing in this build of the game is prior to the most recent update, so the gadgets don't have the cooldown. You will be able to continuously, they obviously always had some form of cooldown, but you're able to cycle those gadgets on much faster than you can now since the update. So watch out for that Carl on the side of Toxic Lotus Genesis, because if Boom leave an opening in the defense, that is going to shred through some serious hit points of the safe.
Yeah, interestingly, we are going to be seeing the complete, abandonment of the defense here coming out from Toxic Lotus Genesis. A good heads-up play from them, recognizing that they probably have more damage than one Lily cast to offer. The heat ejector, as you said, is coming out. The Carl doing so much damage. We are already in a base race arc, and the save there on Boom, it's going down so quickly. I do, however, believe that Boom with 1% are the one that's going to be taking this game. What happened, Ark?
So close, down to the wire, base race all the way. I loved the mark on the save from the Draco, allowing the Carl to get tons more damage. But again, it's that situation where both of these comps are designed to do just that. Is that base race affair, and it just went slightly the way of Boom in much the same way that we saw the first set go. So now the pressure's on, good clear ups on both sides, but the spike on the safe is the real danger on the side of Boom. Look how quickly that safe is going down. This set could well be over if they don't get a defense here. The spike now goes down, the lady going back into the realm. Can't quite see the deficit, but it looks to me like the safe of Toxic Lotus Genesis is lower.
Yeah, I seem to have neglected the defense of the spike. He is going to be creeping up here on that left side, but the safe is pretty low. And Edgar just going to be jumping in there with just basically no health, no respect there for the Juju. Vivi's going to have to clean him up in the mid. And Lily sneaking through with that pesky Shadow Realm, going to be chucking in a little bit more damage. And I can't believe it, but Boom are actually going to be taking the set so quickly and so convincingly.
I thought we were going to have a long day, but that might not be the case if sets go that quickly. I mean, whew, for me, Toxic Lotus Genesis didn't really value that Lily pick enough. Because realistically, when you can whittle down her gadgets from being able to go instantly into the realm, she's not as able to go on the offensive. She's going to struggle to actually work her way forward. She has to earn that super to be able to close the gap on you. And, you know, she can't just at the touch of a green button disappear. And when you're already at a good, you know, safe deficit, that's where she can really just tie up the map very, very quickly. And that wasn't really valued highly enough, in my opinion, on the side of Toxic Lotus Genesis at all, in fact. There's some good offensive, you know, race onto the safe. I mean, a bit of a Hail Mary there from the Edgar. I'm not really sure what that was about. Better to probably heal off, and that could have been the turning point for me as well. Edgar there running as well, the Moon Guardian skin. I don't know whether you noticed that as well, but that's the exclusive skin for this region, the first that we've seen so far today. And I'm going to be on exclusive skin spotting today for sure, because there are some real wonders in this region as far as that's concerned. But certainly a terrible set, dare I say it, for Toxic Lotus Genesis there. The favorites in this series thus far, but it is a double elimination format that we have here in this competition. So if in that eventuality they do concede a loss here, they have a second chance later on down today in the elimination bracket to be able to redeem themselves and make it still through to the Brawl Cup. And of course, that prize pool is what everyone is fighting for aside from that as well. A tough set, a really tough set there for Toxic Lotus. Boom now putting one on the board brings us to one set apiece.
Yeah, a bit of strategic misplay, I think, there coming up from TL Genesis. Maybe they just forgot how much damage Spike can really do. They just went all in thinking that they kind of had the damage advantage, but you can't let that Spike slip through. You just immediately lose so much tempo. And as you said, yeah, Lily will come in and clean up soon after. You don't really want to burn your first life up here in the upper bracket. I mean, preferably you want to cruise your way through the upper bracket. At least from the perspective of TL Genesis, they will want at least 2 chances, I think, to play against Toxic Lotus. If they drop to the lower bracket here, they only have 1 shot at beating Toxic Lotus, and that's going to be pretty hard. Yeah,
that's the team that I'm looking to see today. My favorites for this competition, but because as we've seen so far, anything can happen in this region. I wasn't really sure what to expect from Boom, a team which, to my knowledge, haven't got players that I'm familiar with in any way. Maybe just the one from a couple of Mainland China monthly finals back in 2021. I think just 2 at best in that regard as well. So you know, it's kind of one of these regions where you do see that quite frequently across the player base. You'll see players that have not competed for 5 years, for 4 years, coming back around full circle to try to make something of their team for a brand new BSC season. And that's where the gameplay can come into question sometimes, because it's that, you know, again, that ability to stay really, really composed with your drafting and with your, you know, with your thumbs on the field, making sure the opportunities are landing time and time again, that, you know, teams and players that are out of the scene for so many years coming back fresh, they're going to be a little bit behind in that regard. So I'm very looking forward to seeing later on how much of a divide that we might see in some of the matches. But so far, this is a close one.
Yep, indeed. I think one of the biggest factors for Mainland China that makes Toxic Lotus in particular such a potent team is that, to my knowledge, they're the only team in this entire tournament that have a coach that doesn't come from Mainland China, which means he has access to study every other region. And so in that sense, I think when we see Toxic Lotus later, you're going to see a lot of very potentially one-sided drafts. Whereas right now, what we're seeing is, despite the fact that this meta has been here since the World Finals, none of these teams really seem to be caught up with what is kind of in the meta and what's kind of like the ideal draft. You know, we're seeing a lot of talk on, you know, social media about how this patch in particular was very much 70-30 in drafts. But here, Mainland China, not so much, because even in that previous draft, I looked at TL Genesis and I said, well, you know, they've got 3 great matchups. They seem to just have to control 1 win condition, and it's such an easy aim for them. And instead, they just get rolled. So still a lot for them to learn.
It's kind of funny when the sort of downtime between the sets takes longer than the actual games itself. Definitely this region taking a little bit more time than some of the other regions to get loaded up into the game, but the first set is on the way very shortly. You know, for me, again, like you rightly pointed out, you know, leaving the spike on the safe definitely was the downfall there on that set for Toxic Lotus Genesis. Boom played it to perfection in that regard, but they were allowed to. And that's the thing, like, when you just disregard certain brawlers on the safe, in a mode like Heist, it's going to go one way or the other. And that first game as well, 1% was all that was in it. I mean, we're starting the day. I mean, it's in the UK here, it's like 6:30. We've been here since 4 a.m. in the call. I did not expect to see in the second set of the day a Heist game that would go to 1% differential to 0 to 1%. Crazy stuff. But this is a region that are willing to take risks. Sometimes those risks will pay off, sometimes they won't. For Toxic Lotus Genesis, though, like you said and rightly pointed out, they're in a bit of a situation now where I think that they thought coming into this one it was going to be much more one-sided than it actually is.
Yep. One thing to note, I think, is that despite the fact that we mentioned that some of these teams are in and out of the scene, another thing that we can extrapolate is, at least in the eyes of Boom, they do have at least one player that's been playing since 2021. Now, if we assume that maybe he hasn't made a competitive debut, that means at the very least he's got, let me count, 4 years of experience playing Brawl Stars at this point, and he's got probably 4 years looking at the competitive scene and understanding what needs to be done. So it's not as if Boom are an absolute underdog in this matchup. I think they definitely still have a pretty good shot, and they've shown us, now that they're one set apiece, that they can indeed stand up against TL Genesis. It's going to be the other matchup later today that I think is going to be a little bit more David versus Goliath storyline, because you're going up against a team like Toxic Lotus that has literally went to multiple lands. White, as you said, being the player in Mainland Chandler that has been to the most lands in the entire region. So that's kind of a completely different matchup. So Boom kind of got a bit lucky here with the matchup.
Yeah, I feel so. At the same time, they are making it work in the best way that they can. That second set genuinely could have gone either way, in my opinion. If that first game had a different outcome when it came down to the Heist safe, if that 1% had gone the way of Toxic Lotus Genesis, then maybe they would have valued that second game a little bit more than they actually did. It's quite hard to gain that momentum back into your favor when you're already down a little bit. I think in terms of the draft there, nothing particularly wrong for me. I think the Edgar maybe was the only pick on the side of Toxic Lotus that maybe kind of questioned a little bit. They were obviously trying to focus on that Juju. But I don't think it's the best brawler to realistically do that anyway. It's okay, but there's definitely better options. As they're just giving us a little bit of a recap now as to who was playing what. Oh, actually, this is yeah, so I think the icons there showing and displaying either like the player's favorite brawler, so not really a reflection upon what we actually kind of saw in terms of the plays, but a bit of an idea as to what the trophies are for each individual player on each side as we go into our draft then for what I believe should be bounty, which is why it's a bit odd to see a loot, but we shall see how that kind of transpires. But from my understanding, it was going to be layer cake. Again, some of these names are lost in translation slightly, but from my overlay, Grass Thicket Mystery was one of the maps. What map would that actually be? Grass Thicket Mystery.
Snake Prairie.
Yeah, Snake Prairie,
Snake
right?
Prairie. Yeah, Snake Prairie. Yeah.
Mysterious Meteor. Very, very mysterious names for these maps. I'm looking forward to seeing which it will be. I'm assuming maybe Mysterious Meteor could be Shooting Star, because Melody sounds like that very thing to me, and looking at some of the bands makes a bit of sense. The kit, the Lou, I'm just surprised the Lou first pick. That to me doesn't really make any sense to value on a mode, regardless of the map like Bounty. Why you would go for Lou first pick if they're worried about the Melody, I can understand it. Maybe that's one of those things in this region where they really have a problem with, but ban it in that case, Mortis as well. Really quite an aggressive comp here from Toxic Lotus Genesis. Janet is a great pick, the kit as well, but I mean, the kit combined with the Janet, I completely understand that strategy. Just a little bit confused by this Lou first pick. It feels a little bit very much on defensive. It's actually layer cake. Not gonna be Shooting Star. That's kind of wild.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking about. I was like, in any of the map, I don't think the Mortis would have worked out. It has to be Sandwich Cake for it to actually work here. And yeah, more exclusive skins coming out here from China. That is going to be one of the Journey to the West skins coming out here from that Mortis. A nice pull connecting onto that loop, but Vivi not able to clean up. I think he missed one of his dashes there. It should have been a very easy in and out, but instead, he just threw away the first star.
Yeah, not great start. Good walking cane there. TP away to allow the Mortis to come in to get the takedown was nice. I'm a much bigger fan of this kit, Janet, to be honest. I think Janet, for me, is the first pick on this particular map. That's why I was kind of surprised to see it so late. Nice walking cane and great synergy being shown between the Great and the Mortis, but Janet does things to the skies, not able to secure any kills. And Might, struggling the way back down again. Lovely pickup. Beautiful stuff there from Lightstar on that Melody pick.
Yeah, the Grey are going to be cleaning up the kit here as well. No follow-up from the Lu to help him save it. So what could have been a good opportunity there has now been reversed. The Mortis with that first super chain are going to be taking down the Janet, and the Grey to follow up. Beautiful synergy coming out from TL Genesis. The kid just trying to pick out some scraps here. At least he gets one kill, putting the star differential at 4 between these two teams.
I'm loving the Grey here. Honestly, every shot really bang on. Good trades, but also a great hypercharge there from Vivi. Oh my word, disgusting stuff for Toxic Lotus Genesis. Such an affirming victory there in that first game. I mean, really, really solid. That was the best really that I've seen from this series from that squad.
Yep. This is, I think, what we showed up to see. I think Toxic Lotus Genesis, they look a little bit more warmed up now. There was some slight errors there, but at the very least, they close it out in a very dominant fashion. This time, though, Kid gonna be going on that right side, trying to get an early assassination, but the Grey, he takes down the Weekend in the back, preventing that connection. The follow-up is not there. Great coordination coming out of TL Genesis.
Well, a 3-star lead. And Immortus lurking on the right side. Vivi looking to time this with his teammates here. As the Kit, the Lu, and the Janet all going in. Lightstar cannot get out there. And nor can Vivi. A great amount of assertiveness. All great. Just missing that third shot. Costly there. Would have been able to get a takedown. Look at this. The stars are mounting big time in favor of Boom.
Oh yeah, the airstrikes are coming down. The Kid plus the Janet combo coming in. Another Walking King snipes out the Weekend, though. At the very least, and another TP coming in. A nice kill onto that Lu. And TL Genesis are only 2 stars away from equalizing the lead.
Really, really nice trades here. There's now Toxic Lotus Genesis pushing themselves forwards here. Hypercharge available to the Melody. Kit using the cardboard box, now invisible, and now connects with the Janet, who's got hypercharge. Great synergy here being displayed, and going straight to the Grey. Should be able to secure this. Not quite. We'll get the landing, but a little bit longer than they would like to have done, as Lightstar now coming in, getting the blue star in favor, but a quick, swift turnaround in favor of Boom. Ties up this set yet again. Oh my word. Very, very close. And now, a bit of a perilous position here for Toxic Lotus.
Yeah, this is the midpoint of the set. It's really where I think the momentum of the game can swing in either direction. So coming into game 3, we're going to see if Toxic Lotus Genesis, they do any adaptive changes. This time we see the Kid here on the left side. No early lead from him. He's going to be sneaking up there on that mid. The Grey's in a precarious position. He's going to be going down the jump on the Mortis. And boom, they clean up TL Genesis.
Lightstar went back there. I would have thought that was the time to go in. All 3 members on the other side of the field were very low. It could have been a triple even, in my opinion, but he thought better of it. Felt like it was better to preserve the situation, or at least his stars. But Toxic Lotus are still behind now, and that is the concern against a Janet, a Kit. The Lu's not my favorite pick, but it has been getting some decent value. Cardboard box gadget for Kit going in again on the Grey, and the TP away as the Kit they're connecting, I think, with the Lu was probably not the idea that they were looking to implement now, as Vivi trying to dash around some of these yard balls on that right hand side. Not really much that Toxic Lotus can do in this position until this Lu super goes down.
Yeah, they're gonna have to bite their timings and play off these Walking Kings. It connects, but not really doing much this time. Going in for that Kid, though. Kid kind of just ran it down there to throw away 2 stars. They are still in the lead, Boom. But, you know, it's not looking like that should have been something that should have realistically happened at the very least. Now they've got this Lu hypercharge, which is gonna make it really easy to defend. But yeah, just 1 kill differential away. There's no more Walking Kings on the Grey, though, so it's gonna be hard for TL Genesis to get an opportunity. If they could just bait out that Lu super, which they do, but they spend the Mortis to do it. The follow-up from the Melody is going to be coming in there. Hypercharge coming out as well. He manages to extract, and somehow TL Genesis, they rob the star that they need from Boom.
I think Lightstar could have got another kill for himself. He was still dubious about the stars that he had above his head. But it would be nice to have had in this position here, especially now that Janet going to the skies and everyone on the side of Toxic Lotus falling as Boom come out. Daylight robbery. And that's it. Egg on the face of Toxic Lotus, who just didn't keep their cool. And the set goes the way of Boom, who now have a lead in this series. Oh my word.
Yeah, the timing of the push there, I think, seemed a little bit too early. If TL Genesis had basically timed their last offense closer to the last 15 seconds of the game, maybe there would just be no time and no tempo for Boom to just follow up there. But instead, you know, when you make a dive like that, you feed, you know, all these supers, and then if you leave enough time, there's time for the opposing team to just, fight back. So this is game number 1. We saw such clean execution coming out from TL Genesis, but I think later we'll see in the highlights, most of them are going to be focused on the side of Boom instead, and that stellar sort of team play coming out between that Janet, the Kid, and that Lou.
Wow, Boom are playing a really, really great game for me. I think the draft is where they're excelling right now. I think the kit worked out really, really well. I think some missed opportunities for sure for me on the side of Toxic Lotus there. And I hate to single someone out, but Lightstar I felt could have done a little bit more on that Melody pick, despite the 5 stars above his head. I know that is, does kind of contradict itself, but I think that like there were moments where he could have even got more stars, maybe ended the game earlier prior to those big pushes that really turned against themselves. And I think that's where they went a bit wrong. I think they needed to be going a little bit more on the aggressive than they were. I think that it just left a bit too much open to a counter push. I think that for me, Boom on defense did really, really well to have that Lou hypercharge available and ready to hand. It's a very tough thing to really push into that sort of thing. And you're second guessing when the time is going to be right to try to get something of value. It was a great connection onto the Mortis, which opened up some of the doors then to go back onto the aggressive to gain that map control back. But no, I'm still not a biggest fan of the Lou first pick. I think that for me is not my favorite of the strategies, but they were clearly worried, or at least concerned, that on the side of Toxic Lotus, that they would go in with a dive comp like that kind of Mortis idea. And that exactly was their strategy with the Melody combined. I mean, that Lou kind of actually only served to get stronger in the draft when they drafted the Mortis and the Melody into it. So, I mean, that really is a big blunder on the side of Toxic Lotus to not really divert their attention around the draft and look at what they're drafting into. They're trying to pick things that they just like to play, that they want to play, that they're comfortable playing. You can't do that. If the draft is not displaying the warning signs that it should, then you have to adapt. And they didn't do that. They just drafted into the eye of the storm, and they got punished for it. I think in this situation, Boom absolutely deserved to be one set up.
Yeah, I didn't like the direction of the draft. I didn't like the Mortis pickup at the very end. There was no excitement coming out from either of us when we saw this Mortis, because it's like, we didn't know the map. In all honesty, it looked more like it could have been something else that maybe it makes a bit more sense in one of these other maps, like Mysterious Meteor. But here on Sandwich Cake, no, it doesn't really work out in the same way. You get that blue star advantage, but yeah, you've now drafted your entire team to be weak into the first pick of your opponent. It's the whole point of draft is so that, you can kind of respond. And Lou is not, as you said, it's not a solid first pick. It's not a pick that's designed to, just fit into any draft. It has to be picked with some kind of hate in mind. It has to be some kind of tank, some kind of aggressive picked up. And so, yeah, TL Genesis, they're going to have to go back to the drawing board and rethink the way that they've been drafting the series, because they're only one set away from dropping to the lower bracket.
Yeah, very dangerous position realistically here when you consider that between these two rosters, Toxic Lotus Genesis absolutely have the more substantial experience. There's no question about it. Good Knight's attended 2 World Finals. There's really little to be said on the roster of Boom for any real background, really. I mean, just the one player really there with some monthly final experience back in 2021, and that was the last year of competition really that they were doing. So definitely some big questions to ask here as to why we're not seeing a better performance from Toxic Lotus Genesis. I had this down as being a sweep or maybe a 3-1 at best in favor of Toxic Lotus, who are now behind by 1 set. They really need to address some things, and for me, I think they've got to start with that draft. It kind of makes very little sense to me with the way that they were going towards what they picked, against what was being displayed. That's the thing. You have to draft what's on the other side of the field and be playing that constant game of chess, rather than just going, okay, we've picked our comp before the draft takes place. That's kind of where things are going wrong. In the first set for me in the Brawl Ball, it felt a bit like they were just a bit nervous, making some blunders, which I hope were nerves and not just kind of like, lack of technical ability. But that set was all about the draft. I mean, they had some good moments. They got some good trades, some good kills, but you got to win the sets. You got to play the objective. That's where they're lacking currently.
Yeah, I'm glad you brought up blunders, because strategically, right? Let's break this down. In that first set, it looked like strategically I think I would say it's kind of even, maybe slightly towards the side of TL Genesis. I like that comp a little bit more there. And so they edged out ahead. There were some tactical mistakes that they made. You know, some passes just not really connecting, the timing of the pushes, the lane swaps, they were a bit dubious. That was okay. They still managed to walk away with it. You know, just a minor mistake, a question mark, so to speak. But then on Heist, it's an absolute double question mark blunder on their part. You know, they've got a draft that I think is pretty much completely winning. And they just completely just neglect the spike battering ram coming in to just tear the safe apart. And all of a sudden now, you know, now after you drop that bounty set, you're 2 sets down, and you no longer have that safety net. So heading into this knockout map, they're gonna have to really recompose themselves and think really carefully. And unfortunately, they do have, fortunately or unfortunately, depending on your perspective, they have the first pick here, which I think most pro players wouldn't really like to have on a map like Knockout.
So I just saw there as well the favorite brawlers screen, which normally I wouldn't really kind of pay much attention to, but I think it speaks volumes here. I mean, you saw the Edgar was a favorite pick on the side of Toxic Lotus Genesis there. They picked that in Heist. The Mortis is a favorite brawler pick. They picked that in the previous set in Layer Cake. They're picking their favorite brawlers, you know, and they're not playing the draft. And for me, from what I've seen on the side of Boom, they are absolutely playing the draft. They're picking brawlers in before the draft even takes place on the side of Toxic Lotus Genesis that they know that they're going to be able to work better with, because they're a bit predictable in that sense. That's why the loot pick made sense for them to draft first and made no sense to me as just someone looking at what is meta. They're playing against their opposition. Perfect. Okay, Golden Gulch then will be the next map. Knockout, of course, will be the mode. I feel like at the moment, Boom are playing a better game, but Toxic Lotus Genesis, it can't be denied, are very aggressive in their playstyle. Here, it's just the question of, do they have the most aggressive kind of comp to be able to battle this out? Certainly, the Gene synergy with the RT makes a lot of sense. Being able to drop the legs of the RT and have the magic hand can eradicate so swiftly, and you need that. The Angelo is going to be quite tough to make work unless they are tapping on the side of Boom, which so far, 2 consecutively so, they are. 3.
Yeah, there's a staying here for 3 in a row. All right, 3 in a row. Now he's just showing off. He's just going to be pushing even more aggressive. 4 in a row. Already the super coming out here. The walking kick connects. Lightstar is the target. He doesn't seem to be dodging very well. Another shot eaten out by him. No time for us to rest as casters to even analyze some of this action. At the very least, the dust settles and Boom are repelled. It could have been a, you know, very, very tricky position there for TL Genesis to get out of, and barely making it out of there alive.
Unique skin there for Grey as well. I don't think that's the Moon Guardian skin for Grey, but it's definitely a unique skin to Mainland China. Rocket Rain does connect onto the weekend now. It's got to heal up as the gas coming in. A different shade here in Mainland China as well, must be said. As now, no Gene Magic hand to pull. Weekend goes in aggressively, 2 versus 2 now. Lightstar low, but has the ability to body block for the Gene. And Vivi gets it done.
Down to the wire there, just 1 member left standing, but it is all it takes to take that first round of knockout. Let's see if Boom changes their lane assignments any. They're not going to be doing that. They have the tempo lead with the Angelo coming out of the base early, but it's going to be TL Genesis, this Gene RT combination, as you mentioned, that's going to be the target that they have to break if Boom want to make any progress in this game.
I'm scared for Toxic Lotus Genesis a little bit though, despite getting that first round, because some of the accuracy here. Oh, nice gadget there from the Angelo to jump away. I think that magic hand was probably going to connect there as well, so a big waste of utility there for Toxic Lotus Genesis. Breaking up some of the map might be some saving grace here, but they're just not looking as composed for me. Boom now with a hypercharge for the Angelo, a shield for the Gus as well. Cookie Popper gadget as well onto the Brock, continuing to get good value, but no kills, and that's the downside so far.
Hypercharge here coming off the Brock just for that little stat boost, trying to get the taps out here on the Grey. Angelo though pops out his super, no hypercharge from him. A nice poison arrow connects onto the RT, and yeah, this is going to be Boom's round. Very easily executed. I like the discipline coming out from the Angelo, recognizing that he doesn't need that hypercharge to win this round. But here, in round number 3 though, it is going to be TL Genesis. The Genie with that hypercharge pull is going to be something that we have to look out for.
Hypercharge with the Grey as well. Nice jump away yet again with the Stinging Flight gadget on the Angelo. But 2 hypercharges available for Boom here. It's not looking good, bruv, here on the side of Toxic Lotus Genesis. You know, if the Grey wants to get 2 TPs down on the map, he can do so as well. But we'll probably prefer just to go with the hypercharge and get that additional buff along to help his teammates out to secure at least one singular takedown. Probably looking to isolate the Brock here for me. The RT just doing his best on the side of Toxic Lotus to be able to just keep above his teammates and be ready with those legs to deflate what the Grey can really bring to the table. With the gut shielding, though, will be much tougher to take down. Now the hypercharge for the Angelo coming into play, and they are starting to field the sheep here into the corner. A rocket rain, but to no avails. There's Grey's going to be able to dash away to the side with the teleport as well. And now it's a 3 versus 2. Boom are looking like they're going to be going from a fantastic position into a position of dreams here. 3 versus 1, and nowhere for the Brock to go. That's going to be a game, and a match point, no less, for Boom.
Incredible stuff here. They are now only one game away from putting TL Genesis into that lower bracket. They just need to keep their nerves composed, keep the plan simple, and things should be going well. TL Genesis, on the other hand, they have to kind of make some adaptations. In all 3 games, I'm seeing them doing the same thing over and over again. Okay, at the very least, they are breaking apart this lower wall instead of that upper walls so quickly. The second wall break going to be coming out. They're going to be choosing to break more on their own side, just open up more sidelines for them to shoot. But yeah, the lane adjustments are exactly the same. I don't know what TL Genesis are looking to do. Lightstar is getting clapped by this Angelo.
I'm really just not sure how to deal with it, but Lightstar getting some good taps will help a little bit, and the mark above the Angelo's head, but not much of a deterrent, it seems, as the aggressiveness continues on, and the poison now trickling in to the RT. Missed walking cane from the Grey, though, onto the Brock will open up an opportunity, but it's going to be double lane there. Good taps into the weekend, but I'm surprised that Brock doing a fantastic job, in all fairness, because 2 versus 1 is not an easy place to be against the Gus and a Grey, and depriving that teleport for the Grey is so crucial here. You do not want those dimensional doors to show their face. Oh, the Grey goes down. Nice defensive there from Toxic Lotus Genesis, and now an opportunity which they got secure.
Yeah, Lightstar gonna be popping out those legs just to flatten out the Angelo here. It's going to be a very nice, easy cleanup for them after a nice pick-off onto that Grey. Seemed to like more of, you know, the mistake, I think, coming out here from the weekend, rather than like a really nice play here from Toxic Lotus Genesis. They're going to have to really step up their game if they want to secure this second set. We are seeing some lane reassignments. The Angelo is going to be going onto this Brock lane instead, and that might just be the plan that isn't really working out because they're being pushed back all the way to the right side of the map.
Yeah, good news. Toxic Lotus so far. They've got, a great position now. The Gus down to 8 HP. Oh, that Gene shot just scathing and missed, as did the Rocket Rain, but by a much larger margin. Then that hypercharge completely wasted, in my opinion, on the side of Toxic Lotus. Gus, shield hand over to the Grey. Despite the mark staying on his feet, though, as we'll have the healing of the back of the TP there utilized. And a hypercharge for the Angelo pick here as well. It's 1 round away for Toxic Lotus, but a missed pull could prove costly here.
Yeah, loss of that big resource. Without the pull here, the late game is going to be a lot more difficult. Toxic Lotus Genesis, the smoke is starting to close in. They are contending against a Gus shield and a hypercharge here from the Angelo, which he is going to use. Lightstar trying to flatten out the Gus here, but it's not going to be enough. 3 versus 1. It's going to be an easy cleanup here for Boom.
Oh dear. Dear, oh dear. Danger. Real peril now for Toxic Lotus, because 1 round away and they will find themselves in that lower bracket. And that's not where you want to be in today's format. They will not be out of the competition, but certainly at a disadvantage, to say the least here. Lightstar thinking about it, getting tapped up now. Consecutive shots here from Boom. Danger, real danger. The heals as well from the Gene. Oh, crucial from VV onto Lightstar. Just surviving on, but for how long here? Pushed into the corner, considerably so. It's surely a matter of time before Boom get a kill.
The hypercharge Grey Super comes out, but it's not actually going to be enough. He gets picked up by the Rocket Rain. Overextension here from Boom, but let's see if they can still convert. The hypercharge from the Brock going to be used to push Boom outside of their spawn. Until Genesis, they just need to consolidate this 2 versus 3. But Cookie Papa comes out, catches Vivi on the side, and it's now a 2 versus 2.
Oh, ridiculous stuff here, but Toxic Lotus just hanging on by the skin of their teeth for the Brock. Out of position here. Goes down 2 versus 1 now. Beautiful stuff from Boom. And they should be able to secure it. And they do. What an upset to start the day as Boom take down Toxic Lotus Genesis.
Incredible stuff. And I think, you know, Boom really just outplayed Toxic Lotus Genesis. They seem to be on the back foot the entirety of that knockout set. The only kills that they were ever getting was when the Weeknd was a little bit overzealous, a bit too over-aggressive. But yeah, you know, winding back to these highlights, we're going to be seeing quite a lot of taps coming out here from the Angelo. True to his name, I might add, because his name roughly translates to Ice Archer. Well, in this case, he is the Poison Archer from heaven, dropping so much poison and so much dominance onto Lightstar. Dare I say he's my MVP?
Yeah, I'm with you. I really am. I'm so impressed. I really am. You know, it's probably a good job that we're not doing predictions today, let's be honest, because we would be already one down. There's no doubt in my mind. We would absolutely be one down. Not the result that I was expecting, but a deserved one from Boom. I mean, they really played a fantastic draft, but you could see that their confidence only grew in time. And for such an accomplished roster like Toxic Lotus Genesis, I expected more, to be completely honest. A thoroughly deserved victory and an upper bracket then maintained by Boom. You know, their opposition to come might be a fierce one, let's be honest, as I know what our next matchup will be, but certainly not the starting result that I expected to see, but one that I'm glad to see. It shows that we're seeing some real unexpected results in this region and some great back and forth. And in my opinion, no doubt about it, the better team won.
Yep, 100% agreed with you on that. I think that knockout top exemplified exactly the standard of these teams that they are compared to each other. I think whenever we look at a map like Knockout, you can either win, you know, completely strategically, or you can win just, you know, pure mechanically. And that last one, you see, 2 wins, 2-0 for the side of Boom, really showcasing the dominance that they had. And they're going to be promoted to the next round. As you said, they are now only 1 game away from the grand finals, you know, that $10,000 prize, the $20,000 grand prize, as well as the qualification to that Brawl Cup. Meanwhile, on the other side of TL Genesis, they're going to be knocked down to that lower bracket, where they will await the loser of the next match instead, which will be coming up very shortly.
Yeah, well, on the other side of this schedule today, for this stage of the bracket, our next match is going to be Toxic Lotus, the main roster, which is, in my opinion, the #1 seed of this competition, up against a team called Alpha, who, again, are unknowns, but as were Boom to us. So we have to hold some reservations there. Like, we can't get carried away and just say that Toxic Lotus is going to storm this in a sweep. That's my still gut feeling, but I thought that about this match. And how wrong was I? I'm going to say we're going to pull you into this, Spoo. You're with me. We were both on the same page there. No doubt about it that was going to go the way of Toxic Lotus Genesis. It didn't. So this is a different situation, however, it must be said. There's substantially more experience on the side of Toxic Lotus, the main roster. You know, White has, again, 3 world final appearances in this region, the most of any player. So, like, we have to consider these facts in mind when it comes down to this specific matchup. But definitely for Boom, how are they going to be feeling about their next match, knowing that it could well be a much tougher competition?
Yeah, I think at the very least they got to warm up. You know, if this was a matchup between, let's say, 2 complete unknown teams, right? And then they make it into, like, the second round. It could have been Boom versus Alpha, for example. And maybe Boom takes this one. And then you're going up against Toxic Lotus, and the gap feels really big. Now you know that, in theory, you have beaten the region's #2, and you're just 1 step closer to maybe beating the region's #1. Now, it has to be said, though, as you mentioned, and we've been saying this time and time again, the difference in experience is insane. It's talking, we're looking at levels of, like, maybe if Toxic Lotus is like here, then every other team, the #2 team, is like a massive gap of my entire body span. Like it's not even close, is what I'm trying to say. Not to say that Alpha are, you know, out of this whatsoever, because as we said, we haven't seen them yet. But I think after the first set, if, you know, Toxic Lotus has been doing the preparation, we're in for a much more one-sided match.
You know, this is the thing. Really little to say, in my opinion, on the side of Alpha as to, like, their kind of background and what they can bring to the table. But, you know, I mean, in terms of the roster for Toxic Lotus, this is like, you know, last year's Toxic Lotus roster, and the year prior to that, Species Gaming roster from the World Finals. And what a run they had at those World Finals, you know. I mean, a double match point against Luminosity Gaming in Group A. And then a match point against, you know, Revenant Esports. I mean, huge teams, and just one singular game away from changing the entire trajectory of what that whole World Finals could have been. I mean, imagine if it was them that faced up against Zeta Division instead of Luminosity, because Luminosity went again to a match point versus Zeta Division, who then went to win the entire thing. Imagine if that was a Zeta versus, BC Gaming matchup. I mean, there's everything to say which that could have genuinely changed the course of Brawl Esports history, because they played a fantastic World Finals then. But this roster is also with OU, who we know is such a pioneer in this region, goes back many, many years. I remember watching him play with Nova Esports in the 2021 World Finals in Bucharest, and it definitely wasn't a great year in generally the mainland China region, to be fair. Like, they still had yet to even earn a set in any kind of major event in Brawl Esports by that time, and they were swept back then as well. But OU, White, and Engine, I mean, this roster is really quite a scary one. Engine's got 1 World Finals under his belt from the 2023 World Finals with BC Gaming. And then you got OU as well with 2, and then White with 3. I mean, that's some scary stuff if you're going up against, being a relatively unknown team like Alpha. Very, very scary.
Yeah, it goes without saying, the storyline, pretty much, it's just, you're going up against basically the biggest mountain you have to climb, and there's just no practice up to it, right? Like, before this, like, what other teams in China can you really play against that's at this level? Yeah, there's none compared to the sheer amount of experience that this team have had. And now I think we have to also highlight that with the addition of a coach, this is like the only team in China that's actually bothered to go and seek out coaches from other countries. In this case, they picked up Star Dragon, a coach that came primarily from the East Asian or the Southeast Asian regions, which just means that he has access to drafts that no one else does. He can basically study the meta, and under, I would say, his drafting, that is where Toxic Lotus really popped off at the LCQ last year. A total upset against Navi, denying them the day 2 lead, and as you said, altering history. We could have seen 3 Japanese teams last year instead of 2 at the World Finals, and instead, because of Toxic Lotus, all we had at the World Finals was Crazy Raccoon and Rival Esports. Navi was nowhere to be seen, and it has to be said, they were downed by a team from mainland China, and it's this Toxic Lotus roster.
I thoroughly agree. I mean, that was a historic moment for Brawl Esports and mainland China as a whole. The first victory that they had ever really had against another team from around the world. And a sweep as well, 2-0. I mean, no one really saw that coming. I would have said that if they were going to win that matchup, then it was probably going to be a 2-1. So a really good way to make themselves known in the LCQ. Obviously, when it came down to that second day, they did get swept by Foot Esports, and that's why we saw Foot Esports at the World Finals, but they still won over everyone's hearts. It was such an amazing moment for me to kind of witness go down, because we've been waiting for that really to happen, for mainland China to put themselves on the map. And that was really, for me, the first time that it happened and really resonated so. I mean, everyone at the World Finals in 2023 was, in my opinion, hoping that we were going to see an upset there. Regardless as to who you were cheering for, I think everyone wants to see growth across the whole region, across the whole world, rather, in Brawl Esports. And we saw that in 2023. We saw the first win in 2024 at the LCQ. Will we now see something more? Will we see like an actual win at a World Finals? That's kind of what I want to see. But more importantly, first to focus on is the fact that, we might be in a position where we see mainland China make some big plays at the Brawl Cup, as that is what is on the line here today. Whoever wins today will get a place at the Brawl Cup and will be the first team actually to be able to do so.
Yep, Alpha going up against Toxic Lotus here. We're just going to be taking a very, very quick look at all their favorite modes. And interestingly, we're seeing quite the variety across the board. There are 2 knockout players that really like knockout. Now, we said we don't want to focus on it too much, but I like to think that a team that likes a mode more has a sort of better odds at performing in it, and I'm expecting to see that they've at least put a bit more preparation here. Now, here on that first map, this is Brawl Ball, if I'm not mistaken, and we're starting off with a great first pick in the previous patch. This is already, to me, quite interesting. And on this side, we've got Leon and potentially RT coming in here for Toxic Lotus.
Okay. Well, again, just to reiterate, this is a previous meta. This version of the game, this build, is actually prior to the most recent update. So we're not going to be seeing any Hank hypercharges. Don't worry, folks. No hypercharges for other brawlers also. So basically the same meta as we saw in every monthly final in every other region. Which I think will come to a nice relief to some, as we've seen some of the pros not really feeling the balancing for some certain main defenders. Looking at you, Hank. But so far, I'm liking this draft. Toxic Lotus, the Eve and the Gus and the Grey's not a bad shout, but Artie and Penny. Penny was very underutilized in pretty much every other region also, which, you know, I was kind of surprised. EMEA is probably playing it the most, but certainly that was an underplayed brawler, which I was expecting to see more of actually in the monthly finals that we just witnessed.
Yeah, it's a bit of a weird spot right now Penny is in, because undoubtedly with that new hypercharge, she is a pretty good win condition. It's just that some people might consider her a little bit too slow. And yeah, oh, wow. So Shooting Star is Mysterious Meter. We were discussing what this could potentially be. I think you were right, Ark, on the mark here. Heading into Shooting Star here. Now this Leon RT Penny kind of makes a little bit more sense. Leon's a bit more old school here. Sort of operating as this kind of like pseudo max type brawler that also gives some win conditions in that late game on this kind of a slow mode. But yeah, jumping into this first set, it's going to be Toxic Lotus versus Alpha on Shooting Star. And off to a very, very simple start here. Just Walking Cane's miss, and the star is in Toxic Lotus's hands.
Well, already you with that star safely on the side of Toxic Lotus. You kind of want that. You want your opposition to be pushing into you. Big taps on the left-hand side. Oh, and a follow-up gadget hacks there. Beautiful stuff there on the RT. That will bring over some more stars. Toxic Lotus. And a good, healthy lead so far. Staying in control of that mid. And trying to keep possession of that. Oh, look at that as well. Knight going in yet again on the both the Grey and the Eve there. Very good start so far for Toxic Lotus. Looking pretty composed and not looking too nervous. Good connection from the grounds, the gadget, but not much more than that. Oh, the Leon going in now. Get some good taps. No takedown just yet.
Yeah, Eve Pet's coming out here, but it's going to be quickly just completely answered by this Penny just shredding through with it. No real coordination coming out here from Alpha. They are waiting on this Gus to get that shield, but as long as Leon holds onto the super, it's going to be a very risky thing to push on your own. Alpha only have 30 seconds left on the clock. This is a completely different series compared to that first one we watched. Not as much aggression here, very passive play coming out from both teams, but Toxic Lotus, they are playing a very, very, very solid play. Engine almost gets the tap here on that Eve. Last Walking King comes out just to get that invis out of the way. A little bit of a strange tactical choice there. They're just whittling down the time here on Toxic Lotus. A last Hail Mary play coming out here from the Eve, jumping forward, trying to play aggressive here, but White is going to be coming in to shred that Gus. Grey's not even going to try for the TP here. A complete dominant 7-0 win by Toxic Lotus.
It's just so surprised for me to see the Grey not really trying to do anything in the final moments. I mean, it's sure, not going to really be able to do much there, but you would think that you would still try and fight it out until the very end to get something, but clearly just too demoralized on the side there of Alpha, as Toxic Lotus were the team which were just so aggressive from start to finish. Great tap there yet again on that left-hand side with the RT. In terms of the player names as well, I'm going to assume that, you know, is Ignite's Engine and Damon White. Yeah, just double checking because that's a bit confusing. But yeah, so it'd be Engine on the left hand side there and White on that right hand side, who's renamed himself to Damon.
Yeah, I mean some cheeky renames here on each side. You know, Mainland China, they don't really seem to be that keen on, you know, holding on to that personal branding a little bit. Maybe this guy just wants to be a bit of a demon this time. He doesn't want to just be called White. You know, at some point he named himself after his team name. I think he used to be called TOC at some point. But yeah, right now Gus on that right side almost getting shredded out here by Damon. The combined pressure from Toxic Lotus. It looks like a very similar game one here. The Eve Pet's coming out once again at a bit of an odd timing here. Great, no TP just yet, but at least they get some tempo to push forward. Another Walking King just completely whiffing, and that's the last one. He doesn't have a single super. He spent 4 gadgets and he's got no super.
Tower down for OU. Placed directly onto the lollipop drop, and that's gonna be a very tough thing to penetrate on the side of Alpha. We've yet to get really anything to write home about here. Big taps yet again from Engine onto the Eve, forcing him back. But what really can they do here with just such a confidence being displayed? Got to go Gadget from the Eve. We'll live to fight another day, but it's still a 3-star lead. And the blue for Toxic Lotus, and no time really here. Alpha have got to go in now in the hopes of being able to salvage this set.
Yeah, only 7 seconds left on the clock. The Eve pets, I don't even know if they'll be in time to come out to really make a difference. The Eve are trying to get a kill. Hypercharge comes in, he jumps in with the Gray. It wouldn't have been enough. They needed to get a double kill. Even if they had like 5 seconds more on the clock, that wouldn't have worked out for them. Toxic Lotus, they sweep the first set in extremely dominant fashion. I think Ark, this time, if we made predictions, we probably would be a little bit more accurate.
I would say that was probably the most convincing match of the day, so far. I mean, it's just the second series, but I feel like there was the confidence. You could sense it, couldn't you, there for Toxic Lotus? They just felt very much at home, did not seem flustered at all. Very confident, just getting that early lead. And on the defensive there as well, they stood firm. They didn't really seem at all shaken. Alpha may have bitten off a bit more than they can chew, but it wasn't really a bone which they really would have wanted to begin with. Let's be honest. I think that certainly a tough drawing for them in the bracket so far. But hey, we saw this, didn't we, in the last series? And we thought that Boom were going to get steamrolled. And, we saw the first set go the way of Toxic Lotus Genesis. That quickly changed, and they then got reverse swept along that series. So let's see. So far, though, I would say that was a bit of a different gravy match for the main Toxic Lotus roster. No real issues with the draft that I could feel whatsoever. Good consecutive tapping on all lane sides, gadgets, every utility placed in the right places. Not really much that you can pick a hole at there.
Yep. I mean, when it comes to regions, there's always a bit of a regional preference. Leon is a East Asian preference when it comes to Shooting Star. Not the usual pairing that you will see, but it does have certain applications. We did see it long time ago to kind of block out the Nani picks, which could have been the angle that I think the side of Alpha might have been going for. So yeah, I mean, with Shooting Star, there's at this point for Shooting Star, there's like a million different ways that you could play. Of course, all of that has been thrown out the window with the new patch, but this is the last tournament, I would say. We could officially say it. I think this is the last tournament that's going to be played on pre-Gadget Stars sort of era. And so this is sort of the culmination of all the seasons before, all the research going into all these maps. And Toxic Lotus, as you said, they have a very, very significant lead in that front, both in that experience and, with the help of that forward coach to really just give them the little bit more guidance that they need to make sure that every single draft is really solid.
Everything felt solid to me. Not even just the draft, but just like everything, the gameplay, the mechanics. What you'd expect from a team that has accomplished so much in their careers so far. I think a lot to be said as well about this roster in the sense that they've stuck together for a while now. We tend to see that across the world, that players that really know each other really well in the game and can allow a lot of trust then as well. It just helps everything to flourish. And in a region where it's not unusual to see players that have really left the scene for a good number of years and come back to try their hand at Mainland China Finals, consistency really is quite key for me. And this is by far the most consistent roster that we've got in this region so far. So if anything is to change in this series so far, we see some comeback potential for Alpha. If we see an upset, it will be without doubt the biggest of upsets that we would have seen so far throughout the entire series of play. And we've had prior to today as well in the schedule, a whole week of qualifiers leading up to this. Yesterday, we had an elimination phase where we had 4 teams in 4 groups play itself out to whittle it down to just 4 that are competing here today. So we really have gone through the motions. I think it was 4,096 total teams in those qualifying stages. That is a huge amount of turnout. That's like the same amount that we get in like an EMEA region. So it really is quite amazing that we have so many players that are looking to be competitive in this region. I think it's a really, really great thing for the region as a whole, looking to the broader big picture, to really build up this region. And this, for me, is a team that are leading that push and have been for years. So the Toxic Lotus, so far, first set in the bag, very comfortably so. Can they keep this up? That's the question, because as we saw already today, not everyone is able to.
Yeah. Not everyone is able to, but we have to compare sort of, as you said, how solid both these teams are playing. TL Genesis, the off-brand version of Toxic Lotus in this case, that is now awaiting in that lower bracket. They are there for a reason. Even in that first, the one and only set that they won, they were playing, I would say, a little bit less refined. It was a very scrappy game for me, to be honest. Didn't have that same kind of very solid gameplay that we expect, that we're very used to seeing in all of the other regions. At EMEA, for example, almost every single game, the offenses that you have to coordinate between teams is really like those unstoppable attacks. That's how it feels, and not like you're hoping that the opponent makes a mistake and then you capitalize off that mistake. No, Toxic Lotus is the only team here in Mainland China that seems to exemplify that kind of very, very methodical gameplay for me. And if they keep this up, I think in that bounty set earlier, they looked so chill. Like, they were making some really cheeky plays at time, like White didn't have to go aggressive at certain times, but he was like, you know what, I'm going to test out my dodging skills. I'm going to go invis and run it down against 3 people because I just think that they can't beat me. And that's the confidence that Toxic Lotus has built across all these years, and it's well-earned and well-deserved. So they just keep chilling. I think, honestly, they've got this quite in the back.
I think when you look at a player like White, someone who, literally has been the only player in Brawl Esports history to stand on the world stage on his own against a team like SK Gaming. I mean, that's the most daunting of prospects. I think that, it's unimaginable. And yeah, they got swept in that World Finals in 2022, in the World Finals in Paris, of course, but they still left with a lot of charm and they won all our hearts. I think that is confidence building. It is personal growth. Wow. A favorite brawler of Ollie there. That's his, ow, my eyes. They're burning, Spoo. Help.
Wow.
Prior to the balance change, by the way.
Yeah. It's funny that your favorite brawler is Ollie pre-balance change because, on release, this brawler was a little bit weak. Just to remind the audience who are just tuning in that we are playing on the previous patch. Now, I know we've said this a few times, but yes, this is going to be the previous patch. Meeple is not in play. Ollie is in play. So if he does want to bring out the Ollie, this pre-patch Ollie, he can. It's not exactly the best of brawlers in this current state. And jumping into this draft here on this second map of the day. Now, we're not sure what this map is. We know the mode, so we just have to deduce a little bit of what it is. And early Kenji. Not early. Finally, we see a Kenji pickup coming out throughout this tournament. This was Kenji before it was sort of, deterred time and time again by all those balance changes. So this is actually Kenji in one of its better states. And Toxic Lotus, they round out their draft really, really nicely. Alpha, on the other hand, they pick up this very, very early Squeak. And I'm not too sure if it will work out in their favor.
Yeah, it's going to be Hot Zone as the mode, but the map pool is all that we have to realistically go on. We've got open... the maps are renamed slightly in the Mainland China region. Open for business. Beetle Duel and Blazing Fire Ring. I think we all know what they translate to, but I think it's really quite fascinating to see some of the variations and differences. And so we see that in the game also with some of the skins. Some really nice, a nice lick of paint. It's going to be dueling beetles then. So nice to see. I think the draft makes a lot of sense, even from both sides here. Nothing that really stands out too much for me as being problematic in any way. I think for me, though, the Frank is definitely a daring prospect. So we've got Kenji, Larry and Laurie, and the Lu. I didn't quite catch the balance. Was very banned, did you see? Because I feel like if it wasn't, it was a big missed opportunity because in this comp with Alpha, certainly to have that with the Frank would have been a great pairing. Squeak's not a bad idea. It's just not really quite fully meta, in my opinion. The Hypercharge has definitely helped it out, no doubt about that. But the B tend to want to kind of break, so it's down to the Frank really to open up the map here to allow somewhat of an advantage.
Yep, I think Squeak's just sort of one of those old school ideas. Used to have a really, really strong dominance here. Toxic Lotus is going to be finally taking control over that mid. But yeah, the Squeak just seems to be sort of a parity to this Lu. You've got Lu with the super and the ice rink coming down to just control the zone. So Squeak is sort of an early game version, a much, much smaller version, but it does do a similar job here. Now, the first Squeak should be flying out here, connected to OU, but a nice gadget usage to just keep him topped up so he stays alive there. And Toxic Lotus are firmly in control of the mid. No ifs and buts about it.
This is where, for me, Toxic Lotus have just got that experience to hold firm. And that could prove costly there. Because Alpha had a great start. You can't deny that. But now they're struggling to retake, as I thought they might, with no break as well. The B can't really do too much. Everyone looking themselves behind these walls. The Kenji, the Larry, and the Lori. The Hypercharge now going to come in. Got to land this, though. But straight into the indestructible walls. It's going to break somewhat of the left side and a bit of their right side. But too little, too late, really. You've got to get that down early for the B to be able to do too much. And it'll be the first game of that set going the way of Toxic Lotus.
A really convincing one here from Toxic Lotus. Now, that early game percentage claimed by Alpha did come about at the hands of that sticky rescue from that Squeak. So nothing really unexpected here, but the part of the plan that's missing here for Alpha is what's the follow-up, right? After the early game is over, you've got Lou Super to deal with, you've got Larry and Lori in position. How do you break out that position? And I think, as you said, Frank needs to start sort of opening that right side of the map. Break open their own wall so that at the very least there's a third lane that you can kind of play around, and Larry and Lori isn't as dominant as it is.
Well, this battle between the Kenji and the Frank is looking bleak for the Frank, as their Toxic Lotus start to retake that mid. It's the same story yet again. A good start from Alpha as the Frank really asserting his authority, but as soon as the Frank goes down, now it's got the break at least to allow the B to do more. So it's going to be a lot of pressure now for that B to really utilize a lot of these amplified shots to open up some space to secure some kills. And if the Larry and Lori gets, super as well, it's going to be tough to make that B pick work. So a lot of pressure being added to Alpha here.
It is Kenji matchup against this Frank not going the way that we expected to. I think the Frank does have actually a pretty decent matchup into that Kenji. It's just the fact that every time this Frank goes in, he's not going against one brawler, he's going against three. This is the first time that he's actually been able to get a hit, and that hypothermia just reduces so much of the damage from the Frank. One swipe's not enough. Damon White is going to barely be staying alive here. Beautiful dodges coming out. They're finally going to be going down. The ice rink does come out. It's repelled by the noise cancelling, but doesn't really matter because OU and Engine have more than enough damage to bring it down here. The Squeak's going to be dropping here, and they are perfectly cycling this Kenji in the mid.
Tough game for the Frank. But now, an opportunity. They've got to get OU, but there's not much time. They've got to secure him right now. No one really landed the shots they needed to have an opportunity there to make anything of that set. And it goes the way then again of Toxic Lotus. Great stuff. They are looking so solid. I mean, everything that we're seeing is kind of what we expect to see here. I mean, when they're under pressure, they're going, right, let's retake this, but do it in a way where we are calculated our approach. Try not to feed into the Frank too much to open up the map, because that's where the B can kind of shine. They're just being very conscious, very aware of everything around this series. It's looking like a little bit as Alpha being outmatched in that regard. But again, this is the favorite in the not just series here that we're witnessing, but in the entire competition today. Out of the four teams, this is my top dog to take it all, to be the first team in the entire world to secure themselves into the Brawl Cup. That's ahead of ourselves. We've got a lot of matches still to come here today, and this is just a glimmer of what might be still to come. But they are looking in the best way to start things off. That is for sure.
Yep, they are most certainly the favorites. No buts about it. No doubts about it, I mean. But in terms of opponents today that we've seen, so now that we've gotten a little bit of a taste here to sort of see the standard of all four of these teams. Now, of course, first place looks like Toxic Lotus is very much in contention, but I think even if they don't fight for that Brawl Cup, the second place is still a pretty hefty prize money for all these teams. And I wouldn't really say that Alpha is a particularly weak team. It's just that it's really hard to compare because they're playing against the best team in the region. So while it might look that they're playing a little bit poorly, at the very least, they aren't getting completely rolled from the beginning. There is, in terms of the draft, I think, as we've mentioned 2 times in a row now, it's actually an okay draft. It's not horrid. It's not as well composed of a plan compared to what Toxic Lotus are bringing to the table. But compared to the draft that we've seen in the previous match, where half the time we're looking at it, we're like, okay, they're picking this first pick and they're going that and to response to that. So I'd say that Alpha still have a pretty sort of big motivation for them to continue to try to go as far as they can in this tournament. Even if they get swept 3-0 in this one, they still got a second life because of the beauty of double elimination.
Yeah, I think it's a good summary. I think that certainly for a team like Alpha, it's not out of the question that a comeback could be on the cards here. I mean, any team can make a comeback. I think that so far, though, Toxic Lotus have displayed to me that they are going to be tough to do that against. And, you know, in order to really start to bring things back into some form of order, they've got to shut down some of the ideas in the draft and also then make that count on the field. We saw some good ideas, I think, on the side of Alpha. Nothing that's like crazy wrong, in my opinion, but just not really the most amount of synergy with the comps. You know, I think that potentially in the draft, though, you know, well, they banned the berry themselves. That was the kind of interesting thing, was like they chose to ban the berry. And I guess you kind of have to in some respects, but then I think that if you're going to go in with the Frank, maybe take the Poco. I mean, the Frank B, if they were worried about the Frank getting countered by the B, I mean, that's one possibility as to why they wanted to combine it. But I think you kind of have to have some healing for the Frank. That was where it kind of started to come a bit unstuck for me on the comp for Alpha there, because in the opening seconds of the match, they had the advantage. They were getting some good capture ability on the zone. They were playing the objective. As soon as that Frank went down, that's when everything started to really crumble, and we saw Toxic Lotus get stuck in and utilize a lot of the walls to their advantage to you know, hold the defense and hold it strong. That was for me where I think the draft could have been a little bit better on the side of Alpha.
Yeah, it's interesting that they decided to go for one of the more old school ideas to compete against, I would say, the modern idea of Brawl Stars. This is a comp, you know, if you've got Frank B and Squeak, there was a very, very short period of time where after Frank got buffed, you know, he just got a complete rework, that this comp would have been, honestly, one of the more dominant comps. But now, so many patches later, you've got Lou Hypercharge in the mix, Larry and Lori exists now, Kenji is a thing, and all of a sudden you've come equipped with a knife to a gunfight. Doesn't really work out in your favor. You know, you basically got one trick, and that's going to be that Squeak Sticky Residue trying to hold down the early game, and then maybe you just get a perfect wall break on the Frank. You know, you break up both sides immediately, and then maybe, you know, the B just lands a million enhanced shots, and then maybe Lou never gets super. Like, there's just too many maybes for me to think that the draft would work, especially going up against like Toxic Lotus, where their execution is already at such a high level.
I'm just waiting for the next draft to come in shortly, and it shouldn't be too far away now, but it will be a draft for Heist, and we've already seen today just kind of like how much Heist can vary in that regard. We saw some base races, and that really did prove quite costly for their sister team, I guess you could say, in this regard. Toxic Lotus Genesis did not sort of secure the base race better than their opposition. But again, this is again a team for me that are the favorites here today. I think that I think Heist could be quite an exciting thing to witness in this region, in all honesty, because it seems to be quite the idea of just going all guns blazing, which can work sometimes, and then other times not. So it's exciting to watch, but it's definitely risky for teams to not play as good a defense as they should on their offense here. I'm curious to see how that will be the case against the other teams that we see later on today, whether that's a regional thing, as we've seen it sometimes across some of the regions, where they just like to go for the base race and play their little coin flip, or whether they like to play a bit more of a calculated approach.
I have a feeling that you're neglecting to mention which regions like to play base races, and I think you and I, hey. All I'm saying is, you know, you're casting with, you know, the one Asian guy, and you're gonna throw in shade at the East Asian meta here. I know we invented base race. I mean,
said nothing.
Yes, we play coin flip all the time, and I know that mainland China is right beside East Asia. So, and Star Dragon, as a drafter for Toxic Lotus, is very much in tune, right, with the East Asian meta. So definitely, I think there is a chance that we will see that all-in sort of mentality come out here. But in my experience, looking at past tournaments like at LCQ and at the World Finals, the way that Toxic Lotus has preferred to draft is not an all-in approach like what the Japanese players do. And that's because of the structure of the team. White is an excellent mechanical player, and, you know, most certainly can pilot nearly any tank in the game. You know, 120,000 trophies here on the board. But both his other teammates, OU and Engine, they're a little bit more like those stable control type players. So in Heist, not entirely something that they would want to do going for an all-in. And yeah, immediately the Crow pickup going to be coming out here. Now, we're not sure what map we're going to be looking at, but I think educated guess sort of works in every single map. So we're actually going to get no information from that. Okay, so I think Piper Colette rules out Hot Potato. Unless you're telling me that something, I've missed out something seriously in the balance changes. I do believe that this effectively puts us at either Safe Zone or Kaboom Canyon.
I would say looking like Kaboom Canyon, actually, to be honest. The Crow and the Angelo, the Colette, like, pretty much to me, definitely a long, open, ranged map for sure. The Lily again, we saw that same pick, which went against Toxic Lotus Genesis. Now on the side of the squad, and the Cordelius coming in as the countermeasure. It does make some sense. It is going to mean that that player is going to be very much just staying on the defensive the entire time. But it might not be the worst of ideas to have, actually. I think it's pretty smart from Alpha, in all honesty. I like the Colette. I like the Piper pick. It is going to be Kaboom Canyon, which translates to Roaring Canyon. I like it. I like it a lot. Let's see how things start off. The Angelo is definitely a ban-worthy brawler here for me. So, a little bit scary. Not going to lie about it. Let's see how things fare to start things off. Some good gadgets early on there from White, who's under the name of Damien here today. Who's playing on that Crow pick. Lovely little tap there as well to Cordelius. Just enough to get that takedown as well. And now, Toxic Lotus have got that high ground in the mid. That's a dangerous thing.
Yep, here in Kaboom Canyon, the mid is basically the high ground. You have to take control of it. There's a lot of ways for you to play. You can either basically just get one hit on the save and just turtle for the rest of the game. But Toxic Lotus aren't going to go for that approach. Engine is going to be going deep into enemy lines, penetrating in and taking down that Piper. Now going for a second kill back in the Shadow Realm. Meanwhile, Damon cleans up the Colette. And the offensive is successful. A total team wipe on the side of Toxic Lotus.
Okay. Ooh, the Colette super wasted on defense there as well, as now Toxic Lotus really are giving a lot of pressure on this. Cordelius will now fall. Piper on the left-hand side trying to get a nice little gadget there. The homemade recipe does connect, clearing up a little bit of space, but doesn't really know where White is lurking, who now has hypercharge and the Crow. You do not want to see that at all. The one saving grace to the Cordelius, who doesn't even go for the Crow, goes for the Angelo instead. Disastrous stuff, as now look at the safe getting absolutely shredded down by Toxic Lotus. That poison trickle will be the deciding factor there. A match point for them, and not a scratch dealt there by Alpha.
Every match seems to be getting more and more dominant. Not gonna lie, we keep saying that this is the most clean execution, the most dominant match we've seen today. I think this one truly is, numerically the most dominant match. Not a scratch on that save. And coming into game number 2, OU already getting a massive tap here on that Piper Engine here on the backline, gonna be assassinating the Colette as well. It's gonna be just one Cordelius lonely on the defense. But the discipline coming out from Toxic Lotus to go back to that high ground to heal up before continuing that offensive.
Same kind of story that we're seeing. Alpha just not really getting off the mark. It's tough to watch, as they didn't really know what to do with themselves here. Just kind of waiting for Toxic Lotus to tap them up, really. Yeah, tough to see, really, as the Cordelius does find the Angelo. But look at this, they're in the realm battling it out. And already 2 consecutive shots dealt. Now, they were going to need a pinch, a bit of a helping hand. Oh, maybe not at all. Just a gadget through. Beautiful. I mean, that is just such competency, really, from Toxic Lotus here. And it's Alpha that are very, very much struggling.
Yeah, hunker down in that base. The Piper hasn't even gotten the wall breakout. He's going to be using it inside his own base. Doesn't even connect onto Engine, who's just sitting on top of him inside that Shadow Realm. It's actually the Cordelia Super. That's not his own one. He's going to be converting onto that safe. Alpha, they're making sort of a Hail Mary play on the right side, trying to get some damage done, but the problem's unaddressed here. The Lily in the base still having that tempo lead, doing so much damage, and Alpha are kind of confused right now. They're not sure what to do.
Again, I think it's that inexperience shining through a little bit here, and yeah, just outmatched, outclassed. Toxic Lotus made this one look so easy and straightforward. And in a sweep, we'll continue on forwards in this side of the bracket. Alpha go down to the lower bracket.
Yep, they're going to be going up against TL Genesis. Their tournament dreams are not over just yet. But I gotta say, completely expected. Toxic Lotus smashed through Alpha. They show them who the real Alpha is in this case. And in this case, they might just be the Omega of China. But yeah, every single set, they are playing better and better. And this was, I think, the first time that we can confidently say that it was quite of a massive draft gap. There's so much win condition potential came up from the Crow that was unaddressed. There's no real answer to here. We don't see sort of an amber pickup by the side here of Alpha. Just picking sort of potentially what's just their comfort picks. And at this level of play, it's not really enough. You do have to bring a little bit more meta oomph if you want to survive here. And throughout these highlights, yeah, it just looks like it's a Toxic Lotus reel of them just massacring the Alpha roster.
Yeah, it's tough to see. I would like to have seen maybe just a little bit of a glimmer on the side then of Alpha, just something to be able to say, like, you know, we got a percentage on the safe. But I mean, they were just on the defense the entire time. The one push that we saw already, a little break, was the Cordelis trying to make a run through, and the Andro just got deep down and personal with that, and really punished the action, because 3 consecutive shots, despite the wall attempt to hug behind, straight through the gadget, not a worry in the world. Toxic Lotus looked fully in control this entire series, not just that set, but I think that set reflects how we saw the entire thing play out. The scariest team that I've seen today so far, and we've seen all 4 teams, it must be said. So we're going to see now, of course, like the upper bracket play itself out, as well as the lower bracket stages continue forwards. But as far as things are concerned, you know, that is a scary looking team.
Oh, yeah. Going into the bracket right now. Boom, going up against Toxic Lotus for this upper bracket final. The winner is going to be at least top 2 in this tournament. And meanwhile, TL Genesis and Alpha sitting in that lower bracket, trying to keep their tournament dreams alive. It's been a long season of competition for all of these teams. The culmination of their efforts in February here. And they're, yeah, already playing for the Brawl Cup. Toxic Lotus looking stellar in their execution so far. Let's see in this next matchup whether Boom can, you know, pose any more of competition to them, because they kind of ran over Alpha. So I'm hoping that Boom won't be the same. If we want to compare some of the players' statistics so far, we've seen an excellent Angelo in the hands of OU, but we've also seen an equally potent Angelo on the side of Boom. So perhaps if the maps are, you know, a little bit more in that favor, we could see a potentially more even game.
Well, for me as well, Toxic Lotus didn't drop any sets during the elimination phase yesterday. Didn't really kind of get to see any of the data from the actual overview of the qualifying stages that lasted that week period prior to that. So can't really speak for those, but certainly last year as well, they dropped 4 sets in the entire phase of the competition. Obviously, it was a very different format last year as well, but this is a squad that rarely drops sets in this region. They actually dropped 2 sets in the grand final last year, actually, out of those 4 as well. So I think that was against Fairness from memory. So certainly a very close affair there too. But today, I mean, from what we've seen so far, you know, I want to see how they will fare against Boom for sure. I think that's going to be the biggest testament so far. And also, like, let's not forget, you know, Toxic Lotus Genesis could start to build up some confidence, some momentum, and start to get their gameplay under a bit more control later on today. That could be a match that could still come back around full circle later on if those two were to do, you know, through the bracket run which they've got so far. So far, I can't help but feel like Toxic Lotus are the #1 contender still. I think they have yet to be tested. And that's definitely something on the minds of all their oppositions so far. They are the team to beat in this competition, and they haven't skipped a beat so far.
Yeah, I'm curious to see whether Toxic Lotus are going to start feeling a little bit more playful, knowing that they are uncontestably, you know, probably by this next match, we can kind of see whether Toxic Lotus are, you know, feeling really good about themselves and starting to sort of go astray. Maybe pick out like some a bit more cheesy comms just to, you know, really test their limits. But kind of knowing the nature of their coach, Star Dragon, I don't think he'll allow it. He'll probably just really want to secure this Brawl Cup. The stakes are a little bit too high to be a bit too cheesy here. So who knows? I'd want to see Toxic Lotus do that and flex their muscles, flex on the region a little bit more, you know, kind of just give a little bit of a chance. But I also do want to see the rest of the region step up. Now, we've completed 2 matches so far. There is a little bit of information on the board. You could, there is time between games to study your losses and to study what other teams are doing. So potentially you could come up with sort of a very, very devised poison in terms of a comp to come out and maybe take a game of Toxic Lotus to begin with.
I mean, if Boom can just get a little sign of weakness and penetrate that early on, then, you know, that might be enough just to make this a bit more of an even-sided affair. You know, certainly Toxic Lotus, despite from what we've seen so far, they're not unbeatable. We've seen other regions around the world do that very thing, but in this region itself, it hasn't really been achieved, like not for a long, long time. So I feel like the draft is where that could potentially be at hand. And Boom were able to find something which we weren't expecting that first series here today against their sister organization, Toxic Lotus Genesis. I've got a good feeling about Boom. I think this match is going to be very, very interesting to see, though, like whether are Toxic Lotus still just able just to take it in their stride and just kind of breeze through. Because if that is the case, then you've got to start asking yourself the question, what does this elimination bracket side really show in terms of the overall results? Because if they are able to breeze through this next match, they'll be waiting that grand finals regardless. And then, you know, they've basically been able to demonstrate that they can handle all the teams that we've seen so far today. So there aren't just the 4 teams to play itself out in this stage of the competition. So it doesn't really leave too much left to the imagination. Definitely a concerning prospect for sure.
Yep. If they win this next matchup against Boom, Toxic Lotus would have officially just have played against 2 out of the 3 teams here at this elimination stage. If the grand finals was TL Genesis, then you could officially say that Toxic Lotus did beat out literally every single team here in the mainland China elimination, and it wasn't some kind of, you know, lucky bracket or anything of that sort. Not that anyone's even thinking of that to begin with, because yeah, this is the best team in China doing best Tuesday for them. It's a normal Monday for them, a normal weekday for them. Just no sweat about it. Just coming in here, just playing a couple scrims against your local compatriots, and getting a nice wad of cash at the end of it, as well as a punch your ticket through to the first LAN tournament of the year. Just you know, just casually, just, you know, waltzing your way into a LAN tournament. That's what Toxic Lotus does for breakfast.
Yeah, just another day's work for them. Again, we're just waiting for the next match to start. Apologies for the little bit of delay here, as again, does feel like a little bit between matches as well. We've experienced a little bit more of a lingering between teams as they take a little bit of time to get into their lobbies and such. But we'll begin that next match to you guys very, very swiftly. We can take a little look as well at the bracket, at least how the bracket started at the beginning of today. We've obviously seen a couple of these matches already play itself out, but it gives you an idea of the overview of what we can expect to see later on. As we did see Boom get the win over Toxic Lotus Genesis in that first match there. And the second match that we just witnessed, we saw Toxic Lotus get the win over Alpha. We'll be going down to this schedule, at least, to the lower bracket next then, which should be then the losing sides, which would be Toxic Lotus Genesis and Alpha. That we just witnessed. If that scheduling is to be consistent, which I imagine it will be, that's where we'll be heading next. And then we would go back to the upper bracket stages and watch the match of Boom versus Toxic Lotus play itself out for that winner to be waiting in those grand final stages. So that would be an interesting thing to see who is able to prevail in this elimination bracket phase. And again, you know, for those teams that have already had one loss today, they will be going home. Not empty-handed, there'll be some prize money involved, but certainly everyone wants to get to that grand finals. And of course, the main grand prize of all being the first team in the entire world to be qualified through to the Brawl Cup. And certainly other regions will be looking ahead to see their competition in that regard. And to get to this stage as well, it's been a grueling process, it must be said, as a whole week of qualifying stages were present from February the 8th until February the 15th. That whole entire week was just qualifying stages for 4,096 total teams to go through to yesterday, where we had the elimination round, where 4 of those, 4 teams per group, 4 groups in total, so 16 teams total, is what we had in that phase of the competition to go through to determine our top 4 here today. These were those groups as well, and you can see that we've got out of Group A Toxic Lotus Genesis. We saw earlier face off against Boom from Group B as our first match of the day. Boom lost the first set and then came back strong to secure things, placing Toxic Lotus Genesis down to the lower bracket. A very unexpected result, considering that we really had all our chips placed on Toxic Lotus to come out on top in that affair. The more accomplished team, for sure. Players like Goodnight having 2 world final appearances, you'd expect that of that squad. And it wasn't the case. So now Boom will face off against Toxic Lotus, who were the victors then of Group C in the elimination phase of the competition. In Group D, we had Alpha, that third team from the left, and we just saw that matchup play itself out. Toxic Lotus really did look very, very convincing in that fashion. So very, very much looking forward to seeing what they bring later on today. And of course, this being the format as well, a little bit of information there as to what we've done to get to this stage of the competition. So today we are in that grand finals phase where the 4 teams that advanced through the elimination round are going head to head in an elimination bracket. And again, just to clarify, the winner of today, who wins in that grand final stage, will be the first team to qualify for the Brawl Cup, and will also directly qualify to the next stage of the competition in the mainland China region. So there'll be a second phase of an elimination round that was yesterday. They will be able to just basically lock themselves in for that stage of the competition automatically. That's a huge advantage to me when you consider the whole picture in this side of the world.
Yep, not having to go through qualifying round again in that second cup is going to be, you know, one of it's a massive, massive advantage, because I do believe the second qualifying round will qualify you directly for LCQ, if I'm not mistaken. So basically, winning this automatically not just puts you inside the Brawl Cup, but instantly puts you towards one step closer to LCQ and the World Finals later in the year. Mainland China's format, I'm not gonna lie, Ark, is brutal. You've basically got an entire year's worth of work crammed into 2 months of very, very, very intense competition. It's a little bit more seasonal in that sense, that there are very, very long off seasons. And then throughout those off seasons, there is that 1 month that you really, really got to put your heart and soul into to just do your very best and go as far as you can. It is also the only region that you have to play for an entire week consecutively. That to me is insane. It's honestly crazy to think about that. In that week, you're just going to be playing non-stop Brawl Stars. It's going to be non-stop group stage action. You know, 8 teams in a group, and only 1 team in that group makes it to the next stage in the elimination round. And then just when you think you got a breather, yeah, you've got like maybe 2 weeks of a break, and then immediately back in the saddle, back into group stage. And 2 days later, you're either crowned the winner of the qualifying team to go to the Brawl Cup, or you walk away with just you know, a little bit of compensation for cash. So coming into this next set, though, I mean, we've got the modes and maps on the screen. The ones that are highlighted are going to be the map pool that we have.
Well, again, seeing Ollie as a favorite brawler there really does hurt my soul. Not gonna lie, but hey,
why do you hate it so much, man?
I just
Ollie, man?
It needed a buff. Now it's being overplayed. Actually, it's quite funny now. The pro scene's definitely taken to Ollie, but prior to that buff, that was necessary. It just didn't really have much to show for, in my opinion. I think it didn't really have a place in competitive too much, but now, certainly now with the most recent update, a lot to be said about that brawler's capabilities to come. I think we're going to see a lot of it in the monthly finals to follow. But again, if you are just joining, welcome for today. We are in a different build of the game. This is basically, you know, prior to the most recent update, so that's worth bearing in mind. So brawlers like Ollie that are now so strong in the meta will not be seen in that same light, as we're basically looking to the same meta that we saw in the other monthly finals in every other region, which is quite suitable, really, when you think about it, that everyone's playing under the same circumstances in that regard. As we're going into our hot zone map, which will be joining Beatles then, and the draft already coming through. The Poco, they're banned out. I think it's wise with the berry combination. So I think some good strategy already being implemented by Toxic Lotus Genesis. This is the lower bracket stages. This is the elimination bracket now. So the loser of this match will be going home.
Yeah, it's high stakes for both of these teams. They want to keep their dreams alive here. Now Vivi on that Stu once again. He's very comfortable with playing it at this point because he's played it in that first series as well. A quick team wipe coming in from Toxic Genesis, just putting Alpha in their place here, having no real compensation for it either.
Okay, Draco Flames getting some good value there as well. But a good starting hand. Look at this. The Kenji getting behind enemy lines there as well and just distracting the Draco, forcing him back to have to heal now as well. And already it's great objective power being displayed here by Toxic Lotus. Stun there from the B, or the slow rather, not going to connect there onto the Bell, so not the greatest of moments from Lightstar there. Big taps as well from the Bell pick as well. Mark to hand. Wants to really land this onto the Kenji as well. No hypercharge if they want to use that just to secure it, but they're going to the skies, coming down with nothing really to show for it. It's a good comeback so far from Alpha, can't be denied.
Nestic being dropped out here on that right side. The Stu hypercharge is the thing that we have to look out for here. Vivi's going to be popping it right now, diving in forward, actually kind of coming back a little for the heal. He can't overextend into this Draco, but the Kenji comes in to clean up. The Griff is, however, going to be getting a nice cashback super out there just to take down that Draco. Stu coming in here with a bit of a miracle play, trying to go in there 1 versus 2 without the aid of his Kenji. And that's going to be giving Alpha a chance to sort of recover in this game. They're already catching up in that percentage, only 20% left on the mark. And I think Alpha, they have what it takes to pull off this comeback.
Draco staying in the mid here as well, going to get healing, and everyone's going to stay firm. Wow, what an amazing turnaround there for Alpha against all the odds there. Wow, I didn't see that one coming, in fairness. And what a way to keep composure. Again, a very tough match, having come just straight off the back of defeat against the main Toxic Lotus roster, this being their sister organization. And now, really, a great chance of taking this first set if they can just keep this up.
Yeah, they were down by 50% in that last game right now. The matchups are a little bit more favorable this time. Draco gonna be dropping there to the Kenji, not being able to dodge that sashimi slash. Sort of a little amateurish mistake there coming out here from the Draco. It could have been the one compensation that Alpha kind of got here, but instead now they're just left up against very unfavorable matchup. Draco gonna be going down again to Kenji. It's a repeat of that game 1 situation where Alpha are down by 50%.
Okay, this is a good chance, good opportunity now for Toxic Lotus Genesis, but they've got to hold firm here. The Kenji's really doing his best in that regard. Oh, gets a nice takedown there of the Griff. Now following up with the Draco, stays alive, but realistically there, got so much work to do. Finds Lightyear though, but now the last stand whittles down, and it's 80% to 6% now for Toxic Lotus Genesis, bringing this one back in a very spectacular fashion. Time is really against Alpha now.
They've got some mid control at the very least, but the hypercharge from Vivi is online. He's going to be zipping into the backline, going straight for that Bell, I assume, and now onto his eyes, onto that Griff. It's currently at 89%, but the Draco gets a super out. Barely going to be able to take down that B, trading it out. Vivi against the wall, but Griff actually prevails. Alpha slowly but surely creeping back up, trying to equalize the lead, but it's only 9% left for Toxic Lotus Genesis.
I can't believe that Alpha are even holding on, to be completely honest now, but it might be too late. Take down there. Vivi just trying to dance into the zone, but now the Kenji's got to hold firm as well. They're just not securing the percentages now. It's down to the Griff. Can he be able to get a super here? Not enough in time. Oh my word. We're tied up. It's so close.
Yeah, Alpha's comp actually, it looks like they're figuring out a little bit better now on how they want to play it. If they cycle their their lives a little bit more appropriately, you know, between this Draco and the Griff, they actually have a pretty high sustainability comp inside that mid. They just need to be playing this early game a little bit better, and pretty much they should be able to have a more favorable game. The Griff gets that wall break on that right side. It's going to be a similar story to that first game. Kenji duking out against the Draco. Gets a nice kill there. Draco not using that last stand gadget at all. Saving it for when he's got that super. So once again, Toxic Lotus Genesis, an early lead for them.
This is such a close affair, honestly. Really quite impressed with both sides in their perseverance. Let's see. Toxic Lotus Genesis now, just building things up nicely, getting some good momentum here. Light Star, though, still low here. It's going to be healing up a bit better for me because he can't really help his team when he's too low. Now the Draco coming in, getting some good value, but can he stay alive here? Light Star, the last man standing, and that's what I'm talking about.
Yeah, that was really, really brutal coming out here from that Kenji. Just farming off so many supers of this Draco and just tossing it onto the other side of the Alpha roster. It's easy to dodge Sashimi Slash when it's in front of you, but when it you know, cuts across the map just like that, it becomes so much harder to dodge. And this looks like an insurmountable mountain that Alpha need to overcome. Hypercharge Super somehow misses on to that B, and Stu comes back to the mid. It's only 5% left. Kenji dives back to the mid, and Toxic Lotus Genesis are gonna be winning the set number 1.
Woo! What a banger! What a banger that was, really. Woo! So close, so back and forth, and not what I was expecting, funnily enough, because I don't know, I just didn't really feel like from the last showing of Alpha they were going to have it in them to do what they're doing so far. And I mean, it's quite commendable, whatever way you look at it. I mean, I think it's going to be probably the closest back and forth that we've seen so far today if this carries on.
Yep, it looks like among all these teams, these two teams might be one of the more evenly matched teams. At first, honestly, when I looked at the two drafts, I was doubting the Alpha comp a little bit more. I wasn't really sure what the purpose of this Bell pickup really was, but with those nest eggs in you know, game number 1, I'm sorry, is it game number 1 or game number 2? I can't remember, but basically those nest eggs really played a really big part in regaining a lot of that lost tempo. However, game 2 and 3, I think, you know, Toxic Lotus Genesis, they executed just so cleanly. I have to give so much commendations to the Kenji. You can see the highlights here, just 2 Sashimi Slashes, yeah, back and forth. Just farm off the Draco and then immediately turn your eyes to the other 2 teammates. And, you know, that small change just really given such a massive lead in that early game. Alpha didn't really seem to have much of a footing in that last game.
Yeah, the last game definitely was the moment where Toxic Lotus really just tuned in. They just locked in and thought, you know what? We've beaten them once already in the series. We need to make sure we get a set this time, because it's been a tough thing for them today to really demonstrate themselves on the map. I mean, losing to Boom earlier in this bracket wasn't on the cards at all. And certainly having just probably watched from the sidelines, you know, Alpha lose to their main, you know, organization roster. They can't be the team to fall in this stage of the competition. They've got massive expectations above their shoulders. It's quite a rare thing for any roster, any team to have a player that's got World Finals experience, and Goodnight is that player for this roster. It would be the biggest upset today so far if they are to lose this on the side of Toxic Lotus Genesis. So to bring things back around really was the play there for me. I think, though, definitely a bit of a scary prospect that Alpha were able to demonstrate as much as they did, because we didn't see a glimmer from them when they faced up against the main Toxic Lotus roster in the match previous to this one. That to me shows some good signs. Despite taking the loss in that set, I'm looking for things like that give me hope that they can actually do something within this series, because again, they are now in the elimination stage of this bracket. If they lose, they go home. So they'll get a little bit of prize money, but not really too much to say for themselves.
Yep, I don't think any. I mean, as an ex-competitor myself, I can honestly tell you the money really doesn't matter at certain points in the competition. You really, honestly, yeah, like when you really think about it, it's like, if you're second place, does it feel great? No, it doesn't, because in your mind you're always thinking, yeah, you got the second most amount of prize money in the region, but you're the first runner-up, you're the first loser, so to speak. That's the feeling that you have as a player. And I think if you ask anyone who's ever been in competition, not just in Brawl Esports, but in general, you're always vying not really for money or not for fame, but really just for that personal satisfaction that you know that you're the #1 team in the region. Now, Goodnight used to be that guy, right? He used to be alongside Toxic Lotus at the same tier. And I will have to point out that his other teammate on the team, I think it's Killua, also used to be the 4th player on the side of Toxic Lotus. So sort of like the bench, so to speak. And they have to prove themselves that they are worthy to call themselves world final caliber players by first at least making it to the 2nd place here in the region, and then potentially just, you know, posing the only threat there to their main team, Toxic Lotus.
That's a great team name right there. I wanna patent that name right now. The bench, love that. That'd be cool. I want someone to take that in one of the European regions for sure. I think what you raised are really valid, observations and concerns there as well. Because, did Killua really do that much last year for the side of Toxic Lotus? That's the question. I had that reservation myself coming to the show, going through my notes, and I'm thinking, as the fourth, how highly was that value? What was his real input there for the side of Toxic Lotus? And, it's definitely been the biggest surprise for me so far to not see Toxic Lotus Genesis being a bit more, forthcoming in their kind of plays and just being a little bit more confident. I was expecting them to really be much more on the same page as what we saw already today from Toxic Lotus, the main roster. And that hasn't been the case so far. So that first set as well, that was very close. A lot of their matches have been quite close. When they've won the sets, they haven't been the cleanest of sets. So definitely a series that can still, in my opinion, go either way here. And we'll have to see how things develop in terms of those draft stages, because we did notice in that first match of the day against Boom, this squad were a little bit predictable in their brawler choices and their picks. And we saw here in this overlay itself, the favorites of Mortis, Edgar, and Piper. We saw Mortis and Edgar come out in the game modes that we witnessed. So it was kind of like something which I felt like their opposition Boom were able to draft around more often than not. Let's see though in this stage who is going to be getting the upper hand in that draft, and it's going to be Kaboom Canyon for Heist up next. So this draft can be featured much around the borders for that particular map. So the bands being the Melody, the Crow, and the Colette. Nice bands there from Genesis, as well as the Berry, the Anjo, and the 8-bit in the first draft of Juju. The counter pick though, I do quite like there. The Lily, as we've already seen in Heist, been pretty strong in this region.
Yep, I think every region has a little bit of a meta, and Lily seems to be, perhaps this is just sort of a throwback to the idea that, this might be the last time you get to see Lily in competitive for a very long time, because Lily is in a pretty bad spot right now in the new patch. But of course, this being the last patch of the previous, the last tournament of the previous patch, Lily is still certainly very viable here. Not something that I think the other regions prioritize as heavily. We have been seeing it nearly every single heist set, I think, so far. Correct me if I'm wrong. I think I don't remember a single heist game that Lily wasn't picked.
Yeah, correct.
So yeah, literally every single game Lily has been represented. I like the bans though. I think the bans are very much TL Genesis. It's just their way of saying that we want to play a repeat draft. Alpha, they picked up a little bit of a very interesting comp here, going for this Lou Draco pickup. Not something that I think we'd expect to see in Kaboom Canyon.
Okay, well, in we go. And let's see how things fare. Another unique skin to the mainland China region there on the Amber. That is definitely a Luna skin for sure. I do like spotting these little kind of tiny little Easter eggs. Quite cute. Nice Rattled Hive there from Lightstar. The gadget connecting beautifully there with the Juju. But it is the Lily, which is the Draco, that's causing a lot of problems on defense. Last stand, not going to be too much to the avail there of the Draco, but damage was done nicely so, as now the safe attention on the side of Toxic Lotus Genesis is there, but the B needs to bounce shots. That's nice from Lightstar. Now to the safe. Bit of a wide shot there on the safe for me, but that's ideally what you want to be trying to achieve with the B pick there, is to land one shot onto the Brawler, get the amplified shot, and then land the next onto the safe.
Yeah, pretty much the offensive here from Toxic Lotus Genesis looks to be unstoppable at the moment. The strategy that you mentioned is working out for them, and the battering ram comes through. The alpha save goes down. Toxic Lotus Genesis, they seem to have, the sleeping giant has woken up, right? The match against Boom was so scrappy. No doubt about it. That wasn't their best showing. And I was going to say that compared to Toxic Lotus, they are a much more aggressive team. And here on Kaboom Canyon, I think they're showing us that they can play the control game as well. Just bide your time, slowly win out that mid, and then eventually build up to an unstoppable attack. Really well executed there from TL Genesis.
Okay, getting some really nice aggression early on here from Toxic Lotus. All that Juju was in Viz there as well from the gadget, and now completely found out by Lightstar with the slow. Oh, and the Lily dash in was perfectly timed as well. Now on the safe, it's the base race on the left-hand side. We've got the Loot and the Draco going forward for the safe, and now the Grigri as well going to be causing some problems. But in the meanwhile, there is as well that Lily on safe taken care of now by the Juju spawning back in. So Alpha have actually got the upper hand here.
Yeah, signs of life coming in from Alpha, who have control of that mid position. Grizz going to be thrown here on the save just to buy a little bit of time. Lou with that second gadget, staying alive a little bit longer against that Lily, who's going to go back into the Shadow Realm here, just chilling on that right side. Let's see if Alpha are aware of it. Juju going to be walking right straight back into it, and Lily going to be coming back to aid in that defense. But make no mistake, this is Heist. They need a brawler to be going offensively here. They're trying to deal with this push. Lou coming in with a hypercharge stunts on that left, but it's Vivi on that Lily, just making star play after star play. Insane sort of coordination coming out from TL Genesis to just completely dismantle that attack by Alpha.
I love the patience there as well from Vivi. The ice block there on the Lou, just waiting that out for the shot to not waste it. And just to make sure to land as much damage as possible. Look at this though. Oh, that's a lot of damage going in, but there is a Brawl on the other side of the field as well. Base race inbound. And Alpha have got the Draco there. The last stand coming in as well. The safe being marked as well. The Juju shots are looking fierce here. The Gree now as well on the safe. And a couple of shots here is going to land onto the safe and just secure this for Alpha. What a turnaround against only 7% left in their own safe. A tie-up in this set.
That's incredible coming out here from Alpha. I mean, some of these brawlers, I honestly didn't really believe in it. Lou in Heist, really? I mean, it's a hate pick that you kind of go up against tanks, which we don't really see here on TL Genesis. That's just a Lily. It's not as if this Lou is supposed to be performing as well as it does, but I really like that usage of that gadget from the Lou. Once again, going to be used there just to bide a little bit of time here, but so far it looks like the Amber is going to be penetrating through. If he gets on that safe, it's going to be quite a lot of damage. The same story as our last two games, if I'm honest here. TL Genesis taking that early lead, but this time though, there is a damaging brawler on the side of Alpha already on the TL Genesis safe.
Right, back and forth. Oh, the Draco almost cycled there but went down, so that'll be a waste of utility. Spawning back in without that super. The Juju doing a good job of lurking around and juking these shots with the speed gear there, and probably one shot away from another Gree. Looking to obtain it now, but not finding anything for it. Another last stand there from the Draco, but again, this is a previous meta. We have not had the update in this build of the game, so the gadgets will have limitations as far as their usage is concerned, and that could be getting down to the final ones for the Draco. Either way, Lightstar staying in a good spot on this right hand side, trying to find connections to bounce between the brawlers and the safe. Good slow there onto the Juju. Now onto the safe. Then back onto the safe again. Juju's gadget there. And Viz sneaking forwards. And now going to find Lightstar there. Nice stuff as a great defensive measure there from Alpha.
Yeah, that's really, really nasty coming out here from Alpha. TL Genesis, the defense just not really very good. They had the mid control. A nice kill there from Vivi though, and quickly just transitioning over to start to do the damage. But look at this Draco already in a very nice position. He kind of predicts where Vivi's gonna be. A little bit too predictable there. The mid control, the left side's been completely smashed open. It's a runway for this Draco to just turn on the heat now. Get into that Dragon Form, just puts so much pressure. Last that's gonna be flying out here. Almost brings down the Lily there, but Shadow Realm going to be used, traded out. Draco's still at large here in the base, just biding time. TL Genesis, they're on the defense. This is not where they want to be.
But now the Draco's taken care of, and some taps from Lightstar. Oh, that's a great right-hand side lane clear up. And Vivi pushing forwards as well. They've just got to get 10% on their side, and they will take the win. But Vivi shut down before he can reach the safe. And now what can Lightstar do in a 1v3? He's going to have to support the Amber. And that might be a wasted opportunity big time here. The Greek coming in with the Guarded Shield as well. It's going to be even tougher to penetrate on the side of TL Genesis. Are they going to lose the set? Alpha are going to take it and tie things up. Oh my word.
Yeah, we've seen Vivi do this kind of things throughout the day. And yeah, Dubis play honestly in that last bit there, it seems very reminiscent of that bounty set whereby the last push is executed a little bit just too early and the team coordination just really isn't there. And what should have, I think, been a pretty close ending is instead just a deflated push. It felt like a balloon just going pop as soon as he ran it down. Maybe he thought he still had gadgets or something. Like I don't know, that at this level it confuses me that sometimes mistakes like this can still happen, but nonetheless that's going to concede a set over to Alpha, which commendations to them. They played it really well.
Very close stuff, and I think a set deservedly won there by Alpha, in all honesty, because it's been brewing in this series. Kind of interesting as well to see the guarded Gree like star power there for the Juju. Not really in the same meta sense as some of the other regions. Normally, numbing needles is the better way to go, but I can see the idea of just wanting to just buy more time on the offensive there, and certainly in Heist, it can be a problematic thing when you've got that shielding, so I understand it, but it was all about the Draco for me on the side of Alpha. That was really the player which got the job done, and just being a nuisance in that back spawn area and just trying to cycle the Dragon's Breath and the last stand gadgets. Not always timed to perfection, but more often than not, it's just such a good gadget anyway that even if you miss time it slightly, you're still staying in your position for as long as you can, to bring value to your team, to bring objective, most importantly, over to your team. And despite it being a close set, we're all tied up yet again. And that did not spur well last time for Toxic Lotus Genesis. They struggled in this scenario. They got reverse whipped in this scenario. It's almost like a bit of deja vu playing itself out again. And they need to put on the brakes. They cannot allow what happened in the first game of the day happen now in the elimination bracket.
Yeah, I'd like to see a little bit more consideration when it comes to thinking about your win conditions. I don't think Amber B Lily is a one push comp. I don't think there is a universe where it's supposed to be a one push comp. It looks to me like it's supposed to be played a little bit more control style, just hold out the mid and then eventually build towards an unstoppable push, not try to go for it just off one Lily super, which just seemed to be what games 2 and 3 were about. They had the mid control and Lily just kept going time and time again for these aggressive plays, feeding supers unnecessarily, which is really the opposing team Alpha's win condition. Without that, Flaming Breath from the Draco, the loose supers, and without Grizz coming out, there's just basically no good way for them to take back the mid. But, TL Genesis, they made it easy for Alpha.
Yeah, a little bit. I feel like, just not really knuckling down enough on the side of Toxic Lotus. And communication clearly just not quite on point. That final push was where, for me, would have been able to be turned around. The final seconds were crucial, and I just felt like there wasn't enough synergy with the players there to really make that. It was only 10% needed, 9% to tie, and there were 2 players in a good spot to do so, and just were not able to just coordinate that push effectively enough. But certainly, it was doable, in my opinion. Not easy, but doable. And it's moments like that which may be the decisive moments that they look back upon and really kick themselves for not being able to lock in enough to get the job done. But now I'm a little bit worried because we hadn't seen really anything to talk about from Alpha in their first game of the day against the main roster of Toxic Lotus, not this squad, but the one we saw previously to this. But now they're showing that they have got some abilities. They obviously had a really rough match. They got absolutely swept previous to this. So we couldn't really say too much about where they were going to fare in the competition. Now they're looking like they could be a contender here, and pretty much even, in my opinion, with Toxic Lotus Genesis.
Yep. Thankfully, we didn't do predictions, and thankfully, we weren't as sure about Toxic Lotus Genesis as a roster. I think now that we've seen nearly every team play against every other team, it's safe to say that predicting Toxic Lotus as your definitive winner, that's easy. Anyone can make that prediction. But right now, Ark, between me and you, it's sort of a bet on who's going to take second place. Because so far in this elimination match, I think both teams have demonstrated they can go blow for blow. They can pull out, pretty interesting, quirky drafts that are sort of just local to the region, I would say. And they can execute them to a pretty decent level. So it's really anybody's game here on who's going to take second place.
It's a very, very tough thing to get it right, and a lot of pressure on these teams. You got to remember, I'll just bring up the overlay whilst we're waiting for the next match, but you got to remember, like, leading up to this stage of the competition, it really has been a very grueling process. Draft's about to fly through, but just to put it into perspective, 4,096 teams in that week of qualifying stages. So to get to this stage, definitely going to be some nerves at play, no doubt about it. Coming through then for our next matchup. We're going to see how things will fare. I believe it should be, I think, what will translate to be Sneaky Fields. It's great. There's some fantastic translational things in this region, which behind the scenes we get to enjoy. But I think that translates to Sneaky Fields. So let's see. Bans are Poco, Frank, and the Surge, the Lou, the Berry, and the Poco. B and Rosa, interesting stuff. And again, this is the build prior to the most recent update. So Rosa's building of Bush is not going to be nearly as oppressive as a gadget use. And gadgets do have limitations. I've got limited number of uses. So the Nita combining with this pick of Draco and Stu for the side of Toxic Lotus Genesis. The beam not going to be the best tank counter, in my opinion, here. I mean, Rico going to be coming in as well. The Vision Gear going to be playing a vital component of that particular brawler. But I'm not too sold on the comp. Lacking massively in range on the side here of Toxic Lotus Genesis. No real healing going to coming in, except maybe from the star power of the Nita. It's going to be Sneaky Fields. Green Shade Stadium is the translation. Love it. And that's my one concern here. If the Rika can really do work on the side of Alpha, and the Rosa can go super on the aggressive, I mean, the Stu can feed off the Rosa. Can't really take it out that quick or straightforwardly. So Drake are going to be on that side for that reason, but we shall see.
Yeah, the early game is going to be rough here for the side of Toxic Lotus Genesis, but at the very least, they've gotten the ball control out of there, and a nice pinch coming out here from that Nita. It looks like a very, very easy goal-scoring opportunity. Just need to pass the ball forward, and TL Genesis, they walk away with this one. Quite a convincing, very easy goal for them. Just mispositioning there from the Rosa, committing too hard on that right side.
Hypercharge. Oh, yes, she used quite low HP there as well. Going to get slow onto Draco, most importantly. Great work there between himself and the B, but not too sure whether that was the best use of that hypercharge on the Rosa side. I want to see a bit of a dash for the ball and the goal, really. You've got so much tankiness and slow ability and speed to go alongside it. So it did get a takedown, but the ball now cornered by TL Genesis now. Good connection for the Rico. Light Star is low. But again, and actually running out of last stand gadgets there, I believe, if that is the gadget of choice. And I think maybe even a wasted super there as well. We'll have to see when he respawns back in. But now a chance ready to go on the aggressive. There's the pass through, and it should be a straightforward goal there for Alpha.
Yeah, positioning disaster there for Toxic Lotus Genesis. This Nita seems to have gone on an excursion, you know, wanting to explore the Green Shade Stadium here. Not really working out in his favor. And as you mentioned, now without the last stand on the table, Lightstar is going to have a much more difficult game. But, you know, thanks to the help there of the Stu, going to be pinching out this Rosa. It's a goal scorer, but he misses on the mark. Just a little bit too far to the right. Not going to be able to slot this one in to end this game off. Hypercharge going to be going out against the Rosa, trying to block out this Nita. But the damage is not enough. And Toxic Lotus Genesis are going to be taking your game number 1 here on Sneaky Fields.
Close stuff. Really close stuff. I mean, back and forth. But, I mean, I think the comps can work on both sides. I think that's fair to say. And just a little bit of a missed opportunity for Alpha, in my opinion. I think that Rosa, to warrant the pick, which could have been heavier, you know, heavier counted, in my opinion, honestly. It's going to feed like into the Nita regardless. But I think that you know, they actually got let off quite easy. By TL Genesis now, who've got some good position control and a potential pass through to the Stu. Definitely some shaky moments. I think that we saw there from TL Genesis, this, you know, going into that goal scoring opportunity. That was a big miss for me. Nice stun from the Bruce, and it is going to be bear with me star power as well. So some healing on the side of Benita too. But on the defense yet again, our Alpha, and this should be a goal, and it is nicely slotted through there as well, and some good momentum now.
Much cleaner here this time from Toxic Lotus Genesis, you know, gradually just, you know, playing each of their roles nicely here. Lightstar here is checking the Rosa. Hypercharge going to be flying out against him, but not going to be enough to bring down the last stand. Plus that second super, just healing up just enough though. But Rico with a Hypercharge of him shreds through that mid. The pass is good. And oh, okay, a slight whiff, but all good. You know, he still got that timing to just get the ball into that open goal and tying up this game 1-1.
Some shaky hands there for me, but let's see. Another good push coming forwards potentially here. There's the last stand for the Draco. Getting some good pressure onto the Rosa here as well. Gets the takedown, but look at this wide open goal in the meanwhile. Oh, but the Draco burned not enough. Can he super shot? Another whiff. You can't mess up moments like that. You don't get many of them. Not in the elimination round of this part of the competition. Oh my word. My eyes, Spoo. My eyes, they're burning.
My eyes, my guts, my everything. It feels so bad. But Toxic Lotus Genesis with that Hyper Bear, powered by that Hypercharge, just gonna run it down here. An easy second goal, and they're just like they're gonna be 2 sets up, Ark. Your eyes are burning. My hands are thrown in the air. I'm asking myself what is happening here. But we can't be too harsh on these players because, as we said, they've been competing for an obscene amount of time throughout this entire month here. We're gonna be looking back at some of these highlight moments here, the easy goals here from Toxic Lotus, but this wasn't a one-sided affair whatsoever. They might be 2 sets up right now, but Alpha, they really showed quite a lot of promise to me. I think if they just played a little bit more composed, they definitely had a chance in this set.
Definitely some big blunders on both sides for me. I mean, like you can't escape it. I mean, this is definitely a moment here where that shaky hand moment there. Yeah, that didn't look that clean. Then we saw it kind of like reiterated again here. A tough moment to land, but I don't think the B was expecting to be alive there, and that was the thing. But certainly the response was costly. That's where we saw the set get decided, and TL Genesis coming through to score as a result of being left wide open. You can't miss shots like that. That was the open ticket to keeping this set alive. Wasted. So now for me, Alpha being 1 set down is exactly kind of what's deserved in that scenario, because they had the control, they had the options, and that's how it goes. That's the nature of Brawl Esports.
Yep. Neither team, I think you pointed out beautifully, blunders on both sides. Neither team played perfectly. This is not some Toxic Lotus level gameplay that we've seen today where it's just really clinical precision, the lane swaps are clean. No, this is a scrappy fight. Like, you just throw 6 people into a room and just give them a bunch of tablets and just have them, try to play the best Brawl Stars you can. And it ends up feeling at certain points a little bit uncompetitive, but this is as we mentioned, that this is the level that the region is at the moment. They've grown a tremendous amount. I think I vaguely remember watching Mainland China all the way back in 2021, where you've got Tick first pick everywhere in Minecart Madness. They're playing Tick Gem Carrier in an era where Gene Max exists. So this is basically sort of the mentality that you have to get into, that it's no longer like the team that drafts the best that can win among all these other tier 2 Chinese teams. It's really just in that moment, who has less shaky hands, who has a little bit more composure, who has a little bit more team coordination, that just comes out on top. And at the moment, it just looks like Toxic Lotus Genesis are the ones in this matchup that are holding on to that.
Yeah, it's just by a slither, I would say. That was certainly a surprising thing to see for me, because I feel like Alpha really were gaining some better composure in these sets. I felt like Heist looking much better. I think the set prior to that as well, like they just looked like they were learning from their mistakes along the way, and then that set just kind of ruined it for me. Just Brawl may not be their best mode. It certainly just felt like it was more nerves to me than anything else. But yeah, missing open goals and such, going into the next set, you got to feel like that's going to be something which they'll either be able to put in the past and put to bed and get back to being focused up and bring things to a 5th and final set, or that's going to linger with you and stay in your mind. And in what could be your final set of the competition, of this stage of the competition, because there will be a repeated kind of format in later months. They'll have an opportunity to come back for that, but this is the last potential set for them today if they don't get this right. It's the elimination stage of the bracket. The loser will go home. That's where we're at now in the stage of the competition. So you have no time for errors, no time for mistakes. You've got to get it right.
Yep. I'm just wishing, not necessarily that we go all 5 sets, but at the very least in this final, potentially final set for Alpha, that they really just bring their best game. Right, you don't want to go into this next set probably with a draft that's just a little bit too one-sided, and then you don't want your last sort of potential set in the tournament to be remembered as one that you just bowed out in shame, like one that you just got completely dominated. You want to like at least put up a fight. So that's what I'm looking forward to see in our next map, which Ark, I have no clue what this translation is. I'm trying to work backwards. I'm trying to translate it back into Chinese and then think like what makes sense. But
I think double swoosh, whizzing sound is what is written down as. Was that double swoosh, you reckon? Swoosh, whizzing,
swoosh, double swoosh, whizzing sound. Well, there's literally no word you know, doubles translated as a word that basically literally means double, so that there isn't really something. Maybe we can deduce something from the bans. It does look like a double swoosh ban. You know, Janet, not a brawl that you usually would ban out here. Jean ban is obviously something that you see in nearly every Jamcrat, but the Amber ban I think stands out as one that could be. It's the Juju ban that makes me wonder whether this is really double swoosh, which this is not. A double swoosh is not a map that Juju really fares particularly well in.
Crystal Arcade is my only thought as well, but I'm not sure whether that was recently added since the maybe last stop. Yeah. Yeah. I think looking at the draft, it probably is last stop. Yeah. Byron in the mid here, Penny on the side lane, Ash. This is post hypercharge Ash, so certainly it could make sense. Yeah, and that with that Darrow pickup, yeah. I don't think this is double swoosh. I think the squeak pickup is to really lock down on one of those side lanes against that Penny as well. Yeah. Wow. Detective work. We figured it out. Whizzing sound is last stop, I think. This is why we need us to be on this, and specifically you. You know, like, you know, your your abilities to be multilingual definitely coming in clutch. Yeah, I think good comps on both sides. Definitely the more tankier comp on the side of Alpha. The more rounded, I would say, for TL Genesis here. So that's to be considered, certainly. I think I favor their draft, to be honest.
What?
Told ya! Told ya!
It's double
I'll take that.
swoosh.
I'll take that all day long. You just dug yourself a big hole there, Spoo. I'll take it.
Well, okay. Maybe bans don't read it when it's in China, but yeah, okay. This comp still makes sense in the context of double swoosh. The only pick I think that's a little bit sort of strange for me is this Darrow pickup. It's not something that we see a lot in double swoosh unless it's in combination with something like a kit, I believe. And yeah, already this double swoosh, I mean, this Darrow's gonna be run over here on the right side by Lightstar, who's gonna convert into a total team wipe.
It's a lot of gems going the way there of TL Genesis, and a very tough scenario now. Darrow rolling in, trying to find the Penny, salty barrels to the face, and now the hypercharge from the Ash will come in, but that was a very good defense, must be said, on the side of TL Genesis, who are hanging on still in the series. Darrow's really having a tough game. I mean, there's everything, yeah, just being thrown at him, and the kitchen sink really combined. Let's see now if Alpha can really just bring anything to the table. They're being suppressed so much at the moment in time. At the moment, really struggling now. A bit of a even the Byron gets out in a good standing there on the left-hand side. Oh dear, oh dear.
Oh dear, indeed. It's a complete collapse here on the side, a complete reversal. Alpha somehow managed to pull it back in the last seconds here. VVL with that hypercharge is going to be trying to look for this Darrow pickup, but what has seemed to be a liability has suddenly become the last thing needed for Alpha to just completely take this back. He's going to roll away out of frame there. This is pretty funny to look at here. Yeah, the hypercharge mortar drops down here, but not exactly, you know, this is something that really makes a difference at this point. It was a very, very one-sided game from the side of Toxic Lotus Genesis, but they just let it slip away with one good roll coordinated with that Pearl push, and all of a sudden Alpha are back in the saddle. Game number 2 is underway though. Things could be a little bit different. The lane assignments are exactly the same though, and yeah, this time you're seeing on that right side, I was playing a little bit more carefully, you know, now getting the nice roll onto Lightstar, completely different from that game number 1. This is a different execution of this Darrow pickup here. But nonetheless, 4 gems already in the side of Toxic Lotus Genesis. A second roll going to be coming out here onto Lightstar. Darrow almost deleting out Lightstar, but actually turning to Vivi and leaving Lightstar active. That could be a massive blunder here, allowing Lightstar to just regain control of the right side of the map here. And now transferring here onto that left side. He's got a hypercharge active, but not really doing much. The hypercharge rat's gonna be dropping here from Lightstar, chasing after this squeak, just electing to ignore it. A nice slow flies out onto Lightstar here. This game's been completely back and forth arc.
Crazy, absolutely crazy stuff. But Alpha have got the pressure, certainly on their side, being a set down. It's not where they want to be. But let's see. Hypercharge rolling on straight onto the Ash. Great, now straight onto the Penny as well. Might have been better to stay on the Ash for me, but nonetheless, look at the pressure mounting. Oh my word. The Gem's still staying alive there with the Darryl. Now the Ash coming in to try to be able to say something about it. Dropped and reset now. Back and forth all the way. Tied up again. 7-6.
Yeah, I doubted this Daryl pick in the draft, but it seems to be doing extremely well. Another connection on to Lightstar. This Daryl has been rolling all over the TL Genesis roster and leading the charge, but not being able to sort of clean up here. Hypercharge will be coming out here from the squeak, just scooping up the last 3 gems as he retreats. His eyes are on Lightstar on that right side. The entire TL Genesis roster just gradually trying to break in from the right, but Daryl is there to answer, not allowing a single offensive play coming in. And Alpha gonna tie this setup. We're going to a set 5 arc.
It kind of has to be decided here for me. I think that makes the most sense. I think it deserves to go to the 5th and final set for the first time today in the elimination bracket. This is now the crunch time. It's gonna be one set to decide it, who stays and who goes home. I think that we've seen some promise from both sides, some mistakes from both sides certainly, and now it's gonna be a true testament to see who can stand the heat, you know. And there's more to come after this stage of the bracket, so whoever wins it has got more work to be done today for sure, but certainly will not be going home, and that's what both teams are looking to avoid here.
Yeah, looking back at some of these highlights, this is how the game number 1 collapse just went down. It all started from a single Daryl roar and somehow converted all the way into just a team wipe. And, you know, games 2 and 3, I think this Daryl performance really, really impressed me. I doubted the pick. When I looked at it, it was like, yeah, this has got to be last stop. But yeah, now I've learned my lesson in calling maps too early because it seems to work when the matchups are just right. You can't get value out of this Rolly boy.
Wow. Whizzing sound, Spoo. You won't forget that one again. Whizzing sound, all done and dusted. And the final set still to come. But again, very, very close back and forth. I felt like there was a better sort of consistency behind the gameplay on that set for me by comparison to Brawl from Alpha. And real credit shown, you know, for them to bring this one back. Because I said coming into the set, didn't I, that those kind of mistakes that linger on from Brawl could be the very thing which costs them and makes them go home prematurely. To bring it to a 5th and final set is already a huge achievement in that regard, because there were some big blunders to recover from. So I think fair play to them. But this next set, I mean, it really can go either way. It's a 50-50 here. And, you know, I think a great thing to see as well, coming into the region today, we had our minds set on exactly what we were expecting to see. We were thinking in terms of our predictions that we would be able to write them all down and get it signed off. And if there were anything on the event sites to really kind of reap the rewards from, would be absolutely cushy. We'd be there in like 3 games and already at that final tier. Now we're looking at a situation where quite literally this could be a huge upset. I mean, if TL Genesis do not make it through this this next set and they go home early as the first team today to leave the competition, that is going to blow the whole thing wide open. And our expectations then are going to be in somewhat of a limbo. I mean, we're still pretty united and set on Toxic Lotus, the main roster, who are not competing in this series. They will be, of course, later on in the upper bracket. We're still pretty united in saying that they are the favorites. But, like, if TL Genesis do not survive this, that just goes to show that we can't really preempt or predict anything else to come.
Yep. I in my heart, I want to see Alpha win. I want to see this sort of same level of consistency that they showed in this gem grab set. I love the fighting spirit that came out of them. You know, game number 1 was really going very badly. They were down 7-0 in gems. I love that they converted that confidence into just much better and cleaner gameplay in game number 2. We saw Pearl winning lanes against Byron. That is also a matchup that is not really easy to win, and somehow just managing to, you know, use your just superior mechanical skill there. Now we're going to be going into the next map, which is titled Open Wilderness. And this time, I'm quite sure, all right? I'm like 99% sure this has to be out in the open, right? Surely it has to be out in the open.
That was my assessment, but, you know, you haven't been great with your predictions on these translations so far, Spoo. Which, considering that, you know, you are much more affiliated with the language than I was expecting a bit better. But I'm going to give this one to you. I reckon you're probably right this time. But so far, you know, you're still behind in terms of the comparisons between you and I. So you need to up your game.
Yeah, maybe you should pick up the language. You should join me.
Maybe I should.
Maybe you should. Maybe you should. You know, then you can make a little bit more friends with our mainland Chinese players. But yeah, going into this final knockout set out in the open, TL Genesis, if I were them, I'd be feeling a little bit more nervous for sure.
Yeah.
Because they are the team that has the expectations on their back. They were the team that was supposed to not even be in the lower bracket to begin with. And they've already had one knockout set where they got just completely crushed by Boom. So there might be a little bit of, that little sort of trauma that lingers from that previous set. Some of that psychology at play, maybe you decide that there's a brawler that, wasn't in your preparation, that you wanted to ban, that now you gotta change. All these kind of things can happen between sets, and that's just the beauty of double elimination, but it's also a curse in that regard, that if you're a team that can't move on from your previous losses, you let that linger with you, as you said, then that could really drag you down. So I want to see TL Genesis just put the best game forward, and I hope that we see some great games. I really am not that sort of a big fan of either team winning. I think no matter who goes forward from here, as long as they play their best, that's something that they should be proud of.
Yeah, I agree. And I think that, the best teams so far are really waiting down the lines because, for Boom, I think they've been displaying some great prospects here today. I cannot wait for that matchup between themselves and Toxic Lotus in that upper bracket stage. This being the first elimination stage of this bracket today. It had to go to the fifth and final set, in my opinion, because I think that, these two teams are the closest match that we've seen so far. And this could come down to one draft, So getting it right for knockout, certainly you're looking to brawlers that can really stand the test of time. Brawlers like Pearl and RT, really, with the shieldings that they have and the tankiness and the ability to really take down brawlers quickly, I think, as well. In these later stages with the gas closing in, you're able to really secure those kills quite successfully and consistently. So, these sort of sharpshooters are good for like picking off, and picking away at your opposition in the sort of mid to early stages. But certainly you want to have something for that later stage to really bring your team closer together to have the best chance of being the last men standing. I think that the bans here as well could be quite crucial, quite key. And the Piper is the favorite pick of both of these two teams on each side of the field. So I think that that's another brawler of kind of a heavy consideration there. In terms of the banning stages here as well. Not banned out though. Kit, Brock, and Gene banned out on sort of Alpha. Gus, Gene, RT banned out by Genesis there. So definitely, I think, a wise thing to favor the Gene ban here. So I don't mind it at all. And it's going to be heading over now to Good Night. He's going to be drafting what looks like an Angelo. So I think out in the open seems pretty safe to assume.
Yep, I think both these teams, nothing really unexpected so far. I've not seen Juju really perform on Out of the Open, if I'm going to be honest with you. I know there's a bit of water on that left side of the map that you can play off. But, when Juju stands on that water, she loses out on that massive range. And after all this, if this is a throw on an open map, it's going to be a bit sketchy for me. So we're going to have to wait and see whether we're really right about the assessment of the map. But yeah, I like the bans on both sides. I think that trauma factor is a little bit there for TL Genesis. They are banning out most of what they played in the previous sort of match that they played here on Knockout. And yeah, it is going to be Out of the Open. Okay, phew. I actually got one right this time, Mark.
Who would have thought? Who would have thought? I only took the third series of the day to do so. Hey, better late than never, I guess. Well, here we go. Kenji's a bit wild, We've already seen some really great taps on the Angelo today, and Alpha doing pretty bad job of evading it. Now with one man standing, that was convincing. I mean, that was really TL Genesis just coming to their own there, and a very swift round. Didn't even see the gas. I mean, utility now going in, an immediate tap of the 8-bit. Alpha might be in peril. They need to get the Grigri, which they now have. So that will be a good deterrent of the Daryl, but they've got to be far more cautious this time around.
Yeah, the 8-bit's got the boosted beacon out as well, which hopefully they defend properly, because losing this before, okay, they do not, bother to even defend or block or even make use of it. That's going to be entire missed sort of utility being used here, but the invis being popped out here by this Juju. The Griff is going to be dropped down just to push TL Genesis back into the base, but no real advantage gained here. As you see, Lightstar on the right is just continuing to just aggress forward and push back Alpha back to where they started.
Good taps yet again. And an Angelo hypercharge available, as well as a Daryl hypercharge. Now the Pearl super as well. A great amount of utility going down, but that Angelo's not got a super. Was probably looking to get one now, has got it, but just not able to use it in time. Either way, it's not going to matter. It's a 3v1, is a situation that Kenji just cannot get out of alive. Solid stuff, and a round and a game, most importantly, going the way then of TL Genesis.
Yeah, this is what I didn't want to see. I was a bit worried that Alpha would come into this one with sort of a bit of a shaky comp, and here they've got a pretty challenging comp, I think, that to execute here. There's a lot of timings that they have to really coordinate perfectly. You mentioned that Kenji, that was a little bit dubious for me, and oh my word, immediately Juju just gets melted here, overextending a little bit too much, and already it's gonna be 2 versus 3. 8-Bit, the last man left standing all by himself and is lonesome, and Alpha on their last legs here.
Yeah, tough spot for an 8-Bit in a 1 versus 3 scenario. Yeah, that's going to be just more utility over. They could actually feed off this 8-Bit and allow him to heal back up, but it's just the Pearl now. It's lacking super. I'd probably advise that they, I guess they maybe want to hypercharge on the Angelo. It could have been wise just to get the Pearl super, because you want that coming into the map to break the mid, but I mean, they're not going to grumble about it too much. It's a tough thing to see.
It's really tough. I mean, defeating Angelo hypercharge at that point as well. The smokes, you know, the match ends so fast. The smoke doesn't even come in. You can't even tactically kill yourself, essentially. So, you know, at least the very least, you know, Alpha right now, they've got 2 out of 3, I think, of the key components that they need. They kind of have a 1 turret online, which you do need to cycle for your 2nd turret. Which I think he should be about halfway through right now. They're going to be popping around one of those slows. He gets his super and the hypercharge online as well. It's a threat to Alpha that they have to be very, very cautious about.
Wow. Again, this is now a very difficult spot for Alpha. They lose this round. They will be going home early. And they've not really shown much of a back and forth so far. Kenji going in. Hypercharge popped them by the Angelo. Now a super to combine with it. And everyone really struggling on the side of Alpha to stay on their feet. Hypercharge tie it down for the 8-Bit. The damage booster will helping hand things substantially as the Kenji goes in. But will he come out? That's the question. Daryl roll away. And there's still 3 minutes standing on either side. The heal's coming in the barrel there, just taking a shot. But at first, takedown of the 8-Bit is there. And it's actually going to be around for Alpha.
This is what we signed up to see. The win condition is finally showing through from Alpha. The plan was to wait for that smoke and just hunker down. Make sure you put all your resources. I like that they've, you know, in a sense, it's a bit late, but they finally discovered what the win condition for their comp should be.
Juju needs a Gree realistically here. And at that range, very easy for the Pearl to duke around. Pushing back now. The hypercharge now available as well. TL Genesis, who are still 1 round away, and there's a takedown there as well. That's terrible for Alpha. It's now against all the odds of 2 versus 3. Agree there. Oh, there's a tap. The Angelo is surely done. Nothing that can be done now for the side of Alpha. They put up a commendable fight, but TL Genesis got the job done in the 5th and final set, just in the nick of time. Such a close affair, but Alpha will be going home now as the first team today to do so in the elimination start of this bracket.
Yep, commiserations to Alpha, but honestly, commendations for putting up such a fantastic fight in that last set as well. At the very least, you know, they seem to have figured out what their comp is built for, and it just seems like it was a little bit too late there. Once again, it seems to be decided by the Angelo. This time, TL Genesis, they are the ones holding on to this archer from heaven, this mosquito, this poison. And yeah, Angelo seems to be really doing very well here on all the knockout series here in mainland China. I think this highlight just reflected really well. Yeah, this is the one sort of round that we saw signs of life coming from Alpha. You see the turret placed so beautifully, and yeah, fortunately, just not enough for them. Just came on a little bit too late.
Yeah, it was a tough thing. I would like to have seen Alpha prevail there. Really, I think that would have been quite an interesting thing to see. You know, to come out on top against a huge, you know, as a huge underdog would have been really quite interesting, but not to be the case. And a sad thing, but I think that they've had a good day nonetheless. They can be proud, like you said earlier as well, of their performance so far in this competition. And we look forward to seeing them hopefully in the next stage of this competition in the mainland China region, because I think that they've got some potential, really, to be honest. And you can see there as well how today has been shaping up to be. So far as well in this lower bracket stages, then it's going to be TL Genesis that will proceed on and await the team which are the downfall of the upper bracket stage. Will be Boom up against the main Toxic Lotus squad that we saw be extremely dominant already today. So the next match will be one that will not be a knockout stage, it'll be the upper bracket, but definitely a great amount riding on this next match. We've seen great stuff from Boom. They were able to get the win versus Toxic Lotus Genesis, who we just witnessed. That was a 3-1 scoreline in Boom's favor. Didn't go to the fifth and final set. So they look to be about, I would say, the number 2 seed. I would say the number 1 seed are Toxic Lotus, who are their opposition in this next match. And yeah, I mean, our number 3 seed then would be TL Genesis. But so far, we've seen upsets, you know, and we were not expecting that. We thought it was going to be pretty much even sailing for the most part in terms of our predictions. The event site, of course, not really going to facilitate for this region today, unfortunately, but you can play along with us at home. We've already been proved wrong once, so me and Spoo are currently 1 down. But other than that, I think we're pretty much still on the same page. That last match, though, could have gone either way. I think we both would have said that TL Genesis should have probably won it, because based on what we'd seen previously, we saw nothing from Alpha in the match versus Toxic Lotus. It was a sweep against them. So I think that we would have gone with TL Genesis. So we're going to put it down as a -1 so far, Spoo. We're still evenly matched. Of course, do let me know if you side away from me. I'm curious to see whether we will have any differences for the day.
Yeah, it's a little bit hard, honestly. I think the one match that we will have a chance to really predict is assuming that obviously, so Toxic Lotus, assuming that they beat out Boom here and there's no major upset, it's going to be Boom against TL Genesis down in that lower bracket. And that's a grudge match. It's a rematch that, once again, beautiful format. You know, I love double elimination and love watching double elimination because you always have these opportunities for these kind of revenge plot lines to resolve within its own day. So yeah, I think that's the one match that we might disagree on, because it's gonna be like, is it, you know, is Boom better? Is TL Genesis better? You mentioned that they are sort of seed 2 now based on the positioning in the tournament, but hey, they still gotta to go through TL Genesis if they want to get that rematch. So yeah, I mean, we're looking at potentially 2 rematches coming up here. It could be Boom versus Toxic Lotus twice, or it could be Boom, sorry, it could be TL Genesis beating out Boom and that lower bracket to actually get all the matchups possible here in that tournament, go up against Toxic Lotus.
Yeah, it's a number of possibilities. The only thing for certain is that Toxic Lotus, the main roster, haven't dropped a set for this entire competition. They're the only team now to have not dropped a single set this entire time. That is scary. And on a day where only one team can be the team to qualify for the Brawl Cup, that is what the main prize of this event is. Of course, there'll be points, there'll be prize money involved as well for this region, and a second instance of this same round of qualifying and finals in this region later on in the year. The number one thing that everyone is fighting for in this competition is that spot at the Brawl Cup. And we know what a fantastic addition that is to this year's format, and what it can bring for a region. You know, to bring an additional qualifying spot for the World Finals is huge, especially for a region like Mainland China, who really would want to benefit the most from having an additional slot. You know, we've seen them just really gradually over the years increasing their spot in the dominance of Brawl Esports around the globe. But they've still yet to shine on the world stage to a point where they've been able to get a win. We saw for many years the absence of a single set in the world final stages for Mainland China. And then we saw in 2023, you know, the resilience of the region coming through in the form of BC Gaming, you know, going the distance against Luminosity in that group stage to a double match point. Then going the distance with Revenant Esports. They didn't make it out of the group stage, but they went to the 5th and final set twice in their group. And that could have changed the course of the entire World Finals. As we know, Luminosity Gaming went on to face off against Zeta Division, and that went to a 5th and final set, and Zeta went on to win the World Finals in the end. But imagine the difference that it would have made if we saw BC Gaming get the win in their group, if we saw them face against Zeta, if we saw just something so special in that first matchup on day 3 versus Zeta that didn't go Zeta's way, as they did have a slow start. We may have seen something incredible and an entire history course change. I think this region has got great potential. It's still yet to kind of come to the full front surface of things, but we are seeing growth and development. And last year at the LCQ, you know, we saw them make day 2 in the form of Toxic Lotus. You know, we saw them get that win against Navi, a huge win against, you know, the East Asia region, which I don't think many people saw coming. They did get swept in day 2 by Foot Esports, but nonetheless, they are definitely showing signs of development and growth. And I love that about this region.
Yep, and bringing it back here to what they're all playing for in this World Cup. And as you mentioned, a great addition this year and having an additional LAN tournament for a region like mainland China, where the format is already so cutthroat, where there's literally only 2 qualifying opportunities. It's not like they've got a point circuit throughout the year like the rest of the BSC. It's really all your preparation throughout the year crammed into 2 consecutive weeks of competition, followed up by 2 consecutive days of action. And whoever comes out on top, pretty much, yeah, goes to the World Cup and then, you know, gets that coveted sort of LAN exposure that I think a region like mainland China needs more than any other region, just because of the sheer lack of tournaments inside their home country.
Yeah, definitely a very grueling qualifying stages, no doubt about it. And 4,096 teams in that stage battled it out over the course of an entire week from February the 8th through to February the 15th. And that's when we met yesterday's competition in the elimination round, as we whistled down to just 16 teams and separated them out into 4 groups of 4. Out of those groups, we saw then the prevailing teams, of which we see here today. In Group A, we saw TL Genesis prevail in their group, and then in Group B, it was Boom. In Group C, it was Toxic Lotus, and Group D, we saw Alpha, who have just gone home as the first team today to do so out the elimination bracket and out of the running. They'll be able to come back in the second stage of the competition later on in the year, but for now, it is doom and gloom. But here are the maps and modes for our next matchup as well. So we've got Heist first and Hot Potato. That'd be great to see that one play itself out. We've seen some big base races as well there today already. And we've got our next match loaded up. Toxic Lotus on the right-hand side and their favorite brawlers on the left-hand side as well. Of course, there are some big differences in opinion, it seems, for Boom. But nonetheless, the drafts coming in now. The Lou, the Melody, and the Edgar banned out by Boom. The Toxic Lotus, the Frank, the Buzz, and the Amber.
Yep, nothing too uncharacteristic here. They are in Hot Potato. And finally, a debut of the Barry pickup. This is something that it's a really, really scary brawler to go up against. And I'm surprised that they'd rather ban the Edgar or the Lou out here on the side of Boom and actually let the Barry slip through. Maybe there's some kind of secret strat that they're cooking up here to deal with it. But nope, at the moment, it just seems to be, once again, another 100% uptake on the Lily on the side of Boom here.
Barry, the first time today we're seeing it. And that is a very, very scary prospect. I don't like the look of it whatsoever. And I'm surprised that we have seen it for the first time today, if I'm completely honest. The lingering ice cream on the safe, as we know, can just be absolutely devastating. Probably not the best of Barry's modes, but there's not really a bad mode for Barry. That's the thing. So for me, I think the gadget of healthy additives is what they'll probably be looking to run there, to have that main area of attack last for 100% longer on the safe. The Shades is a very interesting choice. Not what I was expecting at all, but a map that can have some value for it. Still not all for it. I think the Colette is by far a much, much stronger addition. But what Boomer cooking here, the Colt, the Lily, the Carl, these are definitely dangerous ideas that if left untouched on the safe, I mean, could cause a problem for Toxic Lotus. And if that is the idea, the plan is to base race this. We've seen already today, Boom gets some great results by doing that very thing. On the other side of the field, Toxic Lotus have also been able to display, like, better than any other team we've seen so far today, immense composure under pressure. Great awareness of the map and their positioning of it. Look at this. The left-hand side, the Lily and in the realm comes out just bang on top of the Barry. A tough position there to find themselves caught up in on the side of Boom. But first sign of damage on both sides actually is a bit of a slow base race occurring. And there's those berry shots. They're lingering on that safe, and the damage ticking down as well. Can't really see the percentage differential, though, in the split screen now. We can see it's back to 50 apiece. Both sides just scattering, really, for an opening hand. Great super from the weekend there. And a clear up, as now we see the Lily going in, getting a nice connection. Very, very close. Gotcha Gadget from the Colette finds the Carl as well as a takedown and the hypercharge. This is a great opening moment for Toxic Lotus, and they do not hesitate to land the mark. Now the Shade on the safe getting some consecutive damage, and so throws over the shoulder. Lovely, lovely stuff there from Toxic Lotus. They get that first game, but it was very back and forth all the way throughout, and just about managed to get themselves into a good position towards the end. But I think this comp is definitely a bit of a dangerous one, Spoo. The idea of going for the base race from Boom, still seems to be very much on their agenda here. But I mean, so far, Toxic Lotus is able to stay firm on things, and that's what we've seen so far from them today. Is their composure.
Yeah, off to a sort of a bad start right now. Damon in the mid wide is going to be taking down that Colt, the major damage dealer. The lack of it is going to be putting quite a lot of, less damage inside the side of Boom. They still did a significant amount of damage thanks to that Lily sneaking through. But right now it's Toxic Lotus who are completely inside deep within the enemy position on Boom. Once again, it's a one push, similar to that game number 1 coming in here from the side of Toxic Lotus. What is Boom thinking of right now? They're not sure if they want to defend. They're kind of like inching. You see the call, like thinking, should I go? Should I stay? And that indecisiveness just, costs them, pretty much like, I think, a game that was completely defendable.
It's, yeah, possibly. But I think with the Berry as well, I think it was over before they really started playing. I think, we don't see Berry that often. I think we saw it a lot more than I was expecting to see it in other regions this month, if I'm honest. And as soon as it comes out, it's just got such a high win rate, for a reason. It's so oppressive and so hard to defend against. This is where we saw, the way that Toxic Lotus is just able to really overthrow things in that first game. It wouldn't have been an easy defense, for sure, but I think, yeah, it's a really tough thing. I think the draft was just better on the side of Toxic Lotus, to be honest.
Yeah, this is where we start to compare that experience level that's coming in. And Barry is a brawler that I would say in that previous patch, since we're looking at one patch ago, now that the statistics are out, we know that he has, I think, a 76% win rate across all the regions that he was played in. And that's when you've got a brawler with that much higher of a win rate, you could consider it a little bit overtuned. It's possible that also there's a bit of a draft bias that basically it creates situations that if you first pick Barry, it's almost like it forces your entire comp to be about countering Barry, which I don't even think I saw from the side of Boom. They picked up a Lily and a Carl as 2-3 in response to this Barry, and neither of those options are really particularly very sharp. Usually when you go up against this Barry, you're anticipating a follow-up in terms of the tanks that could come with it. So you really, really need to amp up on massive amounts of anti-tank potential, massive amounts of damage, which I just think, the Boom roster did not have.
Yeah, I think moving forwards, the draft is going to be something of which Boom are going to have to pay better attention to, for sure. Because they've had a bit of a back and forth affair already today in this stage of the competition. This is going to be their biggest test yet, I feel. And it's still hard to see Toxic Lotus really stepping too far in the wrong. For the most part, they've been so consistent. That was probably the closest that we've seen a sort of series played out with them. So I think this could go either way, actually. But I think certainly in the picks and ban stages of the competition, that's where Boom needs to be a little bit more cautious. I think that Berry needs to be banned. I think that just the way that the draft went back and forth just didn't really didn't seem to really turn on too many alarm bells for them. And you can't really base race a team like Toxic Lotus. That's just not really going to happen. It's possible, but they're just so good at playing defense and offense in equal measure. That's the thing that's kind of scary. And we saw it as well all day long today. Just their ability to map control is really, really tough to contest against. I mean, the best in this region for me, until I see otherwise a reason to think so. They're just looking like the team to beat.
Yeah, Boom have really got to step up, and step up by, I think, in every single measure possible. I think in that last set, it's fair to say that the draft was just not in their favor, and so I don't think we've been able to see how Boom can perform if they're given a sort of a more even draft, so to speak. But I'm gonna be honest, I really don't know if Boom are capable of pulling out an even draft up against the likes of Star Dragon. The coach of Toxic Lotus with so much experience drafting in all these other regions, and I know that the amount of prep that this guy does personally is just absolutely immense. Studying data and studying statistics from all the regions and coming up with his own sort of plans. He's a very, very, very passionate guy when it comes to the draft, and he takes a lot of pride in being able to contribute to this Toxic Lotus roster. So Boom are really, really sort of like, this is like, it's not just Boom, but any team that goes up against Toxic Lotus, there's really just, you have to have so much more elevated gameplay if you even want to stand on an even footing with this team.
Yeah, it's like you said, having a solid team and a great infrastructure goes a long way, right? And that's what makes the difference against teams which don't really have that in the back pocket. We've seen this over the years with this very roster. They've been able to get the results that they have because of that in the background. And we were talking prior to the show as well a lot about how that we felt the first win that Mainland China ever saw on a world stage at the LCQ last year came as a direct result of that ability to draft the way that they were drafting that 2-0 sweep versus Navi. Really did land them into a fantastic position into day two. Of course, we know how that story ended. Didn't make the world finals, but nonetheless, they gave themselves a really, really good shot at it. And that does come down a great deal to that support network, having a solid draft, having a great awareness of the meta. That's what we saw in years prior to that not really being the case with this region. So I feel like that is definitely something that Boom have got to heavily consider here as something that could very well be their unraveling. Again, we are in the upper bracket stage. We're bouncing between that and the lower bracket, but this is an upper bracket match. So if Boom take the loss here, again, still early days, we're only one set in, but if that were the case, Boom would have a second shot down in that elimination bracket where TL Genesis are awaiting them. So it wouldn't be a sort of elimination match at this present stage, but whoever loses will certainly find themselves in a position where they would not prefer to be.
Yep. Bearing in mind as well, right? I was thinking about preparation when it comes to coming into this stage of the competition, and this format is really, truly very brutal from a player's perspective if you think about it, because you're given a set of 18 maps straight up, and there is no indication, there is no prior sort of information provided to you as a player on which maps you're going to be playing against which team. You have none of that information. You just have to study all 18 maps, and across the 2-week qualification period, across the 2 days of this elimination and this grand finals round, you really have to improvise on the fly, adapt to the sort of teams that you're playing against, and change your bans as you see fit. And that's where I think good versus great is decided. Toxic Lotus, with all their experience, they know exactly what they want. And coming into this second map of the day, we are going into Precision Shot, which, care to guess what that is, Sark?
I was just doing one other thing. What was the mode? I didn't quite catch the mode.
It's Brawl Ball. I'm guessing
shot.
it's Pinball Dreams.
I'm gonna say Pinball Dreams. Yeah, that's my gut feeling. I think the Juju first pick would be a good thing to have for it. Daryl and Poco. I mean, Boom. I'm not really feeling that draft so far. The Griff's gonna be able to open up the map a lot. That will expose to Daryl. And they're thinking Amber as well. I don't mind it. It's not the worst of things. Stu being banned and the B. I actually think B is quite an underrated ban here. I quite like that. The Mortis, the Buster, and the Frank banned out by Toxic Lotus there. Edgar. Yeah, I'm not a fan of this Edgar pick. We saw it earlier as an idea. It's basically an idea to counteract Juju. But I don't think it's quite up to par at doing so. The Gree is a pretty good deterrent. The numbing needles can slow the Edgar as well to be able to kind of close the gap, or rather get away from the Edgar when it precision shot. No, it'd be true. Is that true? That's triple dribble?
No. This is this is a map that we've not seen in a very long. It's lost onto me. I'm gonna have to look this up after. I'm not too sure. We've seen
Pinhole
it before
punt,
competitive
right?
for sure, but it's is it pinhole punt? Or is it?
I think it's just pinhole punt.
It's pinhole. Oh yeah. It is pinhole punt. Yeah. That seems a bit more logical now. But that all the more makes it such a Toxic Lotus. This draft is honestly just completely winning here, isn't it?
Oh, what a slot through. That was beautiful by White there, who's playing on the name Damien today. My word, that was a really, really tight angle to close on. And really nicely done. I mean, in terms of how I see the draft now, it might make it a bit more challenging with this Daryl with the Griff as well. Look at the oppression really here from Toxic Lotus now. Not much the Daryl can do. I mean, picking a Daryl into a Juju as well. Like, you know, you've got to consider that being the thing here. That greedy there, there's the numbing needles, the slow there. It's going to be such a hard thing to fight up against. Go for the trick shot. And the Weeknd didn't even bother trying to get in the way of it, you know? Like, you can't do that. You got to try, man. You got to try. Come on.
I think it's the second time I've seen that happen today. You know, the Weeknd...
In this region, they just stop. They're like, yeah, you know what? We're not even going to bother. We see it's the goal. All you.
You see,
go next.
GG go next. Engine had time to aim. Engine didn't instantly flick the shot either. He took his time, you know, just slowly aimed. And yep, already a sad face for the Poco. He's going to be going down here. And get jumping in, just getting deleted by this Juju and this Griff's burst damage. It's just so much damage to go into. The counters that Booma's supposedly bringing to the table don't seem to really be doing it. And yeah, the lane reassignment comes out. Edgar's going to be going on the right side, but already Poco's just gone in the win.
Where's the Daryl going?
Daryl's just, he's given up, I think. And yeah, Toxic Lotus just 2-0. It just seems like the second set for them is always going to be ending in a blitzkrieg.
I'm going to be kind of harsh here, maybe. Or maybe I'm just giving it just how it is and playing it straight. Like, you can't do that. Like, there's always a chance. Like, if you give up, you're giving yourself no chance. You may as well just forfeit, you know? And I just don't understand the Daryl there at all. Like, going so out of position and not even helping his team in any way, really. You know, I just really struggle to see the logic towards the end. I mean, clearly they think that it's not even worth trying for. That was another open goal opportunity. The Weeknd may have been able to go to the left-hand side there to defend against it. May have gone down, but again, these attempts are not happening to try to stop it. They're just accepting their fate. I mean, I don't think that that's the way to play it. Even if you feel like the draft didn't go your way, look at the Daryl here. Just like, oh, all yours, you know, all good. I mean, it's just not really what I would like to see, to be honest, in the competitive setting. Like, I want to see every team play into the final second. But hey, I mean, that is a bit of an indication that, you know, for Toxic Lotus, things are going very much according to the plan. And for Boom, maybe they just feel out of their depth completely so, and like it, you know, GG go next, like I said. Either way, again, if they do take the loss here, they'll be in the elimination bracket, but if they get out of that, then they're going to be playing the same team again, right? So, like, where's the logic in this kind of mentality? You really have to come a bit more prepared and with a bit more steel on your back. You know, you got to be able to just fight until the very last blow. And that's not really the winning mentality that I would prefer to see from a team that are looking to get a place at the Brawl Cup.
Yep, I think I couldn't have said it better myself. I want to see more of a fight between both of these two teams. And yes, the previous draft was not great. Pro Ball was probably worse. We were so sidelined by the name a little bit because logically, if you're going Edgar Darrow into Juju Amber Griff, the only map that really makes sense that could work is Pinball Dreams. As soon as this was Pinhole Punt, a map that we've not seen in ages, it's like, oh my god, this draft completely doesn't work. Like, do you not realize that there is nothing that beats Juju on this map aside from just going parity on throwers? You have to get a thrower to check the Juju here. I know that there's bushes and Juju still probably wins that matchup, but it's like a 45-55 matchup. You still have to go for a thrower. You can't just pick Edgar into every thrower and just assume that it wins. I'm going a bit of a rant here about like the way that Mainland China approaches some of these drafts. But yeah, I mean, we have seen Lily picked 100% of the time in Heist, and we've seen Edgar picked 100% of time into Juju. It just seems to be a little bit of a more sort of a, I think it could be like an in-country meta because the standard of play isn't there, that people realize that, for example, oh, you can beat Edgar if you just have some team play, which is what Toxic Lotus are now showing to the rest of their country. They're saying you just pair up the Juju with anyone else and suddenly the Juju is unkillable. With the shield, it's even harder to get through as an Edgar. So these are the notes that I hope that Boom are taking before they go into the lower bracket, before they hopefully get a rematch, because if they don't do something now, it's going to be a Toxic Lotus day.
I think you summed it up beautifully. I think that, if it is a regional idea, like, surely the stats don't match up to the idea that it's worth doing. Like, the Edgar into the Juju doesn't work from what I'm seeing. I haven't seen it done across other regions. I'm open to seeing something new, but it's not working. So why do we keep doing it, in that regard? And yeah, I mean, forgive us, watching live. We're obviously like, a little bit behind in terms of what the actual map rotation is going to be, because some of the translations from mainland China are not the same map name. So we're playing a little bit of a guessing game in that regard as to what the maps are going to be sometimes. And when the draft flies through as quickly as it is, it gives little time to kind of like do a deeper dive analysis in regards to that sort of stuff. So we are playing a little bit of catch up along the way. But you're right, like there was some glaringly obvious signs for us. If we had a bit more time to dive into it prior to the match, that it was kind of almost expected to be the case there. And yeah, for Boom, I mean, the last thing to go should be your mentality. Everything else can go first. You can get the drafts wrong, you can get your gameplay wrong, but if your mentality is the first thing to go, then what hope do you have? I mean, you may as well just tell the admins, what, we forfeit, throw us into the next match and save everyone else the time. But hey, I mean, we'll go to the next set. I just hope that they can turn us around.
Yeah, I like to see Boom bring out the same spirit that they had against TL Genesis earlier today.
Exactly.
They were down by one set, right? And they took scrappy fights. Not that the drafts weren't cutthroat level of precision, but at the very least, the execution, the attempt on the execution, was something that in that last Brawl set, I think as soon as the Poco dropped, we saw 2 AFKs instantly happen. Like, they were like, oh, it's over. Edgar is like, yep, run it down. And then, yeah, Daryl's gonna bounce off the walls like a million times to the right side. We're nitpicking a little bit here, but there's definitely some counterplay that could have happened. When you sacrifice a brawler, for example, aggressively, you're playing Poco 2 aggressive brawlers, you sacrifice one brawler. If it's the Poco that drops, there should be some compensation that comes out of it. There needs to be some level of counterplay. It can't just be an instant concession and you give up the goal, and then as soon as it happens again, you give up the second round. That just cannot happen.
Yeah, it's looking bleak. No way to put it other than that, really, for Boom here in the upper bracket stages. This could be their final set in the upper bracket until, if they can get out of the elimination brackets, the grand finals here today. But it's definitely looking bleak. The most one-sided of things so far, I think, fair to say. Going in then to what could potentially be a final set, Gem Fortress, which would be Gem Fort then for our next map, for set number 3. Juju first pick. I mean, they left it open. Again, some questionable signs for the draft for Boom, because Juju in mid, I mean, it's just so good. Grigu can search through the bush. Janet's not a bad shout, and Rico's a bit dated here, I would say, but I mean, the Juju first pick, I mean, who wouldn't want it? The Edgar ban, the Mortis ban, and the Fang ban, and if Edgar is the answer in this region to Juju, that's even more worrying. The fact that it's banned out by Boom and they didn't ban out Juju instead. Like, what is it about Edgar which they are struggling with more than Juju in this current meta? That's a real observation that I've got to bring forwards and stress, because I don't see any reason for there to be an Edgar ban in Gem 4. It makes no sense to me whatsoever. The Pearl, the Stu, and the Juju comp then is on side of Toxic Lotus, and the Kenji to finalize Booms. And, I don't think Kenji's really been kind of in this meta, in my opinion, for a while either. We didn't really kind of see very much of it at all in the other regions this month. It still seems to be played by mainland China more so. It was very suppressive around the time of the World Finals, but I believe this patch is after that and just before the most recent update. So I don't think Kenji's in nearly as good of a place. But yeah, questionable drafts, I would say, all around, but one that Toxic Lotus have absolutely got the better of.
Yep, already off to a very, really good start, just penetrating that mid position and just hunkering down. Gem 4's an interesting map. compared to most of your other average gem grab maps because it's just all about that center control. So you can afford to just dive triple mid, which is what Toxic Lotus have done. And as you can see, boom, they've taken control of the outer ring of the map, but not really controlling all three carefully. So White is going to be able to just, scoot his way out of there, even just get it back into the mid, do a little bit of harassment. And now the Pearl opening up that side of the map. That's going to be sidelines for White to just break back into the mid.
Okay. Kenji going in, immediately found though by OU. Some big heavy taps, forcing him to the mid. A little bit of a connection with the Stu, but not too much. But a low HP above everyone's head. This could be a huge Janet hypercharge here. The gems are dropped as well. I would probably go on to the Gree there a little bit myself with the Janet, but the gems still are able to be assist. Well, the Kenji going in aggressively. So now a countdown for then boom. That was a very surprising thing to see, but this could be the first opportunity which they've got to really have something to say about this series.
Yeah, nice stuff here coming out from Boom, using that one push potential. Janet gonna be taking to the skies. The Stu hypercharge just not enough there. White gonna be spinning, sort of giving commendations to his enemies over there. Well played there by Boom. Just finding that timing, I think, off that Janet hypercharge, getting a nice pick there. But I also think that it was a little bit sloppy on the side of Toxic Lotus. The coordination there, just kind of getting pseudo team wipe. 2 out of 3 members just dropping their individual lanes there. So yeah, a miracle there for Boom so far, but this is the kind of stuff that we need to continue seeing if they're gonna have a shot here in this tournament.
Okay, well, that's the first sign so far of hope. And much better, to be fair, considering that in the last set, Boom just kind of gave up. So now we see a little bit more of a retake, a bit more back and forth in the mid as Toxic. Oh, I was going to say Toxic Lotus get hunkered down, but then all the gems are dropped as a result of that Rico super. And a bit of a trade back and forth here, but the Janet's going to try to get some damage, but the gems will be back over to Toxic Lotus. Couple scaved over, just the 2 then for Boom. But now the map's completely open, which leaves little for the Kenji to be realistically able to go around. Might look to go to the left-hand side lane and try to work their way around that way, but against the Pearl and the Stu, they have a really tough time.
Yeah, OU has been on fire this game so far. Quite literally on the Pearl, but at the same time, these supers usually did not that many connect, but sneaking up on this Kenji a couple times here, it's been really, really good. Hypercharge going to be coming out here from that Pearl, but just kind of used prophylactically, not really achieving much here. Rico just trying to go for a play here, but just going straight into the Grizz, not really respecting the damage coming out of that double kill coming out here from OU, deleting the members of Boom from the map. This seems a little bit more like the Toxic Lotus that we're familiar with.
Yeah, as soon as that left-hand side was opened up, you're going to be going in here as well. Oh, my word, team wipe. And big blunders coming back to the surface there for Boom. I mean, that was, quite hard to watch, really. The Rico super, the Gree going in and just kind of eradicating him. And the lineup just not happening at all. Complete waste of a super. Yeah, that's pretty tough to see there for me. And Boom going back to their old ways. Tough stuff. Again, if Boom do lose this next game, they will not be out of the competition today, but they will be in the elimination bracket. So certainly a dangerous place to be. And again, if they're able to escape it and have a rematch later, they've got to make it look closer and more convincing to be able to have any doubt in my mind that they can really have much to say for it. Already it's 3 gems to 4, and Damien there, or White as he's actually changed his name for today, chose better off going for the gem. I think that's probably wise. 4 now to the 1, but it's going to be very tough here for Boom to break this mid.
Yeah, off to a really bad start here for Boom. Losing your gem carrier so early, and once again there, the Janet just falling to this long-range bombardment from the Juju. This isn't even a map that Juju is necessarily, super oppressive with, but due to the comp selection that Boom has kind of opted for and the bans that they went into this one, they don't really have a proper answer there for this Juju. And just look at the lane swaps coming in from Toxic Lotus, the discipline coming out there. Pearl just always on the Kenji and Juju always on that Rico. This is the most clinical game I think we've seen so far from Toxic Lotus.
Huge outdraft for me. I mean, the Juju's been playing fantastically all game long and just literally bouncing lanes, like you say, with that Kenji and the Pearl. It's just, what can Boom do? That's the thing. Gems dropped, reset, but for how long? And it's going to have to be a really calculated push to really reset these against the Stu with the speed zone. But that's a great way to do it. My word. What a super from the Kenji combined with the Janet. But the Janet needs to get some gems and super out. That's the only escape mechanism they've got. And that was one reset, which they might not get a second chance to do. Going in now, Gadget straight into the eye of the storm. Can we see it from this Janet, or it's going to be lower bracket down for Boom? And look at this. Oh, not a single bomb really dropping on the Juju. And that is going to be it. Toxic Lotus prevail. And Boom head down to the elimination bracket.
A valiant attempt there from Boom. At the very least, they got one game on the board, disrupting Toxic Lotus's otherwise perfect tournament. So they may have soiled the TL record, but Toxic Lotus nonetheless will be awaiting themselves in the grand final, as predicted by, I would say, literally anyone who watches and pays attention to mainland China. I don't think anybody would have gotten this prediction wrong. But yeah, here we're going to be seeing that one sort of a really nice coincidence where the entirety of Toxic Lotus was just not really coordinated in the defensive capabilities. They just let them just get picked up one by one. Games 2 and 3, though, I think much cleaner. Game 2 was the OU show, and Game 3 was just a really nice, showcase that this team, Toxic Lotus, they understand the lane assignments better than any other team here in China.
Yeah, it's really hard for me to feel like there's any team that is on the same level at the moment. And I don't want to say that now because I want there to be a grand finals to really look forward to later on. But so far, I mean, kind of our expectations of this roster coming into today are still seemingly the same. They've been keeping up their level of caliber and their drafting and just their knowledge of the game all the way through. They just seem to be in a bit of a sort of, a level of their own currently. That's the scary thing. And Boom were the team that I had as being the closest match to them, and they gave up in one of their sets because it was just too difficult to really contend with. So and just the one game to save for that series, a complete sweep. If Boom get out of this elimination bracket, if they can get this win versus TL Genesis, knock them out, find themselves in that rematch, you're looking to be much more convincing, like I was saying. And it's a tough thing to feel like that could be the case now. I think what's maybe even more realistic now is to see maybe like TL Genesis can get the win over Boom and win that grudge match, and then we might have a bit more of a back and forth affair for the grand finals. But Toxic Lotus have secured themselves for it one way or another. So it's now all about that lower bracket stages and whittling down who is going to be the team to face them again. And they have not dropped a set this entire, not just today, but this entire way through the competition. That's the scariest thing. So, I mean, it's hard not to side against them. They are just looking like the team that will take it all. It's still yet to be decided, of course. Still many more matches to come. But look at this. I mean, waiting in that grand finals already without dropping a set throughout, not just today, but the process leading up to today, the week-long qualification process, the elimination stages of 16 teams yesterday in 4 groups. I mean, they really are pulling all the punches, Spoo, and it's hard to vote against them, really, isn't it?
Yep, it's they're not holding back, right? Absolutely not holding back. Part of me wishes that they would, but at the same time, I think it's good that they're educating the rest of the region what standards are really like, right? This is the standard that it takes to compete at the international level, and I think that's just a pill that every team here has to swallow. So far, as you said, Boom, Alpha, no one has been able to come close. No one has even scratched Toxic Lotus, and the only hope left is their sister team, TL Genesis, which is currently waiting in that lower bracket. They are hungry, and hopefully, I think for the storyline, them beating Boom would be back on script in a way, and hopefully that will provide for a grand finals that is slightly closer. I would like to see Toxic Lotus drop a set at the very least, or at the moment, I'd like to see Toxic Lotus have an even draft, because make no mistake, that's been 6 drafts in a row where we just look at the draft and we're thinking either Toxic Lotus are absolutely winning, or we just really love just how simple the execution from Toxic Lotus is. Whereas when we look at what teams like Boom and Alpha are playing, it's almost like they have to fulfill so many conditions to make their draft work.
Well, we've got a elimination bracket match to decide things for our grand finals before we can get there. So we're going to go to a very short commercial break now for like about 10 minutes and then come back for that match once the players get themselves ready, as they've been through a lot today and need a bit of a chance to stretch their thumbs. So we'll be right back after this.
It's true, cause brawling is just better when it's me and you. And together we'll go far, friends of the start part.
Now that was awful. Which approved it?
Wagaya. 世界の片隅にある安息の地。何人たりとも触れることのできない全てが揃った楽園だった。台所、食材、憩いの場、情熱、技巧、お客様。そして何よりも家族がいた。戦いには戻らぬと誓っていた。だがあの者たちは許せん。スターパークは今知ることになる。寿司の真髄を。
Welcome back to the Mainland China Finals, where we are, what, 2 games away now from being able to finalize who is going to be attending the Brawl Cup from this region, the first team in any region to be confirmed for the Brawl Cup in just a couple of months' time. So very exciting stuff. It's been a very, very swift day, actually, Spoo. I know we were just discussing this behind the scenes. You didn't seem to think it was a swift day at all. I think it's flown by myself. But then again, I've been up since 4 a.m., so maybe this is my brain starting to fail. But it's been very back and forth in some respects. In others, not so much. But certainly a lot to discuss and unpack. We've got our next maps and modes lined up already. Tell the viewers that maybe just be tuning in what they've kind of missed out on so far.
Well, it has been the Toxic Lotus show so far. Their dominance has been uncontested, and they are already awaiting themselves inside the grand finals. But that is not to say that there is nothing else to watch. We have Toxic Lotus Genesis, their sister team, going up against Boom, also known as the Self-Destructing Masters. That's what the Chinese translates into. And this is a bit of a rematch because TL Genesis did go up against Boom earlier today in the quarterfinals, where Boom took it summarily 3-1. So a bit of an internal revenge sort of grudge storyline going on here in this final day losers bracket final. The first map of the day is going to be Mysterious Meteor, which I do believe translates to Shooting Star. And yeah, already we're seeing sort of a different drafting mentality from both of these teams. We're no longer seeing any more Juju being let through in the pool. Instead, it's going to be a battle of sort of this Carl versus Sprout in that mid. This is an age-old classic sort of metagame on Shooting Star, where it's essentially a tempo war, so to speak, where Carl just gets that first star, and then the rest of the game, it's going to be the Sprout lineup trying to aggress into this Toxic Lotus Genesis roster. So this is a very, very well-studied matchup. It's almost like opening theory in chess at this point, where so many teams have broken down the way that this sort of interaction plays out, and it really could go either way. It's completely on the player's skill.
Look at this. The melody is not banned, and no team went for it. Despite the Gus being picked up on the side of Boom, like, it's clearly not whittled down to this region just how effective that combo can be. You know, to have it on the table, to have the Gus on your side, to really have the options of going with something really aggressive into this kind of comp, which I think it can work for. You know, no doubt about it. The Sprout is going to be quite susceptible to that Carl. So I'm a little bit concerned for Boom in that regard. The nanny is just going to be good into everything until the Sprout gets a wall. So, I mean, I don't necessarily feel like the Sprout can do too much unless they get a good affirming role in the mid. And, you know, that can really be the big game changer there. Certainly with the Peep as well, the wall can be a great deterrent of that super on the nanny side. It's just about what happens if that Sprout control fails, and then leaving the Mandy, which is not going to have the fastest reload against, you know, the Carl, the RT. The Gus is going to have to do quite a great amount of work really to help defend against the onslaught that could be coming their way. But Sprout's not a bad brawler to have here, not by any means at all. But the Carl, if you know, done to perfection on the side of TL Genesis, that can be a really tough thing to defend against.
Yep. This matchup usually it's going to be that Carl that just eats that first star, but then always trades a lot of tempo in return. Unfortunately here, the Mandy hasn't really been able to just aggress forward here. The Sprout's gonna be parked nicely behind this unbreakable wall. Taps are flying out here on Light Star here on that right side. And already the hedge is online, but in the meantime, Vivi's already got that first head in the game. It's gonna make a collision onto that Gus, but not really gonna get any takedowns just yet.
Having the blue star against the Sprout, quite key. And as long as TL Genesis do not concede and fall in these back and forth moments, the left-hand side here is looking very scary. Nice flying hook there. Lovely stuff from the Carl there to secure that kill, giving a little bit more of a saving grace on the side of Toxic Lotus Genesis now. And a big hack gadget there, just taking down the Sprout to low HP, and a follow-up from the Carl there. Just managed to get the shielding. A very, very rare sighting of that gadget, I must be honest, on the Sprout side of things. But it did provide the shield, which was able to then be able to like keep them in the conversation there, which is quite crazy to see, really. But let's see now as the closing in of things. Hypercharge coming in, and some big heavy taps. But so far, TL Genesis standing up to the heat.
Yeah, so far, no big Pushes mate from either team. PV gonna be dropping really, really low here. Mandy super flying across just to execute the Nani. Sorry, not the Nani, the RT there in the face. And boom, all of a sudden, they just need to extract out here with their lead. Not going to be able to, but a nice tap there from the Mandy to consolidate it. They just need to be on the retreat for the last 15 seconds of the game. The Nani hit is flying through as the car is aggressing forward, but no more flying hooks coming in. And Mandy, another stellar super fly through. The Sugar Ray connects. And boom, at the last second, detonate their plans.
Yeah, really amazing response there from Boom. I mean, really quite perfect, let's be honest. I mean, nothing Nani could really do in that final moment. The Sugar Ray from the Mandy was was spot on perfect. Just a great securing of a turnaround that was going to be a very tough thing to be able to implement as well there. So fantastic resolve from Boom that looked to be much more the big trade early on. The weekend finds the Carl, and already look at this. What a difference maker this has already been for the first game. Trace back and forth.
Yeah, the opening theory of how this Carl is supposed to play out. You're supposed to kind of use that flying hook at the very start of the game, walk up to the start, and then back off. That tends to be faster. Vivi's gonna be dropping so low here. He's not using the shield during that super. He's using, I believe it's the one with the damage, and that almost just flies through. The Sugar Ray flash through, almost connecting onto Vivi, but just barely missing there. And somehow Toxic Lotus Genesis, they barely make it away alive.
I can't get over the Sprout kit, to be honest, because it's such a rare thing to see these gadgets and star powers that I've not seen for literally years. You got the photosynthesis shielding for the Sprout, plus the Garden Mulcher gadget for the additional healing from the bush. Two things I've not seen combined for literally years. Left-hand side, marked up is the Mandy, and then taken care of. Nice by Lightstar there to give just the 1-star lead, as that is quite an influential moment here. 45 seconds on the clock. And let's see, as, again, that Mandy can't be getting too far off getting a Sugar Ray as well. And we saw that they were able to land pretty nicely. Lightyear, though, is going to make light work of this Mandy because she's standing still a lot of the time and gets marked up. There's that shield coming really well into full circle as to why it's a great thing to have on the kit side of Sprout, because it just means that the peeps are not really going to be able to do too much. Oh, as the hacks and the Mandy stays alive to 900 HP. Lightstar needs to whistle it down more.
Yeah, Sugar Ray didn't connect there. That would have been a good resource there for Boom to get the advantage back. Toxic Lotus right now, left side here. RT gets a very nice pick off. Well played there by Lightstar. It's going to have to be a double kill on the side of Boom if they want to recover this game. But it's not going to be enough. 3 stars, they are down. And Toxic Lotus Genesis, they strike back with a game of their own.
Tied up in the set. Good stuff to see, but again, still far from over. It's tough to call. It really is. I mean, this might prove to be our closest match of the day so far, and it should be really sticky when you think about it. Whoever wins this gets to go back into the grand finals, the decider of the day, where Toxic Lotus are already in wait. This is Toxic Lotus Genesis, their sister organization squad, competing now in the grudge match we saw as the very first opening game of the day, in fact. Back and forth, but the Weekend just surviving there on 300 HP. Really, really tight and very close to say, but the Blue Star still with TL Genesis, and they were able to keep the car alive this time.
Yeah, that's huge. I mean, I can't wrap my head around. Wow, Lightstar though tapping out the Mandy 3 times, and Gus getting collision there by the Peep. A nice small advantage being built up here by Lotus Genesis, even though it's only 3 stars on the board. This Toxic Lotus Genesis comp should, in all theory, be on the defense, but this game they're playing a lot more aggressive, and I really like this sort of mentality shift coming out from TL Genesis. They're playing a lot more confidently now. Vivi getting a kill, a solo kill at that on his own as well, increasing the lead to 5 stars now.
Peep connects to the Weekend, but he will survive still, regardless. Looking much better for TL Genesis, but we have seen them crumble in this game mode, and it's down to Boom to be able to assert themselves to do so. And now the Gus out of position here a little bit, but keeping his distance from those Nani shots, which can be so devastating combined with the marks from the RT. Cookie Popper Gadget, now the Spooky Boy shielding as well, going super on the aggressive. A return to sender, not going to be able to really do too much. But now the hypercharge response, very little stars in it, but there's some trays that are going handsomely over to TL Genesis. This might connect with the Gus, but the shield is there regardless, and the 3 stars wouldn't be enough, even if they were able to secure that kill. So there's still much more work to be done in the 10 seconds that remain in this match. There is a gut shield, there is a sprout for control, and a Sugar Ray. Can they make these things all connect? A missed Sugar Ray, not going to happen, and a flying hook to just be able to defend even more so. TL Genesis survive it on. Oh my word.
Boom needed a little bit more in those last moments there. I liked the idea of sort of gradually moving that sprout to that right side, making use of these this 2x2 here in the enemy base, but kind of discovered the tech a little bit too late, and you don't want to lane into a Carl when you've got no hedge active. Because of his kit, you know, using this Garden Mulcher and the shield, yeah, there was a lot of close calls like tree taps and peeps that were sort of nullified by that. But on the other hand, you've lost so much aggressive potential, and I think that really new to the weekend throughout this entire series. The consistency of not having that transplant active at all times just makes it such a a much more difficult matchup against that Carl. And here we can see it, like it was just so easy for Carl to just go in there with that tailspin and just, you know, consolidate the position for the side of Toxic Lotus Genesis.
Yeah, it was great composure, and we weren't too sure, to be honest, in that set who was going to come out on top. Let's be honest. I mean, some very different, you know, styles of gameplay throughout, but one thing that I felt for me, at least going through the series, was that the Mandy became a little bit less effective towards the end. I think we got some great moments and some initiated turnarounds specifically from that particular brawler. By that third and final game, just wasn't really landing the mark where we had to, because it takes a while to get that super. And when you have it, you really want to try to ideally cycle it, line up two people and then get two off. But if you miss it entirely, you can't contribute anything. And we saw that in the final moments in that push. Just not really kind of connecting with what it needed to bring in something for its team. But I think, to be said, the draft was pretty solid from both sides. Like I said, I would like to have seen maybe some more aggressive ideas with the melody that we've seen across other regions. I can understand why they might want to go against it into the eyes of the ERT, not looking at the most favorable of matchups. But I think nonetheless, with the Gus combined, you can really, if you've got the technique and the ability to do so, come out and strike when the iron's hot and still come back with some goods. So a bit of a missed opportunity there for me on that side of the draft, but nonetheless, pretty decent on both sides. And I think this could be the closest match still today that we've seen so far. We saw it, you know, in the first set crumble away from TL Genesis. It was actually Boom that went forwards in that part of the bracket to then face against Toxic Lotus, and they got swept by them. So now we're in the lower bracket stages. Whoever loses this does go home, and whoever wins it gets to go forwards into today's grand finals and a chance to compete for a place in the Brawl Cup.
Yep, excellent summary of today's events so far. This is probably the only match that, as I think we joked about it a bit, that this is the only match that you really should have predictions that are a little bit more split. Boom have already taken this matchup 1-0, so that might skew a little bit of expectations. But coming into this one, we were all favoring that TL Genesis would have, were the favorites to win. And instead, the story in that first quarterfinal set was that they won Brawl in a very scrappy way, and then proceeded the next 3 sets to just kind of take close games that just got increasingly worse. By the time of the knockout set, TL Genesis just seemed a little bit lost in the way that they were playing. They got absolutely dominated and bodied by Boom here. So now that TL Genesis are the ones that they just beat Alpha, they come into this match with a little bit of that winner's confidence, you know. And on the other hand, Boom just had the most biggest slap to the face by Toxic Lotus, you know, just sort of like, hey, remind you who you are. You know, you beat TL Genesis, but you can't beat Toxic Lotus. You can't even scratch us. So maybe that might affect the dynamics going on in the teams a little bit. But nonetheless, I think with all those in mind, we should have a relatively close series so far, which we are seeing.
And certainly, you know, if Boom can make it to the grand finals, even if, you know, Toxic Lotus, who are waiting there, are just too much of a titan to topple, like, they will be able to get more prize money. They will also be able to deprive the idea of having the same organization play off against itself in the grand finals. And I think that they will be very happy to prevent that from happening in that regard. So, Toxic Lotus Genesis, like the more kind of like sister organization side of this kind of roster. What I had down in my mind as being the number 2 seed, but now Boom are making me kind of question that very idea. So I think that we could very much be going to a 5th and final set with this particular series if they continue to play the way they are. I think they're the most evenly matched of the teams that we've seen so far today. So it really can be one that goes either way. Historically, yeah, I mean, we saw earlier today that Boom got the upper hand, but in this very competition, even just like last year, we saw teams fluctuating on that bracket. They would sometimes have matches where they would be behind and then fall down to the low bracket, and then turn it around and actually kind of like flip the script. So I'm expecting anything from this particular match in that regard. It can go either way.
Yep, and if drafts remain close, honestly speaking, none of these teams have showcased sort of a drafting edge. I would say that the way that they pick has been very much, mainland China flair, where it looks like within every single team, there's sort of an internal preference and an internal meta that they just like these brawlers and they just like to play it. The Sprout pickup just now, obviously, Garan, Malcha, and the Shield is not something we've seen in 2025. It's not something we've seen in 2024 throughout the entirety of the year. I might add, I don't think any pro player has gone for that build in a very, very long time. I don't know how it is now, post gadget rework, but at the very least, I think I can be absolutely certain about this, that that ship has sailed a long, long time ago. So if it was an intentional pickup, to sort of like say, okay, let's get one wall and then we'll play off this one wall the whole game. Like we'll get this one wall, maybe just get a very nice push, surprise them with that heal, and then maybe it'll work out. Yeah, kind of didn't happen.
Yeah, I'm with you. And just to clarify as well, for those that aren't aware, or maybe you are just joining the stream, this kind of build in mainland China is just slightly behind the most recent updates. So the gadget rework has not been placed into effect in what we're seeing play out. So, there wouldn't be a reason for it based upon the gadget rework, because in this build, there is no gadget rework. So gadgets have limited uses, either 4 or 3, depending upon your choice of your gear. So that's a consideration here. And it was definitely an interesting thing to spot, for sure. Let's see as we move over then to what I believe is Hard Rock Mine from memory. And we've got our draft flying in the Grey, the Nita, the Ruffs, the Gus. Bands of Juju, Stu, and Lou. Melody makes sense. Maybe not so much the melody for me. I'm just going to double check the map, but I'm pretty sure, yeah, it's Hard Rock Mine. The Nita can be okay, but it can also be very much left to no use. But the Mortis is potentially going to feed into it. So I don't know how convinced I am of that pick into the Nita. If the Nita wants to just stay on the Mortis, it's going to get a ton of value. The doubling down even by bringing in the Daryl, I don't know. I mean, I'm not a fan of the Grey mid here regardless. I think an 8-bit would be much better to have here on the side of TL Genesis. Maybe not with the Mortis, of course, but that hadn't have shown its face by that point in time. So, I mean, Gene would have been better mid. There's a lot of better mids that I think would have been decent. And it's almost like they picked the Mortis just with those ideas in mind, despite them having already picked their mid, which is a bit weird. Like, the Grey's going to be able to TP away from the Mortis as well, so that's not really fulfilling me with that much confidence. A bit of an odd draft, I'm not going to lie. What was your take?
Yeah, one brawler is not like the others in both of these drafts, right? Like, you look at this Grey, you're thinking maybe pivot into something like a Tara or maybe something like a Jean, try to get like sort of a double pull synergy going on here, but no, not necessarily. They just want to set up this dimensional doors one time and they pair it up with a tank. That is the concept that they're going with. But honestly, for Boom side, yeah, I don't really get it either. This Mortis just seems to be like a comfort pick for them, and just trying to get some value. But yeah, just getting deleted there by the Darrow. Yeah, Mortis, just try and take down the Darrow there as if it's something that it's designed to really do. But so far, an even game nonetheless. Both teams not really drafting, I would say, optimally. But we'll have to examine the gameplay to see if it is up to the par. Hypercharge Super flying out here from the Darrow, goes across the first major offensive coming out here. And looks like TL Genesis just might walk away with this one, but a Hypercharge Mortis answers and manages to equalize just part of the game.
And that was the thing for me that was really blaringly obvious. Like, they were stacking up so heavily there on the side of TL Genesis that the Mortis was absolutely going to have a wondrous time with the Hypercharge. And normally your comms would be on point there to say, let's not stack, like, let's spread out, because it was an immediate cycle. I think a bit of a missed opportunity there on the side of TL Genesis to get out clean. Let's see, though, if we can see some resolve from Boom here. Now the Mortis is under some pressure, but taken care of now. The Mortis is low, can't really contest this, especially not with a Bruce Bear on the field. The countdown is with TL Genesis now. Mortis trying to make something of this. Might be able to get the Nita to 500 HP. And they can now get the retake there, or at least the reset the gems back with TL Genesis, and another reset needed.
Interestingly, the Ruffs opted to not use that hypercharge super. He wanted to save it for some aggressive play. At the end, that Mord is getting one super across, but not going to connect. Dimensional doors and the hypercharge comes out. TL Genesis, they are safe, and they have one game on the docket.
One game down, but the set's still up for grabs, and the Mortis play is looking pretty good, I'll be honest. Like, it's got itself a chance. It's got a lot of work to do, though. You know, again, against the Grey, against the Daryl, there's a lot of really heavy contenders. The Nita. I'm surprised, in all honesty, like, that TL Genesis were able to maintain the gems. Because, I mean, whoever's playing that Mortis on the side of Boom is very slimy, you know? So I think that, like, the way he's playing it is great, but he's playing it into 3 counters, which is very, very tough.
Yeah, just as you said that, going into that backline, he didn't get a single shot off, so nowhere close to that super. I think they might be trying to play off this Ruff's hypercharge to try to just, you know, cycle out Mortis hypercharge supers. One Mortis hypercharge is already hard to come by. If you can get 2 in a game, that should sort of secure where you're going for. And once again, this Mortis is going to be going for the easiest target. It's going to be the Daryl there. It might be the most accessible target, but it's not the most logical target.
Well, 5 gems to the 3. Dimensional doors there. Quite an aggressive one as well, which might not provide much healing. Going into the spawn might not be the safest of plays for TL Genesis there. And look at this. Positioning from the Mortis. Beautiful done. There is the recycling wall. 25 HP. Just the nick of time there for Vivi. That's what I'm saying. Like, you know, wasn't going to be doing himself any favors going into the aggressiveness, but Daryl will. The hypercharge as well. The Spooky Boy shield will have the knockback as well. Putting Light Star into a bit of a tough spot here. Goes down, but still 8 gems. The Nita's too low. Got to come back to heal there. We'll get some additional healing of the Bear With Me star power, though. And that is going to be good for TL Genesis, who are 2 away from countdown.
Well, the hypercharge super at home. Mortis using up his hypercharge, not getting his super in time. Not going to be able to chain it. There's 1 hypercharge Ruff's buff at home, so Mortis is going to be get it back. But he does have to get his super to sort of get it off. Gust Shield flies out, and look at the Toxic Lotus Genesis roster. They are completely just on the retreat, respecting this Mortis perhaps a little bit too much, because that's going to allow Boom to get back control of the mid.
Well, hypercharge for VV, but nothing more ready than a speed boost. Gets 1 tap, and now a super. I think he was looking to get a hypercharged portal down there off the back of the hypercharge. Popped prematurely. There's the hypercharge of the Mortis, and just enough to be able to get a couple of shots. Take away some HP. Most importantly, take the wind out the sails there of TL Genesis, who can't really get a reset. Oh, now they can. 1 gem, now 1 for the mid as well. Perfect arrow rolls. That was perfection played out there by TL Genesis.
A disaster on the other side there for Boom, though. It looked like they had a very, very clean extraction, but Mortis, he hung around there. He had 3 dashes. Didn't want to use a single one to get out of there. Didn't respect that roll plus dimensional doors. I think he felt a bit unkillable there. The gem count was in their favor. 11 seconds. It wouldn't have been enough, I think, if he didn't drop there for TL Genesis to come back. So a really, you know, otherwise quite a good execution of, I think, a pretty poor brawler selection, if I'm going to be honest here. But just throwing it away at the very end.
I mean, just quite incredible gameplay, though, to be honest. I mean, better than I was expecting to see with the draft and the way that things played out. It was a very odd draft leading up to things. Look at this. This hypercharge was crazy. I mean, it may have been able to get even more value off the back of it. I think just in general, considering how weird the draft felt, it was definitely exceeding my expectations there for sure. But not an easy one to play into on either side, really. I think that the Mortis player did fantastically well in the circumstances. And just, yeah, very back and forth. Yeah.
But the dust settles, and TL Genesis are going to be 2 sets up. This is a little bit back on script. This is what we did expect from the very start of the day, whereby TL Genesis is supposed to have a lead here. But I do admire the things that Boom are trying to do. They are definitely putting in a lot more effort into this set that they did into the previous one. No doubt about that. They're playing a little bit more confidently. They're drafting things that they are comfortable with, not necessarily things that they believe are meta. And I think it really could have gone either way in these 2 sets. It looks like it's a 2-0 in the set score, but both games were relatively close.
Yeah, I think there's definitely hope still for a 5th and final set here for Boom, but it's definitely the toughest match that they've had so far today. They made their first match against this very team look much more straightforward. But again, if we go back to that first game of the day, a lot of that advantage in that lead came from a set of heists that realistically TL Genesis just dropped the ball massively on at what I think at the time was one set apiece. You know, giving the advantage to lead over was a terrible time in that series to do so. And that was over so quick as well. If you remember, it was like literally over in the blink of an eye. I mean, I think the draft and the match startup loading time took probably 5 times as long as the actual matches. So, you know, I think that before really TL Genesis knew what was happening, it was already over for them. And one rough draft after that set, and it was pretty much, you know, good night, GG's. So they found themselves in the lower bracket. This is the redemption arc story happening before our AIs, and a chance now to redeem themselves because, yeah, it didn't go their way earlier today. Now things are looking more convincing. And the question really is for me, can Boom fight back? We've not really seen Boom in this position, except when, again, against Toxic Lotus, the main roster swept them in convincing fashion. There was no opportunity really to have much of a say there. In this scenario, there is. So I think there's definitely the potential for a comeback and a 5th and final set and a decider there, but they've got to get over this hump. They've got to start to get some fight back in the swing of things, because I mean, when you look at it, this is now the 5th set they dropped in a row. They've got to get back into some winning ways. This is starting to escalate a bit too quickly. It's unfortunate for them to have had the last match be against the main Toxic Lotus roster and have that be a sweep, because now they're looking and probably feeling very defeated. And this is the match where, ironically, they've got the best shot, because this is when they've already won today. You know, this should be their redemption arc happening. But after 5 consecutive set losses, you know, that's a really tough thing to fight the demons in your head for. They're gonna have to dig deep on this one for sure if they want to stay in the competition, because the loser goes home.
Well, luckily for them, they are headed to Bell's Rock. The next map is going to be on Knockout, and they do have a pretty good history so far against this team on Knockout. We're not too sure about Bell's Rock. This is the first time we're going to be seeing it today on this map, so I'm curious to see what the mainland China meta looks like for that. I'm expecting and hoping that certain brawlers get banned out quicker than they can be picked. But nonetheless, I think Knockout as a mode, fantastic mode to slow down the mental of the game. It could end very, very quickly, but at the professional level, where teams play so carefully and a lot more passively, a lot more tact. You're not supposed to see Mortis or Edgar just running it down in the mid, unless, you know, it happens. And if that's the case, then I'm sorry for jinxing it. But I don't see that happening here between either of these teams, because they are playing for such high stakes. Yeah, second place guaranteed if you win this matchup, and you do keep your Brawl Cup dreams alive as well. Boom also has that, as you mentioned, the additional point. It's sort of an ego point to just deny Toxic Lotus the pleasure of playing against Toxic Lotus Genesis a single time throughout this tournament. So a lot on the line here for Boom in this potentially last set.
Yeah, a tough one for sure for Boom, who again I kind of was expecting to see in the grand finals today, based upon like how they started things off. And sure, against Toxic Lotus, I felt they might not be able to come out of that one on top. But I thought in a rematch scenario against TL Genesis, they would probably be able to do the same all over again. And the question now is 2 sets down too much to fight back from here? With a good draft in the next map and mode, of course you said it was Knockout, that can be done. And like I said, it's a chance to slow down the course of action, but it's, again, a question of can they just keep that composure that's needed, because it's been such a long time without a set win. And they're going to be feeling deflated massively. So now we're just gearing up for the next match as we speak. Has been taking a little bit more time in the mainland China region, to be completely honest, to get into games today. But hopefully we'll be there very, very swiftly. So we've had not really any big hiccups in that respect, but certainly some downtime between sets past, to be fair. Draft now coming in. Let's see. Vans are in. It's going to be the Jean, the Daryl, and the Kit, and the Pearl, the Artie, and the Juju on the side of Boom. And a first brawler pick of Gus.
Yep, out in the open. This Gus is a pre-nerf Gus, just to bear in mind. This is the new balance patch has not been implemented here in mainland China just yet. So this is Gus at its prime, where a shot does 2,000 damage. Pretty obscene during that point in time. So completely natural pickup here. Lu, interestingly, going to be picking up here on Bell's Rock. This is something that I think we see a little bit more in other maps like Flaring Phoenix, or even a map like Gold Arm Gulch, because the prevalence of tanks there is a little bit higher. Instead, in a map like Bell's Rock, Lu is going to struggle, I think, a little bit more here. So they're going to be opening up the map here with this Brock to try to nullify that Sprout just a little bit. And then hopefully, try and win things out in the late game with that Lu super.
Yeah, already. More space to maneuver is going to be quite key for Toxic Lotus Genesis there on that bottom left-hand side. And almost the top right now is that one tile remaining still. Gray coming in. Walking Kane does find Lightstar, who's evading these shots. Only just now the gadget from the Byron will whistle him down to a very low stage, if not all the way to 921 HP. They're surviving on. We'll have to heal up, and now going straight into more shots. Not looking great there for Lightstar, who's just hanging on as the gas can't be far away now.
Yeah, he's just eating so many shots from this Baron. The gas does come out. Lightstar takes one more tap. He's going to fall here, but Sprout on the backline gets traded out here. The Lu gets his ice rink at a critical time. Look at those ice bars on the side of Boom, dropping solo dimensional doors to escape from the center, but that's the wrong way, but the middle is where it's at. This is knockout. This ain't Brawl Ball. You can't leave the mid like that.
Yeah, I think maybe looking to not feed, hoping maybe the gas was closer than it was. He had a heal. I think he was maybe preying on the idea that the gas would then start to affect the surrounding members. Wasn't to be. Oh, that's a wasted hypercharge there. Really bad stuff on the side of TL Genesis, who got the last round, but now are one man down. And wasted utility. It's not what you want to see realistically here. This should be cleaned up cleanly, but mistakes can be made. If they can make it a 2v2, they've got a chance here. Let's see whether they got the ice to do it, as the Lu does fall, as I'm literally saying the word ice. Not great for TL Genesis, who are going to submit to the gas and not even have the chance to do that. Taken care of too swiftly. So, again, a hypercharge for the Brock is really all that's to say back over to TL Genesis from that round. And so far, they've looked a bit shakier in this series so far.
Yeah, I mean, both teams have sort of made minor hiccups, but I think so far, in terms of just the sort of dominance that's coming out here, we are seeing a similar dynamic between this Byron and Lightstar. It's the same two players, by the way. It's the Angelo and the RT from that first sort of series earlier today. This time it's a Byron versus a Gus. And the Byron player is crushing him. Boom's snipers are really, really on point, at least in that 1 versus 1 matchup here in this third round, though. At the very least, Toxic Lotus Genesis, they seem to have a little bit of a slight positional lead here. But it's going to evaporate very, very quickly with the Sprout getting this hedge online.
Good pressure, could boost the shots. Good Walking Kane there from all sides of boost on the right-hand side. Good stuff, but no takedown yet. And that's a good advantage for TL Genesis. But they are taking a lot of these Byron shots, and that's the last one. The Lightstar can. He goes down. 3 versus 2 now, and easy pickings for Vivi as everyone closing in now. One last Hail Mary Rocket Rain, but a TP away and a good, clean clear up. Nice stuff. The first that we've already seen so far from the side of Boom. They needed something. They did, and you look very, very confused. It's quite funny.
No, I've never seen
Confusion
that many
pain.
taps happen. Yeah, it's so much pain. Like, I feel like Pokemon or something. I'm getting a headache just watching this right lane matchup just not go the way. Gus versus Byron matchup is an age-old matchup. It's not necessarily favored in either way. It's really a very skill-based matchup, and Lightstar just has been having a really bad day playing up against. I can read the name, by the way, but I'm just not going to. But basically, it's Winter Archer here on the right side that's just completely crushing him. Just getting, just tapped every single time. I dare say Lightstar is single-handedly losing the game for his team here.
Yeah, he's having a rough lane, and more often than not, the first to fall. Lu has now got something to say, utility, so let's see whether they can land it better, because the hypercharge previously was very much a whiff. Good positioning, but again, Lightstar's getting tapped by this Byron and down to 1,800. He's got Splash Super as well to hand here. Goes for it. We'll find it. That Sprout Wall's in a great spot as well. The gas closing in. It's not looking good for TL Genesis. Lightyear just trying to stay alive. Goes down there. 2 versus 2 though, but the Sprout in a good spot to be able to stay behind this wall. And what can the Lu do there on the side of TL Genesis? Nothing at all. Oh.
Yeah, it could be really, really close here, but not enough. Okay. And maybe it was the other gadget for the Lu. We might have seen some really cheesy stuff come down, but
yeah.
I don't think we saw a super come out. That Hypercharge is online here for the Lu. But yeah, it's not looking really, really good here. We're finally going to be seeing a lane swap coming out here from TL Genesis. Lightstar has had enough of dealing with this Byron. He's going to throw VV onto it instead. And Boom are happy with the lane assignment. They're not going to make any swaps at the moment. They're just happy with where they are, just waiting for that late game. Just, you know, wait for that Sprout hedge to sort of carry you in the late game and just avoid feeding Lu at all costs.
Yeah, honestly, that was a much closer finale than I was expecting, in all honesty. But for this Lu pick, I've got to see more. I really do. I mean, I guess they're scared for the Grey, and they want to stun the Grey with a Hypercharge immediately if it tries to go on the aggressive. But A, you've got to be so quick to be able to defend against that kind of thing, and B, they're just not able to land it when it matters most anyway. They sort of lays now, Vivi on the right-hand side, which is good, but here we go. Hypercharge to where? It hits the Grey finally, gets actually a double stun. Okay, good stuff. Much, much better from the Lu. But in the meanwhile, it is a 2 versus 2 now. Like, Star, we're going to pop the shield, does find a nice clear up with the Cookie Popper gadget as well for helping hand. They get the 2v2, and they get the job done. We are still just tied up for this game. I mean, if Boom get one more round, they will take this set.
Yeah, okay, Lightstar's trauma is about to come back because the lane swaps are there. Boom have figured out that their solution to this problem is to just stick this Byron on the Gus the entire game and just sort of end the game before it's even begun. Yeah, you know, there's not gonna be any Lu shenanigans in the late game if there's basically no late game. And yeah, Lightstar is absolutely getting crushed here once again. Byron pushing even harder. He even starts inching towards that mid lane as well, wanting to go over. You know, just wow, just Byron is just really, really just putting in the hurt here for Boom.
Yeah, we're not getting any stats come through at the end of the post-game analysis, but I'd love to see them for this Byron because he's been playing a fantastic game and is really just doing the wondrous amount of work for his team here. Hypercharge Rocket Rain again to no avail. These are things that they've got to be landing better on the side of TL Genesis, who are really struggling in this series, in this set. So far, so good, but this is going to be one that I think could go the way of Boom. Good tap from Lightstar onto the Byron. The Lu will be able to get some frozen damage on, but look at this now, into the gas. And, ooh, it's quite close, actually. The shielding from the Lightstar as well allows them to prevail on the side of Boom. That is going to be, sorry, TL Genesis rather, tying everything up. And now we've got a match.
We've got a match, but we've also got danger territory for Boom. They are one match away from self-destructing, true to their name. That ending there could have been a lot cleaner. I think at the end of the day, right, they've really, I mean, this Byron is doing so much, but I'm not seeing sort of that coordination between this Sprout and that Byron. It's always been the Grey Byron sort of laning together, and the pushes aren't just coming through. Like when TL Genesis has half their team just low on HP, and it's just Vivi just defending. You see right now, Lights are just gonna drop to the Byron. Like, how do you not convert from these kind of positions?
I'm so surprised that TL Genesis are on match point, to be completely honest, because when you consider how well the Byron's been playing and like just the squad as a whole, the Sprout wall's been great, the final stands have been there. Like, I'm surprised that we are tied up in this set, like, in all honesty. But that might not be the same to say by the end of it, because it's a 3 versus 2, and it is a lot of pressure for Toxic Lotus Genesis to get a takedown that is needed to make it a 2 versus 2. The Byron's swapping around now, getting the pinch between himself and the Grey, and a lot of damage in that Lu. Yeah, now the Sprout comes down, and from here it should be straightforward, but it hasn't always been clean in these moments. Let's see how they fare this time round. Yeah, that's much better for Boom. And now TL Genesis, I'm sorry, I'm getting confused with the scoreboard, right? TL Genesis there on match point, and that round went the way of Boom, right? It's the scoreboard which is getting a bit confusing here.
Yeah. It's the perspective of it, the red and the blue, but yep. So lane swaps are going to be coming out. We're seeing the Sprout here head up against the open lane against this Brock. This is the worst possible matchup here for the Sprout, but at the very least, that does allow Grey to go up mid against that Lu. Not sure if this is a trade-up that Boom really, really wants, because now the Sprout isn't really having that impact that he wants. He's going to wall off here on that right side, but he still has to respect the Lu positioning here. Hypercharge for Lu is online, and so TL Genesis, they've collected all the tools that they need to sort of close out this round if they need to. You just need to survive till that late game for when the Lu really, really shines.
Miss Walking K now hypercharge going for the loot and it's straight onto the Byron. A fantastic result for TL Genesis now. They can't finalize the kill. He's going to survive on the Walking Cane as well and TP in. And that's flipped the script massively so here. A big shielding for the Gus. And the Great goes down there. 1v2 now. And it's going to be a 1v1. It's going to be really tough for this Sprout to connect the shots on the side there. Boom. And TL actually get it and tie it up. Oh my goodness me, that was close.
Oh, that feels so bad to be the Sprout there. The amount of pressure here. He went for the bounce shot instead of the direct shot. Didn't really want to gamble it there. But an interaction missed. And yeah, that's going to feel bad because now coming into this round number 3, it's Danger Jones territory for them. Losing this means losing it all, Ark.
Such pressure now. And if TL Genesis can get this round, they'll clear it in a sweep. And they really shouldn't, in my opinion. I feel like this is the round that should go the way of Boom. The way they've been playing it. But they're just not able to stay as composed as they need to secure it in the first place. Sprout, oh, that fortunate that Lu range was just out there, but has got a wall to hand. So just using it now because at the moment Boom are getting pushed back really quite heavily. So why are they not putting the wall down in the mid?
Just biding it time. They want to wait for that late game, but they're not really respecting the Lu. They managed to get out the ice rink here a little bit preemptively. The smoke gonna be joining in real soon. Rocket Rain flies out, and there's the hypercharge coming out for the Sprout. Walls off the mid, but Vivi gets a nice pick here on that center. Rocket's gonna be flying out here. It should be an easy conversion here. It's only one Sprout against the world, and Weekend cannot carry the dreams of Boom as they self-destruct and blast off away. TL Genesis have punched their ticket into the grand finals up against Toxic Lotus.
We've got a Toxic Lotus grand finals coming your way. My goodness me. I've got to be honest though, a mistake, a blunder for me. In fact, I'll go as far to say for Boom, because I know what they were doing. They were holding up for the hypercharge for the Sprout, but like, why? Why were they putting so much emphasis on it? Just place the wall down, get control, get some damage. You'll probably come out okay. Like, and they could have established that control, but they forced themselves back. They were waiting too much. They placed far too much emphasis on having a hypercharged Sprout Super, which doesn't do much anyway. It's one of the weakest hyperchargers in the game. Like, they would have been much better to place down the wall and re-establish control, but they left it so late. And by which point, they placed it down, and then immediately the Byron was traded out. I mean, you would have been better off placing it on the map and just reasserting yourselves into those final moments, but they were playing it too long. They overweighted, and it proved costly. It's cost them the day.
Yeah, looking at his final moments, he stuck to the Weekend, just no confidence in his shots. That highlight that he could have just directly aimed it on the Brock. Yes, it's a 50-50, but it's a shot you gotta take. You can't go. You know, he allowed Brock to recharge all 3 ammo. Like, I dare I say, Boom. They started off so strong, right? The Byron was crushing Lightstar throughout the entirety of the series. He's going to be feeling so bad about losing that one. His teammates, though, seem to be losing confidence as time went by. Whereas Toxic Lotus Genesis, each set, they just seem to get more and more sort of aggressive and more confident. And I think just like that, they managed to just steal this one away from Boom. It's a 3-0 in sets, but every single game I think we watched, Ark, was really close. This could have been a 3-2 for all we know, but for some reason, you know, Toxic Lotus Genesis, they just seem to have summoned a different side of them today, and yeah, they're gonna take the win 3-0 in sets.
Yeah, I don't want to point the finger, but I'm just saying. You know, the Sprout wall, it came down to that, and when it went down with the hypercharge, when they eventually managed to obtain the utility for it, like, immediately too late. You could see that the second it landed, the Byron went down. Like, if that wall had been down there sooner, okay, the Byron wouldn't be able to get a line of sight, but it could have been pushed a bit more to the left-hand side and just allowed the healing process to take its toll better. A Sprout wall in that mid area, you know, is plenty of time to cycle back around to have that hypercharge again for the very final seconds. I just don't think it was worth the wait. I think it'd be much better to have placed it down, and it put them in a spot where they were not able to get out of. Bit of a blow for Boom. Yeah, a bit of a waste. That was their best set for me, and I feel like the amount of effort that they were throwing into it to come out on top, just kind of blew it, and just a little fraction of a second of a misclick really, or a misjudgment, I should say. Yeah, tough to watch, but I mean, hey, when you look at it, Toxic Lotus Genesis from the first match of the day got the first set and then got swept by this very team of Boom. To come back in the lower bracket and to say, Joe, what? We let you have that one easy. Like, we're going to be the ones to stay in the grand finals. We're going to be the ones to prevail today over you. You got to give them a hand. You got to give them credit. And they were able to get only the second sweep that we've already seen today. So, I mean, you know, massive credit to them.
Yeah, I've got to give my props there to Vivi throughout this entire set. I think he played really, really solid throughout all the games. His performance on that Nani, as well as his performance here on this Brock. Two brawlers that really, they're not playmakers in any way, shape, or form. I don't see Brock or Nani as playmakers in this day and age anymore. I see them more as sort of stable pickups that their job is to really hunker down. Vivi had to, you know, pretty much carry a pretty difficult broken lane in a lot of that final interactions there for that knockout series. While Lightstar was basically getting clapped on the other side, Vivi really had to hold down the fort against both this Grey and his Sprout. And if not for that one, you know, sort of final moment where he really just summoned all his Ultra Instinct, dodged every single Sprout shot, 1000 HP, and actually won out that last interaction, Toxic Lotus Genesis could potentially not be in the grand finals. Maybe if they had just dropped that set, it could have completely started a reverse sweep for Boom. So really big commendations to them. I like the recovery that they've had, and I hope that they can get strong enough to, I'm not even gonna say take a set, I'm gonna say at least they can maim or maybe wound Toxic Lotus. I want to see more even drafts. I want to see explosions in the game. I don't want to see steamrolls anymore.
You really have got no faith whatsoever, have you, in Toxic Lotus Genesis here? You're placing them down as dog bottom in this matchup. I think they've got a chance. I think it's not out of the question, but I'm with you on some level. I think that the way that Toxic Lotus, the main roster, played today, it's, you know, if the prediction site were going to be taking a poll for this, I'd have this probably down as like a 90-10 at best. I think 95-5 would probably be what I would expect to kind of see on that side of things. If I was being really nice, an 80-20. I think the main roster of Toxic Lotus, you know, just absolutely stunning today. They have not dropped a set throughout this entire process, which says a lot. I can't speak for the qualifying stages that last the week from the 8th of February through to the 15th, but certainly from yesterday until today, they have not dropped a single set. And that's a very scary prospect to consider here. I think that, you know, in terms of all the teams that we've kind of seen throughout that elimination stage, they have been by far the most consistent in this competition. And it's hard to not side with them, especially based upon what we've seen today as well. These were the groups as well in the elimination stage of the competition. And they were down in Group C. We can see as well Toxic Lotus Genesis in Group A. We just witnessed them beat Boom, who are in Group B. And Boom will go home today with a bit of prize money, but they will not be looking to now contest the biggest prize of all, which is a place in the Brawl Cup. Whoever wins this grand finals of our next match will be the first team in the world to qualify for the Brawl Cup. And of course, we know from the format this year that is a incredibly influential LAN event in the mid-season stage of the season, which the winner will be able to allocate a slot for their region at the World Finals, an additional slot for whoever wins, whatever region wins at the Brawl Cup. So for a region like Mainland China, it would do the world of good. It really would, for them to have another opportunity. But that's, again, a long way away. Let's get a team there first, you know. But certainly it's been a long day so far, but we are shortly going to be getting to our grand finals of the day and be able to crown a victor. So far, like I said, Toxic Lotus as the main roster, hard to not side with them. The same roster to mention that we had last year at the LCQ. They didn't quite make the world finals, but nonetheless won all our hearts in the process of, and you know, put up a tremendous amount of grit. You know, beating Navi was a huge result for this squad last year, and the first win of any team in mainland China on the world stage. That was a huge movement in the region's you know, qualification results until this period in time. We saw the first set be won prior to that, the world finals of 2023. by again this same roster. But back then I think it was BC Gaming, wasn't it? So they've been the team to really kind of lead the path for this region and kind of like set the precedent as well. So it's hard to see them not coming out on top in this grand finals. But what a story it would make if that were the case.
Yep, it would be an age of new Chinese faces going to be showing up at the Brawl Cup. Of course, the Brawl Cup is the equivalent of MSI, and I do believe this is the first time that mainland China are going to be involved in a sort of a mid-year LAN event. And I'm more than happy to see either of these teams sort of show up and play, because at the end of the day, we want to see the region as a whole grow to become sort of at a point where there's no longer that stereotype, right? Like whereby, when we saw Luminosity, we saw Revenant, and we saw BC Gaming in 2023 inside the same groupings, immediately everyone yelled rigged, and they were saying Luminosity's got a free bracket. But it got to be the complete opposite. This BC Gaming, now Toxic Lotus roster, and Revenant proved to the world that they are indeed competitive. And a year later, as you said, yeah, Toxic Lotus now are on the map. They've won a match against another region in the world. So now this is the first step in that journey for either of these Toxic Lotus rosters to really show up to play. And jumping into this first map, we're going to be going into the Blazing Fire Ring, also known as Ring of Fire. That probably shouldn't be too hard to guess.
Well, I'm still one up over you. You gotta catch up at some point today. It might not be possible, to be fair. Let's see. We are going to Hot Zone first. The bands are in Griff, the Juju, and the Loop. The Melody, the Poco, and the Juju. Already a berry. It's a dangerous sight to see. I think they have to take it away realistically from the side of Toxic Lotus regardless, because they have the Draco. But with the Kenji, I mean, it's not my favorite brawler to try and combine with the berry by any means. Much prefer a Frank, which they didn't even think of going for. Byron Draco. Oof. I mean, not my favorite of combos, to be honest. Probably would prefer the Poco, but being banned out by TL Genesis makes a lot of sense. But I'm just kind of surprised that we didn't see Frank over the Kenji, to be honest. I think the Draco with the Byron could be quite disgusting. In a way, a little bit surprised that they didn't kind of think to maybe combine in the Grey instead of the Gale. But they obviously want to have something as a defensive measure for the Kenji, which will struggle into it. So I'm not minding what I'm seeing on both sides. Definitely, I don't think the most outrageous of drafts that we've seen today so far. Some good ideas on both sides. Maybe just not like finalizing exactly what I'm expecting, but I think some good picks all round.
Yeah, both sides seem to be going for a similar sort of a heal plus tank combination. But the interesting part is obviously it's fire versus ice, right? Gale versus Amber here as the anti-tank. But I think this Byron last pick was brilliant from the side of Toxic Lotus here. I like the fact that basically he's got 3 good matchups, and I expect that this is going to be quite the difference maker. He's going to be practically unkillable unless he gets clipped by the Sashimi Slash on the back there. Slight mistake made there by Toxic Lotus, but they are firmly in the control in the mid.
This combination of the Gale with the Freezing Snow star power is really, really prominent with the Draco as well. And Damon is actually white, changed his name for all today, doing a tremendous job of just suppressing everyone. Look at this, juggling his time against every single person that shines a light and can't be far away from another super cycling again. And all this time, Toxic Lotus are remaining so firm on his own despite some tremendous amount of healing from the berry and the oppression of everything else to follow. But look, it's just so good.
Yeah, Draco is not to be underestimated, especially in that patch. With Draco pretty much, there was no balance just made to him, but he's just suddenly so strong because of the nature of the heal meta. And this Byron being uncontested, just keeping this Draco topped up. I don't think we've gotten to see the full potential of Draco up until this moment. Once again, Sashimi Slash going onto the back line. The Gale Super flies out, doesn't even push the Kenji Berry. Last second Hypercharge Super, just trying to get some percentage back, but OU, the last man standing, just clips the last 2%. And it was a very clean game coming out from Toxic Lotus.
It's not looking good, bruv. It's not looking good. That was, I mean, the Byron Hills had to keep coming forwards, but they were landing every time onto the Draco. And you can see towards the end as well, just staying on the ice cream there from the berry and able to survive on the zone and not be too deterred by what was laying there was quite quite oppressive. I feel like the Kenji's just feeding into the Draco more than anything else, and already, look at that. I mean, straight into a super off the bat. Last stand as well to really whittle this Amber down. 2 missed shots from OU is a rarity to see, but the final one does land and should secure it. But if that hadn't have been the case, then been even more time on his own. As such, though, TL Genesis, to their credit, have got a little bit of time now on the objective. How long will that last? There's a double takedown there from White. Disgusting stuff on this Draco. And a third. Oh, dear. Oh, dear. TL Genesis, you may have the lead for now, but it won't be for long.
I'm not sure what TL Genesis' plan is for this game. It just looks like they're just running at a brick wall, and that brick wall is in the form of a dragon. Here, Sashimi Slash just goes to the back line, thinking he can just catch OU, but it doesn't really make much of a difference here. I don't see the plan coming in from TL Genesis. The percentage looks close, but this control from Toxic Lotus is just completely immutable. There's no way from the breakout. Hypercharge Super flies out from the berry, but it's not placed in the center where it wants to be. Flanking maneuver comes out here for the Kenji, but just gets blown away by Engine, and the percentage just keeps racking up.
Yeah, this is honestly brutal. Absolutely brutal. And so little that TL Genesis can do about it. Just a great draft from Toxic Lotus. Not one that was completely unpenetrable in my opinion, but I mean, just the way that they were able to come together and make it all work. I mean, keeping the Gale onto the Kenji, absolutely. So you got to just literally dedicate your entire time onto that matchup, and then allow everyone else to just do their thing. Allow the Draco to be able to just cycle in the supers, bring in the last stand gadget, and just have the Byron just continuously heal that person who was White, and in my opinion, man of the match. I mean, he was just on every single person. No one had anything on him.
Yeah, I think we haven't had such a disgusting Draco so far in this competition. We haven't been able to see the synergistic power when you pair Draco with any kind of healer. And bear in mind, this is a Byron. Like, it's not like it's Poco or it's Barry where you just leave it on the ground. OU has to land every single one of those shots. And yeah, I think in every single clip, like literally there isn't a clip where OU isn't trying to keep White alive. And then in clips where OU is basically dead, it's because, you know, Toxic Lotus Genesis threw the entire kitchen sink at him, and that's the only way to bring down OU. But yeah, it's just a band-aid solution. It doesn't solve the root problem.
Yeah, just a disgusting game generally. I mean, just it's scary, isn't it? That's the first set. You know, that's the concern here for TL Genesis is like, if that's how things are starting, like, how is this going to end? And, you know, we saw already today, you know, we already saw with Boom, they gave up. It's really just like that now. It's a daunting prospect, and they're going to have to really work hard to do much to defend against this. Toxic Lotus has been the team to watch all day long. I don't see that necessarily changing. So yeah, tough situation to find themselves in.
Yep, we still have got, at the very least, 2 more sets to go. So it's not all doom and gloom. This is set number 1. And off to a brutal start, if I'm going to be honest here, whereby, you know, you pick up this berry. And at first, I think when we saw this berry, we were thinking, okay, there has to be a really, really good reason why they let it slip through. Well, no, they just didn't capitalize on it. The follow-up to the berry was a Kenji and an Amber, whereby I'm like, look at the draft. You have no mid now. You've got an Amber who's running mid against anything, which is never a great thing. And as you said, instead of having a consistent tank like a Frank, even a Daryl pickup, or just picking up Draco by yourself that early, you've got a Kenji. You've got the pseudo tank instead. The discount tank is in the house, into then matchups like Gale, which isn't even great. At least if it was like a Frank or something, I could see noise cancelling coming into play. I could see just some cheesy cycling tactics where they just, you know, stay in the mid cycle, bury hypercharges, and maybe there's a little bit more of a fight. But yeah, the concept of the draft, I think, was fine, but the exact picks needed to be tweaked.
Yeah, it's it came down to draft, certainly, for me. And that's something which, to be fair, TL Genesis have some control over, some ability to bring in some ideas.
Most certainly.
Yeah, like that's you know, at least the starting point, and from there, they can work on that, you know, in terms of how it plays out in the field. But that is the first point to get right. And in that last draft, just wasn't quite there for me. And the burial was a great sign, a great starting sign for me. I mean, really felt confident with that idea. But again, like the pairing just wasn't there. Like the Kenji just, what's it going to do? Kenji's a very wild finals meta pick as well. You know, it hasn't really been, you know, in the monthly finals prior to this update, which, you know, in this region, by the way, for those that are watching, if you are wondering, the meta is still the previous version of the game. Prior to the most recent update in China, they haven't quite caught up to the gadget rework effectively. So Kenji's not the craziest of picks, but we still barely saw it in the monthly finals for every other region. You know, it is still meters behind really what you should be thinking to take in those instances. The poker was banned, so I get why that can deflate a little bit of the poker Frank as an option, but I'm pretty sure that they banned it themselves anyway. I mean, it can still work with a berry, just not quite as effective, but it's still very effective. Berry has got the ability to really, really save the day. And they would have at least given themselves a better chance if they considered something like that.
Yeah, I think there's a saying that we used to say that if you ever have to scrim a mainland China team here from SEA, you have to be prepared that they will play meta that's like, just think of like 2 tournaments ago, and that will be the meta that the region plays, unless you're Toxic Lotus. Because Toxic Lotus is up to date with what the current meta is, and evidently so, because every single draft that they've picked so far, I honestly can't nitpick this. I can't criticize anything about their draft so far. You know, Gale may not have been the thing that either of us would have preferred, but once we saw it in practice with the Byron rounding out the comp, it fulfilled the role that it was out to do. Now, coming into this next series where it is going to be on double swoosh, immediately Toxic Lotus Genesis is going to be picking up the Gene. We have seen some Gene on TL Genesis, unfortunately not very successful. The last time we saw this brawler in this tournament was the knockout series that set TL Genesis on the lower bracket to begin with. So, you know, starting out with this Gene, are they going to be going for the triple, you know, Gene Max Sandy comp? I don't think we've seen a single Max today, so it would be really, really nice to see that round out. Meanwhile, Toxic Lotus, they've already set themselves up with a very good anti-Gene comp, you know, Penny mid and Pearl here on those side lanes. It's very, very solid, and it's also a deterrent for the Max, which is why, understandably, Toxic Lotus Genesis did not opt to go for this Max pickup. Nonetheless, they've got an Otis instead just to block out tanks, something a concern that they have. And Toxic Lotus is going to be wrapping out, you know, with that Byron pickup, just, I think, feeling themselves from the previous game.
Okay, well, in we go. And a great amount of pressure here for TL Genesis now, who are behind in the series. Toxic Lotus first to make a sign of damage. Good shots there from OU into the Sandy, and you know, the Penny pick for me, I love it on this map. It's so daunting as a prospect. So really for TL Genesis, they can't feed into the Penny. I mean, that's really where things are going to get messy. And they don't really have, oh yeah, disgusting. They don't really have a mid either. They've got a choice between the Sandy and the Gene, and they're putting Gene in the lane. And you know, I'd probably prefer to have Gene mid, but then where does the Sandy go? They kind of got 2 mids here, a little bit on the side of TL Genesis that I'm not really a fan of.
Yeah, the Sandy without the Max just feels like, you know, he's got a brawler without legs. I think he cut his legs out from under him, and unfortunately now he's just going to be playing catch up the entire game. A nice pick there from OU, just sniping out Vivi. Not that I think it really made a big difference. Pro going to be tearing up that right side of the map. Engine just continues to further his lead here. A nice sleep there from the Sandy. Going to be getting his Sandstorm online. It is going to be root sand, so it scouts out the entire bush and allows Vivi to penetrate deep into that back line. Barely surviving with 1 HP, but he's got the pull. The magic hand comes in. He lands it onto OU. A complete robbery of the gems. It's Engine versus Vivi, but he's just going to be able to scoop up and reset the countdown.
Can they get a reset now? Tie it down for OU and a takedown as well. The Sandy still remains, and now the hypercharge is available for Engine. Goes in, gets the takedown as well. The gems back into the pockets of Lightstar. A reset, but only a reset. They're gonna have to do it all over again.
Yeah, it's a very difficult sort of roster to break into, especially when you got a Gene Pool coming up by OU with that hypercharge cannon going to be coming down here. Gene Pool flies out from Vivi. He does manage to get it down here, but Lightstar slithers away onto that left side. The shots do not connect, and Toxic Lotus Genesis have taken a game of their own.
Close though. That hypercharge turret came in just the nick of time for the side of Toxic Lotus. I mean, it could have actually got the damage needed, but not enough at the moment in this set. But I don't feel like... I feel like if Toxic Lotus gets set up earlier in this, then they should be okay. I think they'll be chalking that up as a little bit of a blunder, but nothing too much more than that. Still scary time for me, for TL Genesis. They're not out of the woods, in my opinion. Not yet.
Yeah, nice pick here on that right side. It's going to be giving an early advantage. And Gene going to be raining down some shots here onto the mid. He's going to be really, really far away from that magic hand. But with a pick off on that right, it does open up some aggressive opportunities for this TL Genesis roster to come in. However, though, Toxic Lotus, OU's already got his cannon. It's a really, really early cannon. Going for a salty barrel play here to delete VV here on that left side. And the right side here, Engine's going to be slowly taking back this lane against this Otis.
Good gadget there from... Oh, he almost gets a double there as well. Engine did so well, but couldn't get second, and the gems there still stay. And the Otis has all the mute. So Salty Barrel is not even needed. The range was far too great. Now, a nice mute and a sealing of that right-hand side will give the Sandy a good positioning power. And meanwhile, as well, White on the left-hand side secures the Gene, which will give him a lot more flexibility in that lane side. 7 gems to Toxic Lotus now, as TL Genesis trail behind.
The Sandstorm's going to be coming out, but it's placed centrally, so this is just going to allow a little bit of infiltration play to come in here from TL Genesis. Let's see if it amounts to anything, but it expires before anything can really be done. Realistically, it just allowed VP to penetrate in and go for some hits on the turret, but OU's already replaced it with a hypercharge mortar instead. They've got a Sandy on the left side. That's the only counterplay that Toxic Lotus Genesis have left, and you can see on the Toxic Lotus side, they are trying to scout the Sandy out, but not really able to find him here. Aggressive move coming out here for the Sandy. He is almost going to get the kill on the Byron, but he drops a little bit too aggressive. Going to be leaking out all the gems to Toxic Lotus.
Can they get a reset? It's going to be a very tough thing to even push into this hypercharged mortar. And OU's got plenty of space to work with behind himself. Got probably a salty barrel as well to be able to utilize behind the wall. Sandy had the pool, the Gene had the pool, but even so, with all 3 members standing, very much going to be safe and sound as far as those gems were concerned. So, yeah, I mean, that's kind of what I expected to see a bit more of on the side of Toxic Lotus. If they get this next game, they're going to be 2 sets ahead now. This is a must-win game, in my opinion, for TL Genesis. Otherwise, this could be creeping away. They've already got 1 game in the pocket. It wasn't the cleanest of games, but nonetheless, I feel like they've got a chance. They're getting some good gems and some good value along the way. It's a must-win. Great taps there from White on the right-hand side. Finds the gem carry in the mid, and those gems are now down. But OU can't contest it, and nor can Engine on the left-hand side either. So they should be safe for now.
Yeah, this was an early drop here from the Sandy. I think, interestingly, something to point out here from Toxic Lotus is they decided to opt for this lane swap, putting Byron here on that defensive lane. That's going to allow Lightstar, I think, a little bit more space, but White is really, really confident. He just feels that if he can land 1 tap onto Lightstar and scout him out with that vision gear the entirety of the game, then it shouldn't be a problem. But here, Lightstar seems to, sort of been able to encroach at times onto that position. But yeah, okay, that Toxin almost landed on the Lightstar, almost clipped him there.
Nice from Engine into the mid. That should burn down the Sandy. 5 gems dropped. The mute, though, for Otis here, really going to be quite key to land, as well as a pickup onto Engine on the left-hand side. Lightstar doing a great job of just juggling between these lanes. Gems going to be left there. Don't mind the decision, but, I mean, that turret came at a terrible time there for Lightstar who goes down. But if they can control these lanes and push up, those gems could be in danger.
Yeah, White's playing so well. The magic hand comes out and pulls a salty barrel. Something VV's gonna learn at the end of this tournament is there's a reason why you don't try and pull Penny. There's a reason why this Brawl is picked against you. I think after that first initial, sort of save that he did in that first game, he got a little bit too excited. OU hasn't been caught ever since. And it's a very, very easy defense coming out here from Toxic Lotus. There isn't any sign of life coming in from TL Genesis. And I hate to say it, but Toxic Lotus are going to be up by 2 sets. They are running away with this one.
That was what I was worried about, yeah. I mean, played to perfection by Toxic Lotus. A bit of a slow burner start, some mistakes. But this is what I look for in a team that I feel can go all the way. Because, like, despite the mistakes, they were able to bounce back from them. And they were able to then look the most convincing as a result. it's quite rare when you see that in teams that, like, you know, have a terrible start to a set. That blunder there, huge blunder. I mean, very tough to mentally reset in the middle of a set. They got the reset once. They placed down the hypercharged mortar. Wasn't quite enough with that, but they still got a reset off the back of that moment as well. So they didn't give up at all. They kept fighting really quite hard and almost got a second reset, and then went through the motions and turned things around. You know, that's a tough ball to watch back there from Vivi. But like you said, that's why Penny is a great pick to have, especially into a Gene. I wasn't a big fan, I said, coming into this one for the fact that they were picking a Gene and a Sandy. I don't think you need both. And with the Penny on the field, I think the Sandy would be the better shout regardless. Again, draft, you know, we've seen it across a lot of the other regions, and many players saying how the draft is playing a bigger impact in the game more than ever before in Brawl Esports history. I fully agree. I think that that's a healthy thing for the game to be that case. It allows analysts and coaches to really kind of elevate their roles in the teams that, you know, some have argued over the years have not really had as much of a place. Yeah, you're nodding, you're one of them. You know, many have said, like, you know, what do coaches even do and stuff? And like, I feel like a coach can only be judged by the players who are the ones that are the most connected to them and the best people to judge the effectiveness of a coach. And for an analyst, their job is to deliver data, deliver numbers, deliver stats, which, again, they can only deliver to the players. And then it's down to that, you know, drafting process as to how they want to interpret that data. I feel like, you know, the draft in the way it is in a great spot, actually. And, you know, you can see it playing out before our eyes. At the moment, TL Genesis, I think, have got as much on the mechanics side, arguably less, a little bit, a slight bit less than Toxic Lotus, because Toxic Lotus have got the abundance of LAN experience against world-class teams. You can't recreate that. You can't copy that. You know, that just is experience. For the side then of Toxic Lotus, I feel like this should be the set which they tie it up in a nice, neat bow. As the first team to qualify for the Brawl Cup, we'll have to wait and see whether a reverse sweep is on the table here. But certainly so far, they've looked so composed. You know, you can't side against them here, really. But hey, I want nothing more than for the grand finals and fifth and finals set. I don't know about you.
Yep. I do hope that this goes a little bit more than 3 sets, but I have to keep it real, guys. We've seen this map twice today. It's gonna be a hot potato, and in both times that Toxic Lotus Genesis has played on this map, it hasn't gone well for them. Let's just put it that way. This is the map that really let them get away, and put them in the lower bracket to begin with. I think it was the beginning of the end for them, and in a weird way, poetically, it could be the last, you know, the nail in the coffin for them, so to speak. Especially because they're no longer going against Boom, they're going against Toxic Lotus. So as drafts go, we've seen 2 approaches to the way that teams want to play this. Toxic Lotus opted to go for a little bit more of a measured approach. We saw a bit more control in there, picking up the Cult, picking up not the Cult. Yeah, picking up the opposite team of the Cult. They're going with the Lily and just trying to penetrate and just get a little bit of that damage in. But meanwhile, on the side of TL Genesis, we saw a mess, so to speak. I kind of remember too much of what that mess was, aside from that we saw Carl Edgar 2-3 into a combo that it didn't make sense into. They let Juju through. So these are lessons that I hope that they will just take and just try and remember. You know, forget about the last 2 losses. Just focus all your effort on this one set and try and bring it back from here.
Yeah, it's lessons learned ? Isn't it? Like, let's see like how they fare. Certainly not been a big fan of the Edgar pick on this map. Kind of feels like this region have like been just, hey, it won the World Finals in 2023. Let's just go for it. What can go wrong, right? And you know, it's not really the finest of counters unless you're looking into the eyes of a Dynamite and a Bali, that kind of stuff. I can understand it there, but you know, it's not going to do the best into a Juju, not with the and as you can see, it's a favorite pick there on the side there of TL Genesis as well. It's not going to do the greatest of things into a Juju, which shouldn't be left open anyway on this map. That's the thing. Should be banned out realistically here, and it is this time around by Toxic Lotus, which is a good thing, and the Edgar is actually banned, which is a weird thing. Spike first pick, to me, just says we want a base race. Like, that's a weird first pick. You know, again, if you are just joining, first and foremost, welcome. You missed a little bit. We're in the grand finals, so you might want to watch back in the VOD if you want to see how we got to this stage. But certainly, yeah, and the card as well. It says base race, but this build of the game is prior to the gadget rework. So we are looking at an old meta. If that's a Poco coming out on Hot Potato, no. They're going Draco Rundown.
Okay,
This is crazy, man. Crazy. This is a final Hail Mary, isn't it? It's like, okay, we're down in 2-0 sets. Like, it's heist. Let's just run at the safe and toss a coin.
And they're running into a Lu and a Griff. Like, it's almost as if, you know, Toxic Lotus, the coach, has predicted this, that as soon as they saw the spike, I raised an eyebrow at the Lu pick, to be honest, because I felt Lu 2-3 seemed a little bit dubious. But Toxic Lotus Genesis, again, they've done the same thing. You've got an instant counter to the lineup, and then you're like, you know what? Let's just do it anyways. Like, you know, what's the counter to Lu? We'll just pick, you know, an even stronger tank. Like, I was happy to see that Lily is banned out so that we don't see 100% Lily uptake in mainland China high statistics. But now I'm not too pleased with the way the draft has turned out. I think it's going to be a bloodbath, but at the very least, Toxic Lotus don't have the sharpest anti-tank comp. So maybe if TL Genesis plays very, very sharp, they still got a shot.
So dangerous, this. It really is. But look at this. Lightstar pushes his way forwards, popping the last down there, and the poker heals. The Capo star power just trying to force him through, but it's not enough. They're doing a great job on defense, and against a squad like Toxic Lotus, who are, in my opinion, just so composed on defensive measures. But now, a little bit of an opportunity as the spike does come through. Doesn't get a gadget off on the safe in time for the respawn, but how often do you see a Poco in Heist, man? It's kind of wild. It really is. At the moment, though, Toxic Lotus have the lead by about 40% and climbing. So already some good time spent on that zone as like Carl did a wondrous bit of work for White there.
Yeah, I mean, it's supposed to be an all-in comp, but I don't see the all-in activating here. Engine there popping out that Lu Super and the gadget. It's sort of the wrong gadget here. I don't think he intended to use that, but it doesn't really matter because Toxic Lotus, the Carl, is more than sufficient to do the damage onto the other safe. And it's supposed to be a one-push comp. I saw a no-push comp. There was no push whatsoever.
Yeah, I mean, again, against a squad like Toxic Lotus, who have drafted specifically to have a good defense, they're just going to sit back and take care of the Draco. It's not going to be a base race. That break as well, so open up that right-hand side so nicely for OU. Just, you know, for me, Toxic Lotus have played this like a fiddle. They've just outdrafted the whole situation, and there's nothing that TL Genesis can do about it. The Carl's in the safe now. It's just a matter of time. And again, this is for a place in the Brawl Cup. And so far, Toxic Lotus are looking like the team that are going to be the first in the world to qualify for it.
Yeah, they're just one step closer to 60% more to go. White is going to be dropping down here, but now OU on the offensive and Engine on the defense. The methodical play is there. 44% left on the TL Genesis save. And look, OU is even going to come back. He recognizes the need to swap roles with White. This is the discipline from a team worthy of that Brawl Cup, just sending Damon on the offense. And look at Toxic Lotus. They're switching over now. They know that they can go for a lethal push arc.
Base race going in. The Carl is going to dive, and the safe is getting absolutely shredded. And Toxic Lotus have done it. Your first team in the world to qualify for the Brawl Cup.
Congratulations to our champions, Toxic Lotus. They are going to be headed over to that Brawl Cup. They're the #1 team in China, the undisputed winner in this case. Well deserved by them, not dropping a single set throughout this entire tournament.
Actually mad, isn't it? It really is. Thoroughly deserving. I mean, when you look at just how accomplished they have been as a squad, there was no shadow of a doubt, really. You gotta let the whole day play itself out. Anyone can be a champion in this region, but they are just a cut above the rest. And just so thoroughly deserving of it. I mean, every step of the way, drafts on point, and the gameplay to match. You couldn't ask more. And I think the perfect squad to have in the Brawl Cup, one that we've seen fantastic results for over the past 2 years, specifically at LAN and on the world stage. I think that they are going to be a fierce contender, and I don't think that anyone on the surrounding regions can really, you know, go in, you know, expecting to steamroll them, because they are looking really good. They've been good for years. It could be the year, Speed, that they actually really do shine a light on the rest of the world.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing great teams from this roster. As you mentioned, this is not the story of just a team that just showed up. This is the story culminating in a journey of more than 3 years of hard work across all these players. I really, really hope we'll get to see their best performance there at the Brawl Cup. I am looking forward to seeing Toxic Lotus show the world that mainland China is no longer food arc. Times have changed.
Yeah, no free brackets as far as we're concerned. I mean, you know, it really is for me looking like that way if this squad continues up this kind of level of consistency. You know, for the past 2 years, we've been looking at double match point scenarios in group stages. We've been looking at fifth and final sets all the way. We've been looking at knocking out teams from the East Asia region like Navi. I mean, really substantial achievements that I think we just can no longer ignore from a squad like this. I think that this is the team which was destined to go to the Brawl Cup. And again, to get through these qualifying stages, which I'll just throw up the graphic for again, just to reiterate just how substantial that is really when you think about an entire week of qualifying stage. You know, that's really quite a grueling process there of 4,096 teams to go through. Then the elimination round that we had yesterday, which was 16 teams, 4 teams in each of 4 groups, to really go through the motions there, to come out of that with no sets dropped, to make it through to today's grand final, and then the actual grand final today, which we just witnessed, untouched. I mean, that is honestly just a really, really substantial achievement.
Yep, I hope Toxic Lotus, they can finally rest for a couple months, as the Brawl Cup is only going to be taking place a couple months later. But in the meantime, I'm sure that they will be studying every other region very intently. Their journey temporarily is going to take a break here. Commiserations, though, to every single other team that participated. I think starting at 4,096, correct? And then ending up at only 1 in a span of 1 month. I think the respect to go out to these Chinese teams that really, really have put in the work to be this consistent and just really push it in their all, to sacrifice so much to make it to this point. It is absolutely commendable. And I do believe that we should see a very competitive mainland Chinese team represent their region this year.
Well, we have found our champions for the Brawl Cup. Toxic Lotus will go through then as the first team in the world to see who is going to be able to come out on top in that LAN event, who is going to be able to claim an additional slot for their region at the World Finals. Crazy stuff. We're not done yet with the region. We've got more to come. Make sure that you're following Brawl_esports on Twitter and all our socials in that regard to see how the competition will evolve. There is going to be more qualifying stages in mainland China, as well as more mainland China finals still to come later on in the year. So make sure that you are following all of that good stuff on the event site as well. And for now, we are wrapped up as far as the mainland China region is concerned. We've still got to finalize the other regions around the world to see who's going to join Toxic Lotus at the Brawl Cup. So again, another great reason to follow us on all of our socials. But for now, that is us done for the mainland China region for today. From myself and from Spoo, we'll see you very, very soon. Take care. It's goodbye for now.